Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1 I Choose. Zombies. Huff. Huff. Where am I? Ethan Cole suddenly jolted awake in bed. Wait, didn't I get my head blown off? He looked around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. A woman was sleeping next to him, her chest full and round, probably a D cup. Scattered on the floor were a flight attendant's uniform, black stockings, and a bra. The room was a mess. Hold on. Isn't this the flight attendant I got off the plane with a month ago? Panicking, Ethan grabbed his phone from the nightstand. The screen showed the time, 12:01 a.m. And the date, November 1st. Ethan stared at the phone in shock. He stumbled into the bathroom, looking up at his reflection in the mirror. Clear eyes, a youthful face, skin full of life, as if nothing had ever happened. Without thinking, he pulled off the condom still on him, and a wild thought began to form in his mind. He stared blankly at the mirror, at the young, very much alive face staring back at him. Did I come back to life? Back to 15 days before the zombie apocalypse game starts? Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, lucky one. You've been granted a one-time chance to be reborn, along with an SSS-level spatial storage ring. At this moment, a ring had already appeared on Ethan's finger, and the ruby set in the ring emitted a dazzling red glow that grew increasingly intense. His heart raced. The bright light made him instinctively close his eyes, and soon, a vast, starry space appeared in his consciousness, like a dimension that could hold anything. Did I just get a cheat ability? And a storage ring? He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the ultimate survival skill for the apocalypse. Ding. Please choose, join the human faction or the zombie faction. Faction choice again? But it's still 15 days before the apocalypse starts, which means I can prepare ahead of time. Ethan muttered to himself, a sly grin forming on his lips. He thought for a moment, images flashing through his mind. As a human, he could use his knowledge from his previous life to stockpile supplies, build a secure shelter, and wait out the apocalypse. Maybe he could even spend those lonely days with different women, becoming a king in the post-apocalyptic world. Wasn't this the perfect start for a post-apocalyptic hero? So, please choose your faction. Alright, this time. I choose zombie. What an idiot. Why would he choose zombies? Far away in the heavens, God watched this unfold, furious. He grabbed the coffee mug next to him, his favorite one, with the words "World's Best God" written on it. The mug shattered into pieces, and a hint of regret flashed in God's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "I knew I should have given this rebirth chance to someone else." 3 days later. In the yard of a slaughterhouse, workers were busy hauling fresh meat. Oddly enough, besides the meat, there were also jars of bright red blood being carefully packed into glass containers. In the morning sunlight, the jars gleamed with a crimson hue, almost like fine wine. Big Frank, what's up with the boss? The farm was doing fine, so why did he suddenly order the slaughter of over 100,000 animals? One worker asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Another worker chimed in, yeah, and why does he need so much blood? Foreman Frank frowned. He didn't understand it either, but he didn't want to seem clueless in front of the workers. Don't ask too many questions about the boss. Just do your job. Oh, got it. The workers continued their tasks. They wore masks, white gloves, and even had their hair tightly covered. Frank reminded them again, keep everything clean. Don't let anything fall into the meat. Ethan's a real stickler for cleanliness. One hair in the meat, and he'll dock your pay. Got it, Big Frank? Don't worry. The workers nodded, but privately, they couldn't help whispering among themselves. Have you guys noticed? The boss has been acting kinda weird lately. Weird how? He seems normal to me. He's a clean freak. Hates anything dirty. Yesterday he saw me smoking while working, and some ash fell on the cutting board. The way he looked at me. It was like he wanted to kill me. Oh, that explains it. I was wondering why he... SHH. Stop talking. One of the workers cleared his throat, cutting off the conversation. In the distance, a tall, slender young man was walking toward them. He was dressed in a crisp white shirt, looking spotless and sharp, as if untouched by a speck of dust. His features were perfectly chiseled, so strikingly handsome that it was hard to look away. But his narrow eyes held a coldness that sharply contrasted with his warm appearance. Foreman Frank quickly stepped forward to greet him. Boss, the 9,600 cows, 4,000 turkeys, 20,000 pigs, over 50,000 chickens, and 7,000 sheep have all been slaughtered. Ethan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the neatly wrapped meat and jars of blood, clearly satisfied. Go ahead and settle the wages. Thank you, boss. It's been a pleasure working with you. Frank's face lit up with a smile. He instinctively reached out to shake Ethan's hand, but Ethan just stood there, staring coldly at his outstretched hand, not moving an inch. Realizing his mistake, Frank awkwardly withdrew his hand, forcing a smile. Everyone knew Ethan had a severe case of germophobia and hated physical contact. It was common knowledge around the farm. Well, we'll be off then, boss. Hope we can work together again next time. Frank chuckled nervously, leading the workers out of the yard. They quickly boarded a small bus and drove away from the scene. Ethan watched as the workers drove off, then walked over to the piles of meat and jars of blood. With a simple wave of his hand, everything vanished in an instant. Of course, the meat and blood hadn't disappeared into thin air, they had been stored in Ethan's spatial storage ring. The space inside the ring was vast and limitless, with time completely frozen. Anything placed inside would remain unchanged indefinitely. Ethan's mind drifted back to the apocalyptic zombie game from his previous life. When the game began, 1% of all life on Earth randomly transformed into zombies. S had the option to join either the zombie or human factions. If not enough people chose to become zombies, the system would forcibly mutate random individuals. But death was real. The terrifying scenes of the apocalypse were still fresh in his memory. Zombies roamed the streets, Mutated monsters wreaked havoc, and humanity faced extreme shortages of resources. People fought viciously over a single bottle of clean water or a moldy piece of bread. They betrayed friends and family, tearing off the masks of civility in the face of survival. If an ordinary person were reborn just before the apocalypse, their first instinct would be to stockpile supplies to ensure survival. Water, food, medicine, these would be the top priorities for anyone siding with the humans. But Ethan had chosen a different path. He preferred to stockpile raw meat and fresh blood. Because he was about to become the first zombie. For zombies, blood and flesh weren't just food, they were the source of power. By consuming blood and flesh, zombies could absorb energy, evolving continuously until they became the zombie king. A zombie with an abundant supply of blood and flesh could evolve at an unimaginable speed. In short, a zombie's evolution depended on how much blood and flesh they could devour. As a zombie, Ethan's potential for growth was directly tied to how much blood and meat he could consume. Just then, his phone rang. It was Nina Alvarez, an employee from his supermarket. "Boss, the 100,000 frozen steaks, 50,000 frozen chicken wings, and 30,000 frozen meatballs you ordered have all arrived." "Good. Tell all the major suppliers across the country to keep the orders coming. If international suppliers can deliver within 10 days, place orders with them too," Ethan instructed calmly. "Wait, more orders?" Nina's voice was filled with surprise. "But, boss, we're already out of working capital. We can't even afford the deposits. I'll handle the money. Just keep placing the orders." Okay then." Nina agreed, though she was still full of doubt. No money, yet still ordering more supplies? What was all this stockpiling for? Was the world really about to end? Ethan owned a farm, a large supermarket, an estate, and several properties, part of the inheritance left by his parents. His parents had passed away when he was very young. He grew up in an orphanage and inherited his parents' assets when he came of age. Over the years, he had worked hard to expand his businesses, but his liquid assets were limited. Now, the most valuable things he owned had all been stored in his spatial storage ring. There are only 12 days left until the apocalypse begins. I need to figure out how to get more money and keep stockpiling blood and meat. As Ethan pondered his next move, he noticed two cars approaching on the road outside the farm, a Maserati Quadriport and a Honda Civic. A group of thugs stepped out of the Honda Civic, covered in tattoos and sporting brightly dyed hair. Most people would feel a headache coming on at the sight of them, but Ethan's lips curled into a slight smile. Out of money, and someone comes to deliver it. Hungry, and someone brings food. As the Maserati Quadriport came to a stop, a middle-aged man stepped out. He was dressed in a black suit, bald, with a thick gold chain around his neck and a leather briefcase tucked under his arm. His swagger made it clear he thought he was in charge. This was Warren, a well-known developer in Los Angeles. He had long had his eye on Ethan's farm, convinced that developing the land would make him a fortune. But no matter what offer Warren made, Ethan had always refused to sell. Since persuasion hadn't worked, Warren had decided to apply a little pressure. He brought along a group of thugs to intimidate Ethan into selling. "Ethan, long time no see," Warren called out with a smug grin. Chapter 2 Something Dirty. Warren strode into Ethan's yard, a group of thugs trailing behind him. They all had a cocky swagger, their bodies covered in tattoos of skulls and cobras, clearly trying to project an air of intimidation. But Ethan's expression remained calm, completely unfazed by their presence. "Hey, Warren," Ethan greeted him casually, his tone as cool as ever. Warren gave a slight smile and got straight to the point. "Ethan, you know why I'm here. Have you thought about what we discussed regarding this land?" His tone was polite enough, clearly intending to start off civil before applying pressure later. But to his surprise, Ethan nodded and replied calmly, "Yeah, I've thought it over. I'm willing to sell it to you for the price you offered." Warren froze for a moment, a look of disbelief crossing his face. He hadn't expected Ethan to agree so easily. Even the thugs behind him exchanged confused glances, as if the script had suddenly changed. You're really agreeing?" Warren asked again, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Ethan nodded again. "Yep. No need for my little farm to get in the way of your big plans." Hearing this, Warren's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but feel smug. Finally, this kid's come to his senses. "Ha ha ha, great. Let's sign the contract right now," Warren said eagerly. His assistant immediately handed over a contract that had clearly been prepared in advance. They'd come ready, just waiting for Ethan's approval. Without hesitation, Ethan sat down, picked up a pen, and began signing page after page. The land his farm sat on wasn't small, it was worth a solid $20 million at market value. As Warren watched Ethan sign, he still couldn't quite believe how smoothly things were going. "Ethan, what's going on with your farm?" Why'd you suddenly decide to sell? Warren couldn't help but ask, his curiosity getting the better of him. Ethan didn't even look up, his voice as calm as ever. Because I need the money. Need money. Warren's eyes narrowed slightly as his mind started working. He wasn't just a real estate developer, he was also a seasoned loan shark. The thugs he kept around weren't just for show, they helped him handle certain special business matters when needed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. This could be another opportunity to make some extra cash. Ethan, are you still short on money? If you need more, I might be able to help you out, Warren said, his tone softening, as if offering a lifeline. Ethan paused for a moment, lifting his head to meet Warren's gaze. He looked at the man's broad, scarred face, and for the first time, the usually arrogant bald guy seemed almost pleasant. With the end of the world looming, here was someone not only buying his farm but also offering to lend him money. What a generous guy. Ethan couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude, almost moved to tears by Warren's unexpected kindness. Warren, your help came at just the right time. We're definitely going to make a fortune in the future, Ethan said, breaking the silence. Ha ha. Ha ha. Warren burst into laughter, as if he could already see the money rolling in. Helping you is no problem, but you know my rules. The interest isn't low, and I'll need collateral. No problem. I've got a supermarket, an estate, and a house, Ethan replied without hesitation. Warren already knew Ethan's assets inside and out. The estate was in the suburbs, a luxurious private property. The house? A spacious penthouse in a prime area of Los Angeles, worth at least $30 million. And the supermarket? Located in a prime spot, the land alone was worth $50 million. Ethan, since you're being so straightforward, I can lend you $80 million. How's that sound? Deal, Ethan agreed, quick and to the point. Warren was secretly thrilled, feeling like he'd just scored a huge win. This deal was a sure thing for him, practically risk-free. He couldn't help but feel proud of his business acumen. Ha ha ha, Ethan, let's stick to the usual process. You'll need to sign a promissory note, leave your fingerprint, and hand over the property deeds. No problem, Ethan responded calmly. The deal was wrapped up quickly. Ethan sold off his farm and secured an $80 million loan, bringing his total funds to a cool $100 million. Warren, satisfied, left with the contracts and promissory note, his crew following behind him. Ethan stood at the entrance of the farm, watching as Warren's car disappeared into the distance. His gaze was deep, as if he was contemplating something. The endgame was about to begin. What would Warren think when the time came? Oh. Maybe he wouldn't be thinking anything at all. After selling the farm, Ethan started packing up, getting ready to take whatever supplies he could with him. He planned to head to the supermarket and store the new inventory. The supermarket wasn't just stocked with fresh meat, it also had clothes, towels, soap, detergent, and other essentials. Even though Ethan had turned into a zombie, he was different from the others. He became more rational, and even more obsessed with cleanliness. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to get moving, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out and saw a message from Lola. Something dirty. Ethan muttered to himself. Lola was the campus beauty at University of Southern California, sweet and cute, with countless admirers. She was known as the Heartbreaker. Back when Ethan was lonely and desperate for a sense of belonging, he'd gotten into a relationship with her. Babe, my birthday's next month. What are you getting me? Lola's message came through, her tone playful and teasing. The gift's already ready, Ethan replied coldly, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Lola seemed pleased and quickly responded, thanks, babe. Honestly, the gift doesn't matter. What matters is your little swimmers. My swimmers, huh? You'll find out soon enough, Ethan's reply was short, and his heart remained unmoved. In his previous life, Ethan had been hiding in his supermarket when he received a desperate message from Lola. She said she was holed up in her dorm room, hadn't eaten in days, and was on the verge of starving to death. But to save her, he risked everything, leaving the safety of the store to bring her food. Unfortunately, he ended up getting infected and turning into a zombie. Even after becoming a zombie, he couldn't let go of his obsession. He still tried to bring her food. Using his new zombie form to avoid attacks from other zombies, he dragged his stiff body through the hordes. But when he arrived at her dorm, the sight that greeted him shattered him completely. Lola was having sex with 5 other men. When she realized Ethan had turned into a zombie, she didn't hesitate. She tied him to a post and forced him to watch as she and the 5 men continued their wild orgy. Afterward, they tortured Ethan mercilessly, and in the end, one of them blew his head off with a shotgun. At the time, Ethan had desperately tried to explain, but he'd already lost the ability to speak. All that came out were low, guttural growls, like a helpless animal. Maybe. Whether Ethan was a zombie or still human didn't matter to them at all. There were 12 days left until the apocalypse, and Ethan had already planned a surprise for those people. He smirked coldly, silently deciding that it was time to show them his attitude. After all, in this soon-to-collapse world, living humans were just another form of resource to him. He put down his phone after replying to Lola's message, feeling nothing inside. Next, he began organizing the supplies from the farm. Generators, solar panels, these were all things that would be useful in the apocalypse. He stored them one by one in his spatial storage ring. He even took a digger. Nothing was off limits. The ring had more than enough space, so there was no need to worry about running out of room. Besides the practical supplies, Ethan also packed a few items that held special meaning for him. On the wall hung an old photograph, a group picture of some kids. It was taken at the orphanage where he grew up, and it carried nearly all his childhood memories. Most of the kids at the orphanage had been abandoned by their parents. Some had physical disabilities, others had intellectual challenges. In the photo, the two most noticeable children were Ethan and a girl named Mia. Mia was holding a teddy bear, her skin pale like porcelain, and her big, watery eyes radiated innocence. However, Ethan remembered the head of the orphanage once telling him that Mia had mental health issues. When she was 12, she had bitten off half of a boy's face and was sent to a psychiatric hospital. Ethan never saw her again after that. But before that incident, they had been close. They would often fold paper, draw, and play games together. Ethan had never thought there was anything wrong with Mia. What he remembered most clearly were her crescent-shaped eyes when she smiled and the warmth in her expression when she looked at him. He carefully placed the photo into his storage ring as well. Once everything was packed, he got into his yellow Chevy Cruze and headed to his supermarket. When he arrived, there were several trucks parked outside, and workers were busy unloading goods. Nina, the warehouse manager, came running over, sweating and holding a ledger. "Boss, you're back. Here's today's delivery list. Can you check it over?" Nina said, panting. Nina was a college student who worked part-time at the supermarket to pay for her tuition. Lately, the supermarket had been receiving a lot of stock, and she was swamped with work. Ethan nodded, took the ledger, and flipped through a few pages. Then, looking at Nina's exhausted face, he said calmly, "It's getting late. You should go home and rest." Nina froze for a moment, then smiled gratefully. "Thanks, boss. But I have class tomorrow morning, so I might not be able to come in until the afternoon." Ethan looked at her, his tone flat. "You don't need to come in anymore." Nina's smile instantly stiffened. She clearly hadn't expected to hear that. "Boss, did I do something wrong?" she asked cautiously, her voice tinged with unease. Ethan shook his head. "It's not you. I've just run into some trouble lately, and the supermarket's going to be closed for a while." Nina lowered her head. She understood what he meant, but she still felt a bit disappointed. In a soft voice, she said, "Oh, I see." Ethan looked at her and added, "I'll pay you double for this month. Go home." Nina lifted her head, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes, though it was overshadowed by sadness. She quietly thanked him and turned to leave the supermarket. Ethan watched her go, but felt no emotion. The end was coming, and soon, everything would be reset. Chapter 3 Food. Ethan decided to close the supermarket, let all the employees go, and take down the store's sign. For the next few days, his job was to receive deliveries. He contacted major suppliers, slaughterhouses, and farm owners, and soon, trucks were arriving one after another, dropping off supplies. Most of the deliveries were raw meat, but there were also some everyday cleaning products and household items. To Ethan, these supplies were more important than food. "Mr. Cole, your delivery's here." A few UPS drivers started unloading boxes into the supermarket. Before long, a small mountain of cardboard boxes had formed. These boxes were heavy because they contained weapons Ethan had ordered on the dark web, 600 compound bows, 700 crossbows, and thousands of knives, machetes, and other blades. In the early days of the apocalypse, these weapons would be incredibly effective. Sure, Ethan was about to turn into a zombie, but as a zombie with ambition, using weapons didn't seem too unreasonable, right? Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day before the apocalypse game had arrived. Ethan had nearly spent his entire $100 million budget, but since he had only paid deposits, his purchasing power far exceeded that amount. He had practically cornered the market, clearing out the inventories of several major suppliers. It was now evening, and the last rays of the setting sun streamed into the empty supermarket. All the shelves had been cleared, and Ethan had stored all the supplies in his spatial storage ring. Tomorrow morning, the apocalypse game would officially begin, and Ethan was ready to stop being human. Still, he picked up a mop and cleaned the supermarket until it was spotless. Keeping things clean had become a habit for him. Ethan stood by the window, looking out at the street. The road was still busy with cars, their headlights flickering in the evening rush hour. People hurried along, eager to get home. Elementary school kids, guided by a crossing guard, lined up to cross the street, their backpacks bouncing with each step. They laughed and chatted as they walked, their voices filled with joy. Parents stood nearby, smiling warmly and waving to their waiting children. Everything seemed normal, just an ordinary evening. But Ethan knew that by tomorrow, all of this would be gone. At this moment, he felt an unusual calm, savoring the last bit of peace. Suddenly, the metal shutter made a screeching sound as someone violently pulled it up from the outside. The sunset light spilled in, revealing 3 figures. "Hey boss, I'm starving. How about giving me something to eat?" The leader, a young man with fiery red hair, spoke with a cocky tone. He was a local troublemaker, always hanging around to mooch food and drinks. Shop owners hated dealing with guys like him. They'd show up every few days, causing trouble and driving away customers, so most business owners would just give them something to avoid a scene. Ethan didn't even bother to look up. He replied flatly, "The store's closed. I've got nothing for you." "What?" The punks looked around at the empty shelves, clearly surprised. Just a few days ago, the supermarket had been stocking up like crazy. How could it suddenly be out of business? The store's really closed? So, does that mean we won't see that cute warehouse girl anymore? One of the lackeys asked, scratching his head in disappointment. "Yo, Red, what do we do now?" Another lackey whispered, clearly unsure of what to do next. The red-haired leader sized Ethan up, a sly grin forming on his face. "Boss, even if your store's closed, you can't just let us starve, right? How about lending us some cash so we can grab a bite?" Ethan didn't want these punks ruining his last bit of peace, so he casually pulled out a wad of $100 bills from his pocket and tossed it in front of them. The stack was easily over $1,000. To someone about to turn into a zombie, money was no different from scrap paper. Holy crap. The red-haired guy's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Ethan to be so generous. He figured Ethan was scared of him, which is why he handed over so much money. "You're not too bad, man. You know how to play the game." The 2 lackeys were just as excited, feeling like they were really making it big by hanging out with a red-haired guy. On this street, they could walk into any store and the owner would hand over cash. This was exactly what they were in it for. "Red. We've got it made. Yeah, stick with the boss, and we'll never have to worry about food or drinks again." "Ha ha ha." The red-haired guy waved his hand, signaling his crew to leave with him. The red-haired guy laughed smugly, but maybe he laughed a little too hard, because a small bug flew straight into his mouth. "Tooey." He coughed violently and spat out a thick glob of phlegm, which landed right on the floor Ethan had just cleaned until it was spotless. He glanced at the sticky mess on the floor, completely unconcerned, as if it were no big deal. "Hold on." Ethan's voice suddenly broke the silence in the supermarket. The red-haired guy and his 2 lackeys stopped in their tracks, turning around to look at Ethan with puzzled expressions. "What's up? You got something else to say?" The redhead raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with impatience. Ethan's cold gaze fell on the spit, his voice calm but carrying a chilling edge. "The floor's dirty." He began walking toward the red-haired guy, his steps steady, his eyes filled with a cold, unsettling intensity. The redhead froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "I just spit on the floor, man. You're really gonna get worked up over that?" His 2 lackeys joined in, crossing their arms and smirking at Ethan, clearly not taking him seriously. After all, when they had asked for money earlier, Ethan had handed it over without hesitation. Why would he suddenly get mad over something so trivial? But the laughter stopped abruptly in the next second. A flash of cold steel appeared in Ethan's hand, and in one swift motion, a sharp hunting knife sliced through the air, heading straight for the redhead's neck. Thwack! The blade cut cleanly, and the red-haired guy's head dropped to the floor with a dull thud. His eyes were wide open, still frozen in that smug grin, but now twisted and stiff. His mouth hung slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but only blood gushed from his severed throat. Thud. His body collapsed heavily to the ground, blood quickly pooling across the floor. He never understood, even in his final moments, why Ethan had suddenly killed him so ruthlessly. The 2 remaining lackeys were completely paralyzed with fear. Their Red, the guy they had always looked up to, had been decapitated in an instant. Oh my god, what the hell?" One of them stammered, his voice trembling, his face pale as a sheet, his legs shaking uncontrollably. They were just small-time street punks, used to bullying the weak. They had never seen anything this brutal before. The only thought in their minds now was to run for their lives. Ethan's expression remained cold, as if what had just happened was nothing more than a trivial matter. His eyes showed no emotion, as if killing was just another routine task for him. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry." One of the lackeys stammered, dropping to his knees, his voice thick with terror. "Why yeah. We won't say a word, just let us go." The other one quickly chimed in, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. Ethan smiled faintly, a small, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. "Go ahead. I won't kill you." Hearing this, the two punks felt like they had been granted a pardon from death. They scrambled to their feet and bolted for the exit, stumbling over each other in their rush to escape, terrified that if they moved too slowly, they'd lose their lives. But they had barely made it a few steps when Ethan calmly raised a crossbow, already loaded, and aimed at the back of one of their heads. Thwip! An arrow whizzed through the air, striking the lackey square inches the back of the skull, pinning him to the ground instantly. Ah! The remaining lackey turned around in horror, seeing his friend's body crumple to the floor, an arrow sticking out of the back of his head, blood pouring out. His face turned ghostly white, and his legs nearly gave out beneath him. "You promised, man. You promised," he cried, his voice shaking, eyes filled with despair. Ethan didn't respond. He simply pulled back the crossbow string again, another arrow already aimed at the man's forehead. Thwack! Another dull thud echoed through the supermarket as the arrow pierced through the man's skull, ending his life in an instant. His body collapsed to the floor, and once again, the supermarket fell into a deathly silence. Ethan lowered the crossbow and walked over to the bodies, glancing down at the three corpses. He muttered to himself, "The crossbow's power isn't bad." With a casual wave of his hand, the three bodies vanished, stored away in his spatial storage ring. To him, these corpses were no different from the other supplies he had gathered. In the world of the coming apocalypse, both the living and the dead were nothing more than food. Chapter 4 The Apocalypse Game begins. Ethan returned to his place. It was a towering skyscraper, and his home was on the 42nd floor, right at the top. The apartment was spotless, so clean it was almost impressive. Every atom was meticulously arranged, and the minimalist design gave the whole space a refreshing, uncluttered feel. The windows were reinforced with sturdy steel bars, perfectly sealed and unbreakable. This was to protect him from the flying mutated beasts that had started appearing in the apocalypse, capable of launching sudden attacks. On the roof, solar panels had already been installed. Even though Ethan was about to turn into a zombie, electricity was still an essential part of his life. While he would lose his human physical abilities, his mind would remain intact. To pass the time, he could still watch TV, play video games, and scroll through his phone. Through these devices, he could stay informed about the outside world and keep up with the latest developments in the apocalypse. Everything was ready. The countdown to the end of the world had begun. The long night finally passed, and the morning light slowly spread across the land. Ethan remembered clearly that the apocalypse would begin at 8:00 a.m. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands pointed to 7:59. Only 1 minute left. He walked to the window and looked down at the street below. Outside, everything seemed normal, cars filled the roads, and people were walking around, chatting and laughing, as if nothing was wrong. The second hand of the clock ticked, slowly aligning with the minute hand. A new era was about to begin. 8:00 a.m. Suddenly, the once bright sky was covered by an eerie red glow. The sun turned blood red, as if the entire world had been stained with an ominous hue. People on the street looked up, confusion written all over their faces. Why's the sun turning red? Is this some kind of astronomical event? Hurry, take a picture and post it on Facebook. Just then, a virtual system interface suddenly appeared in front of everyone, as if reality had instantly turned into a video game. Ding. Please choose, join the humans or the zombies. Most people froze, staring blankly at the options in front of them, unsure of what to do. After a moment of hesitation, someone slowly reached out and selected the human option. The apocalypse game will officially start in 30 seconds. Please make your choice quickly. If there aren't enough players in the zombie faction, the system will randomly assign participants. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a countdown to their doom. Panic set in. People hurriedly chose human, desperately clinging to the last shred of safety they could find. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0. Chaos erupted. People frantically tried to confirm their choices. But in the next moment, many of them blacked out, as if struck down by an invisible force, instantly losing consciousness. On the streets, cars veered out of control, crashing into one another. Bang! Crash! Windows shattered, glass flying everywhere, and the streets descended into chaos. Panic spread like wildfire as people's expressions grew more frantic. Honey. What's wrong? Wake up. On the sidewalk, a woman desperately shook the man who had collapsed beside her. But when the man opened his eyes, his face had twisted into something monstrous. Without warning, he lunged at her, sinking his teeth into her neck. Her scream tore through the air as blood quickly soaked her clothes. Her body convulsed violently, her eyes rolling back as her life drained away in an instant. Similar scenes played out all over the streets. Monsters. There are monsters. They're zombies. Run. Mom, please wake up. Screams, cries, and roars echoed through the city, plunging it into utter chaos. Ethan stood by the window, and everything went black. He lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was no longer human. Ugh, he opened his mouth, but all that came out was a low, raspy groan. His ability to speak was completely gone. Just as I thought. Ethan mused silently. His body had undergone a massive transformation, and many of his functions were lost. Even the 10-inch dick he had once been so proud of was now unresponsive. Looks like I'll need to evolve before I can get that back, he thought. He turned to look at the mirror in the living room. His reflection hadn't changed much, except for his skin, which had turned pale as paper, devoid of any color, giving him a sickly, eerie appearance. As a zombie, his limbs were stiff, his movements slow, and he had almost no sense of pain. At this point, he was slower than an average human. If he were to classify himself based on the levels from his previous life, he was now just a lowly D-class zombie, a rookie. However, some of his senses had become sharper. His hearing and sense of smell were now incredibly acute, his nails had hardened into sharp, iron-like blades, and his teeth were strong enough to tear through flesh with ease. Ethan picked up an apple from the table and took a small bite. The once familiar sweetness and crispness were now tasteless, like chewing on a piece of dry wax. Disgusting. He muttered under his breath, frowning slightly. Worse yet, the apple didn't satisfy his hunger. Instead, it only intensified the emptiness inside him. His stomach churned, craving something far more primal, flesh. Ethan slowly walked toward the dining table. Despite his stiff movements, he still carried himself with his usual grace. He picked up a pristine white napkin and carefully tied it around his neck, as if preparing for a fine dining experience. From his spatial storage ring, he retrieved a slab of fresh, raw beef and placed it on a plate. Then, he picked up a knife and fork, meticulously cutting the beef into small pieces, just as he would have in a high-end restaurant. Each slice was precise and deliberate, as though he were still the gentleman dining in luxury. He speared a piece of raw beef with his fork and slowly brought it to his mouth. His teeth easily tore through the meat, and the blood burst in his mouth, carrying a sweetness he had never tasted before. This is what I need, Ethan thought to himself. The taste of raw meat was unexpectedly exquisite, far surpassing any cooked food he had ever eaten. Outside, the world was still in chaos. The streets were filled with screams, cries, and the growls of zombies. But Ethan paid no attention to any of it. He was focused on the meal in front of him, savoring each bite of raw beef. As he continued to eat, he could feel energy building up inside him, and his body was quietly changing. The more he ate, the more agile his limbs became, and his strength steadily increased. The steel knife and fork in his hands, once sturdy and unyielding, now felt fragile. With just a little pressure, he could easily bend them. But he didn't stop. He kept eating, plate after plate, as if his stomach were a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Time passed without him noticing, and the streets outside gradually grew quieter. The cries of humans faded away, replaced by the low growls and snarls of zombies. The city had fallen. Only a few survivors remained, clinging to life. Ethan, however, was still lost in his own world, focused solely on the delicious meal before him. He ate a total of 15 plates of beef before he finally felt somewhat full. But even then, his stomach still craved more. The growth rate of zombies was astonishing, especially when they had access to plenty of flesh. Ethan could feel it, his body was rapidly recovering as he ate. His movements were becoming more fluid, and his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He set down the knife and fork, untied the napkin from his neck, and moved with a smooth, graceful motion. After consuming so much meat, his body was no longer stiff, and his limbs were more flexible than they had been even before he became a zombie. Looks like I've leveled up, Ethan thought to himself. He estimated that he had now reached the level of a C-class zombie. While he was still far from the peak, he was much stronger than when he had first mutated as a D-class. He stood up and walked over to the window, gazing down at the scene below. The streets were a wreck, littered with broken glass, bloodstains, and scattered limbs. Zombies roamed the streets, searching for new prey. Some zombies gathered in small groups, crouching over human corpses, fighting over the remains like wild animals, growling and snarling as they protected their food. Occasionally, he saw survivors jumping from high buildings, trying to escape the nightmare of the apocalypse. But their bodies were quickly devoured by the zombies below, leaving nothing behind, not even bones. The sky was still bathed in that eerie red glow, the sun stained with blood, casting a desolate light over the apocalyptic ruins. Ethan watched it all, feeling nothing. None of this concerned him. He leaned lightly against the windowsill, enjoying the breeze as he picked up a glass of red wine, swirling the liquid gently. The deep red wine swirled in the glass, mirroring the blood-red sky outside. He took a sip, then picked up a white towel and elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth. No matter how the world changed, elegance would never go out of style. Chapter 5 Follower Ding. Suddenly, Ethan's phone buzzed, and a Facebook notification popped up on the screen. He picked it up and saw the message was from Lola. "Hey babe. Are you okay, Ethan? There are zombies everywhere, and I'm so scared. I'm really worried about you. Are you still alive?" Ethan's fingers glided across the screen as he typed back, "Yeah, I'm still alive." Lola immediately sent more messages after seeing his reply. "I'm trapped in my dorm, and I'm almost out of food. You've got a lot of supplies, right? Can you bring some over and save me?" A strange smile crept across Ethan's face. Since he had already turned into a zombie, that smile looked especially eerie. "Hang in there. I'll come by in a bit," he typed back. To Ethan, Lola wasn't just someone asking for help, she was fresh supplies he had stashed away. Of course, he planned to go find her, but not right now. The world outside was still dangerous. Even though he had eaten plenty of flesh and was far stronger than an average person, he wanted to wait a few more days. He wanted to get even stronger, just to be sure nothing could go wrong. Lola, of course, had no idea she was chatting with a zombie. "Babe, you have to come save me. I'm waiting for you. Love you." Lola sent her final message. Ethan didn't reply. He knew Lola wasn't exactly alone right now. She was in her dorm, having wild sex with 5 other guys. 2 of them were sucking on her breasts, one was pounding her from below, another was playing with her ass, and Lola was giving a blowjob to the guy standing in front of her. And yet, she still had the nerve to call him babe and send him those fake messages. Ethan let out a cold laugh and continued scrolling through the other messages on his phone. In the neighborhood group chat, cries for help were flooding in. "Neighbors, there's a zombie in the hallway, banging on my door. What do I do? Block the door. Don't let the zombie break in. I'm almost out of food. I can't hold out much longer. Everyone, stay calm. Zombies aren't that strong. I just shot one dead. If you've killed a zombie, speak up. We need to band together and go out for supplies." Ethan stared at the messages, lost in thought. Even though he had turned into a zombie, he had no intention of attacking his neighbors. Flesh wasn't that tasty, and it didn't provide nearly as much energy as beef. He still had plenty of supplies, so there was no need to hunt down any living people. Of course, if anyone was dumb enough to mess with him, Ethan wouldn't hesitate to show them what true cruelty looked like. He was already planning his next move. Sure, humans could band together to fight zombies, but zombies could also unite. A powerful zombie king could lead thousands of zombies, coordinating attacks and hunting down prey. Ethan decided it was time to recruit a few zombie minions. Not to hunt, though. He just wanted them to guard his place, to make sure no one disturbed his peace. Ethan grabbed his keys and walked out the door. Low growls echoed through the hallway, signaling that zombies were wandering nearby. He didn't plan to go far, just find a few minions in this building. His standards weren't high. As long as they were somewhat clean, they'd do. Ethan walked into the stairwell. After descending 1 floor, he spotted a shadowy figure at the corner. "Rarg," a girl let out a low growl. She was a zombie too, but instead of attacking Ethan, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. She seemed to sense that Ethan was on a higher level than her, like a wolf encountering a tiger. The natural power imbalance kept her from making any sudden moves. Ethan recognized her. She was his downstairs neighbor, a high jumper before all this happened. Years of training had given her long, powerful legs. Even as a zombie, her movements were still agile, and she was just as fast as a regular human. And that was without having eaten any flesh yet. Looks like zombies retain some of their traits from when they were alive. Ethan thought the girl had potential. If trained properly, she could very well become a swift and agile zombie leader. She was wearing a pink t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied in a ponytail. Despite being a zombie, she still looked relatively clean and tidy. "She'll do," Ethan decided. He pulled a frozen steak from his pocket and casually tossed it toward her. The female zombie was immediately drawn to the scent of meat. She dropped to her knees, tore open the packaging, and devoured it ravenously. After finishing the steak, her eyes showed not just fear, but also a hint of desire and respect. "Stick with me, and you'll get more meat," Ethan communicated to her through a mental signal. As a high-level zombie, he had the ability to control other zombies this way. The girl seemed to understand. She let out a few low growls before slowly bowing her head. This was a gesture of submission among zombies. And just like that, Ethan had his first follower. He continued wandering the hallway with the female zombie in tow. Before long, they encountered 2 more zombies with decent potential. One of them had been a WWE wrestler in life, massive, muscular, the perfect example of a strength-based zombie. The other zombie didn't have any obvious physical advantages. He had been a brilliant young PhD, even winning a Nobel Prize before the outbreak. Ethan chose him because of the lingering intelligence in his eyes. He seemed more aware than the average zombie. If zombies' intelligence could be compared to that of dogs, this PhD zombie would definitely be a border collie. Aside from these 2, none of the other zombies caught Ethan's eye. He led his 3 new recruits back to his apartment door, sizing them up. While they had potential, their current combat abilities were still no match for humans armed with weapons. If only you guys could use weapons, Ethan thought to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Zombies weren't incapable of using weapons, they just hadn't been taught how. With a flick of his wrist, Ethan pulled 3 cookery knives from his spatial storage ring and tossed them onto the ground. The clattering of the blades hitting the floor immediately caught the zombies' attention, but they just stared at the knives, clearly unsure of what to do with them. Ethan sent a mental command, instructing them to pick up the knives. The zombies obeyed instantly. The wrestler zombie, in particular, grabbed the blade with his bare hand. SHHHK. The sharp edge sliced into his palm, blood dripping onto the floor. But since zombies feel little to no pain, he didn't react. Instead, he looked at Ethan proudly, as if showing off how obedient he was. Idiot. Ethan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Are you planning to hit people with the handle? The PhD zombie, on the other hand, was much smarter. Following Ethan's instructions, he gripped the knife by the handle and swung it a few times in the air, quickly grasping the weapon's purpose. Ethan was pleased. He immediately ordered the other 2 zombies to follow the PhD's example. With a demonstration to guide them, the wrestler and the female zombie soon learned how to hold the knives properly. It was clear now, zombies could be trained. But only a stronger zombie leader had the authority to train them. Chapter 6. A good show. In the days that followed, Ethan stayed home, living a reclusive life. His routine became simple and predictable: eat meat, and train his zombie minions. As time passed, the progress these zombies made was nothing short of astonishing. Not only had they fully mastered the use of cookery knives, but they had also learned how to handle crossbows. During these 3 days, Ethan consumed an enormous amount of flesh, digesting it at an incredible rate and absorbing a significant amount of energy. Roughly estimating, he had eaten the equivalent of at least 10 cows. His body was evolving rapidly, becoming stronger by the day. Now, Ethan's skin was as tough as a truck tire. A knife would only leave a faint white mark when dragged across it. Ordinary human weapons could no longer harm him. My head feels kinda itchy. Like something's about to grow out, Ethan muttered, swirling the wine glass in his hand as he gently rolled his neck. This sensation was a sign that he was evolving from a C rank to a B rank. Once he reached B rank, a crystal core would form inside his skull, significantly boosting his overall strength. He would also awaken a special ability. Every zombie's ability was different. Some were basic, like rapid healing, super infection, or growing bone spikes. Others were more bizarre, like hallucination, dream invasion, or mind control. These strange abilities often caught enemies off guard, sometimes even killing them without a trace. Ethan wasn't sure what ability he would awaken. In his previous life, due to a lack of enough flesh, he had never evolved to such a high level. He hadn't even had the chance to show his potential before Lola's 5 boyfriends killed him. Now, he took a refined sip of the blood in his glass, feeling the energy flow through his body. After a few days of experimentation, he concluded that beef tasted the best, followed by pork, with chicken coming in last. As for blood, cow's blood was undoubtedly the most delicious. It was like drinking a can of Red Bull. Every time he drank cow's blood, his cells became more active, his energy absorption sped up, and even his pale face would gain a slight flush of color. Bang! 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 Just as Ethan was leisurely enjoying his Red Bull, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the street outside. Thanks to his zombie-enhanced hearing, he easily picked up on the sounds. What's going on out there? He walked over to the window and leaned down to look. On the street below, a group of heavily armed humans was busy at work. Their arms were wrapped in newspaper, secured tightly with duct tape, clearly an attempt to prevent zombie bites. They were wielding all sorts of weapons, wrenches, crowbars, and even a frying pan. Leading them was a burly man, about 5 feet 11 inches and close to 220 pounds. He was holding a fire axe, swinging it forcefully at a locked metal shutter. Bang! 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 Each swing of the axe sent sparks flying, the deafening noise echoing through the street. That metal shutter was the entrance to the supermarket Ethan used to run. It was obvious these people had run out of food and were desperate enough to risk coming out to scavenge for supplies. This supermarket used to have a ton of stuff stocked up. Once we break in, we won't have to worry about food and water anymore. The burly man shouted, his eyes wide with determination as he kept swinging the axe, not daring to stop. They knew that the loud noise would eventually attract zombies. Big Tony, hurry up. The zombies are coming. One of the men yelled in panic. Sure enough, on the blood-stained, corpse-littered street, 7 or 8 zombies had already been drawn to the commotion. They let out low growls, charging at the group of humans with terrifying speed. These zombies, starved for a long time, had begun to rot, their hair almost completely gone. They looked like grotesque demons crawling straight out of hell. Oh my god. This is terrifying. One of the men stammered, his legs trembling so badly he could barely stand. The burly leader gritted his teeth, his voice shaking as he barked, hold them off. I'm almost through the door. All right. Let's do this. Another man shouted, raising his crowbar and charging at the oncoming zombies. The 4 men engaged in a fierce battle with the undead. These zombies were low level, their movements stiff and sluggish, nowhere near as agile as the humans. One by one, they were taken down with headshots, collapsing into pools of blood. But there were just too many of them. Zombies were pouring in from all directions, some even leaping off rooftops, swarming like a relentless tide. The men's stamina quickly drained. In a fight like this, an average person lasting 2 minutes was already a miracle. Ah! It hurts so bad. I've been bitten. Help me. The man who had been trembling earlier was now being viciously bitten on the hand by a zombie, his face contorted in agony. Jimmy. The others wanted to help, but they were already overwhelmed, barely able to fend for themselves. They all knew what a zombie bite meant, there was only one outcome, turning into one of them. Helpless, they could only watch as Jimmy was dragged down by 4 or 5 zombies, torn apart in seconds. His screams echoed through the empty street, chilling to the bone. Upstairs, Ethan took a casual sip of the blood in his glass, watching the scene unfold with a detached amusement, as if he were watching a dull play. He couldn't help but find it funny. These people were wasting their energy trying to break into his supermarket, completely unaware that he had already stored all the supplies in his spatial storage ring. Jimmy's screams soon faded, and as his body was devoured, the leader, Tony, suddenly grinned with excitement. The door is open. Get inside, quick. With a loud screech of metal, the shutter door finally rolled up. The remaining men, hearing this, let out sighs of relief and rushed toward the entrance. But just as they were scrambling to safety, one of them was grabbed by a half-destroyed zombie lying on the ground. Thud. He fell hard, terror flooding his face as he desperately crawled toward the door. Guys, help me. The others, already inside the supermarket, quickly grabbed his arms, pulling with all their might. But the zombies were closing in fast, piling onto him one after another. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull him all the way in. To make matters worse, his body was now stuck under the shutter, preventing them from closing it completely. Several zombies were already squeezing through the gap, clawing their way inside. Tony. What do we do? 2 of the men looked at Tony, their faces pale with fear. Tony swung his fire axe, smashing the heads of a few zombies, his jaw clenched. We can't save him. Throw him out. We have to close the door. What? But. The 2 men hesitated, shocked by the coldness of the order. They didn't want to abandon their friend. But in the face of life and death, they silently let go. Guys. Please, help me. The man on the ground cried out in despair, his body being dragged further outside by the zombies. But his survival instinct kicked in, and he clung to the edge of the shutter with all his strength, his fingernails digging into the metal. At that moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tony's eyes. He raised his fire axe high and, without hesitation, brought it down on the man's hands. Thwack! The axe severed his hands cleanly, blood spurting everywhere. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was dragged outside, instantly swarmed by the zombies. With a final screech of metal, the shutter door slammed shut. Not bad. Not bad at all, Ethan thought to himself as he watched from the window, slightly impressed. These guys had done pretty well. They'd only lost 2 people and still managed to break into his supermarket. Especially Tony, his final decision was swift and ruthless, with no hesitation. A smirk tugged at the corner of Ethan's mouth, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. But what a shame. The supermarket was already completely empty. Chapter 7 Is there no justice left in this world? In the supermarket, 3 men, covered in blood, leaned against the rolling shutter door, gasping for breath. Outside, the growls of zombies and the screeching sound of their nails scraping against the metal door continued relentlessly. Yet, despite the chaos, the men were excited, they had finally made it into the supermarket. We did it. One of them whispered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tony stood at the front, scanning the area, his mind filled with a desperate need for supplies. But after a few seconds, his expression darkened. Wait a minute. He muttered, his eyes suddenly sharp with suspicion. The shelves were completely empty. There was nothing. Where's all the stuff? He murmured, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. The other two froze as well, their excitement vanishing in an instant, replaced by confusion and disappointment. Could someone have beaten you here? One of them asked, puzzled. No way. Tony shook his head, his voice low and firm. Even if someone had been here, there's no way they could have cleaned the place out this thoroughly. Gripping the fire axe in his hand, Tony strode deeper into the supermarket, checking every corner. As they searched, their initial excitement slowly gave way to frustration. The storage room was completely empty, not even a single hair left behind. Damn it! Derek roared, swinging his crowbar and smashing it into a nearby shelf, venting his anger. They had fought tooth and nail to get here, losing 2 teammates along the way, only to find nothing. Calm down, Derek. Tony quickly stepped in, his voice carrying a warning. You're just going to attract more zombies if you keep that up. Derek was breathing heavily, like an enraged bull, his eyes filled with frustration. We're out of options, Tony. He growled through gritted teeth, his voice thick with despair. Tony didn't respond immediately. He frowned, lost in thought. After a moment, a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. Not necessarily, he said slowly. The fact that this place is so thoroughly cleaned out. It wasn't done by just any survivors. I'm guessing the owner of this supermarket was prepared. You mean? Derek and the younger guy holding a frying pan exchanged glances, starting to catch on. Yeah, Tony nodded. I've been to this supermarket before. The owner lives in the building across the street. A flicker of hope appeared in Derek's eyes. He tightened his grip on the crowbar, his voice resolute. Then let's go find him. Tony nodded in agreement. Exactly. If he's hoarding supplies, we'll take them. The guy with the frying pan hesitated for a moment, but seeing the determination in Tony and Derek's eyes, he clenched his jaw and nodded. All right. They had seen Tony and Derek in action on their journey here. They knew that with their strength, taking on a supermarket owner wouldn't be a problem. Or, if they were lucky, the owner might already be a zombie. In that case, all they'd have to do is take him out and claim the supplies. About 10 minutes later, the zombies gathered around the supermarket door began to disperse, wandering aimlessly. The rolling shutter door was quietly lifted just enough for the 3 men to slip out, moving with careful, silent precision. Covered in dirt and grime, their eyes alert, they quickly oriented themselves and made their way toward the building across the street. Just as I thought. Ethan murmured to himself, standing by the window, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He had anticipated that they would make this move, and he had watched everything unfold. But for him, this was a perfect opportunity. It looked like the delivery had come straight to his door. With the building's power out, the elevator wasn't working, so the 3 men had no choice but to take the stairs. Climbing 42 floors drained their energy fast, especially since they encountered a few stray zombies in the stairwell. Though they were skilled fighters and easily dispatched the zombies, by the time they reached the top floor, they were drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Huff. Huff. This should be it, Tony panted, turning to Derek. Go knock on the door. Derek, already impatient, stepped forward and pounded on the door with all his strength. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Open up. Open the damn door. His roar echoed down the hallway. Inside, Ethan wasn't in any rush. He was calmly washing his hands, his movements slow and deliberate. After finishing, he picked up a towel, gently dried his hands, and then grabbed a pristine white napkin from the table, tucking it neatly into his collar. It was time for dinner. I know you're in there. If you don't open up, we're breaking this door down. Tony shouted, raising his fire axe, his eyes cold and menacing. You've got 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2, 1. The blood-stained axe was about to come crashing down. But just then, there was a soft click. The door swung open. Bright light spilled out from inside, revealing a tall figure. The young man had pale skin, sharp features, and was strikingly handsome. He wore a spotless white shirt, not a speck of dirt on it, with a napkin tucked into his collar, looking impossibly clean. Tony and the others stared, dumbfounded. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't seen anyone this clean. But what really unsettled them was the look in his eyes, cold, devoid of any emotion, and humanity. You're the supermarket owner, right? Tony demanded. Ethan didn't respond. He stood there in silence. The other 2, growing anxious, chimed in. Don't play dumb. We know you've got supplies. Hand them over, and we'll let you go. Yeah. You've got a napkin tucked in your collar. You were about to eat, weren't you? Say something, damn it. At that moment, Ethan slowly opened his mouth. Greya, a low, raspy growl, like the sound of air bubbling through his throat, came out. The three men froze. They stood there, completely stunned. What the hell? A zombie? In their minds, zombies were always grotesque, terrifying, and filthy. But this guy, so clean, so composed, was actually a zombie? It was hard to believe. Well, if he's a zombie, that makes things easier. We'll just take him out. Tony gripped his fire axe tighter. In his experience, killing a zombie was way easier than dealing with a human. The other two nodded, ready to strike. But then, footsteps echoed down the hallway. Ethan's earlier growl had summoned his backup. Huh? More zombies. Tony tensed, but he wasn't too worried. After all, they'd fought their way here and had plenty of experience. Judging by the footsteps, there weren't many. The three of them were wrapped in layers of newspaper and duct tape, making them nearly impervious to small groups of zombies. They could handle this. Sure enough, 3 zombie figures appeared at the end of the hallway. But what they saw next made their blood run cold. Each of the zombies was holding something. Wait. Is that? Tony and the others squinted, realizing something was very wrong. When they got a closer look, their faces went pale. Crossbows. Click. The 3 zombies raised their crossbows in unison, aiming directly at Tony and his crew. What the hell? Tony shouted in disbelief, completely stunned. He never could have imagined zombies using weapons. The 3 of them quickly realized these weren't ordinary zombies. They weren't rushing in to bite, they were acting like they'd been trained. Are you kidding me? Zombies with crossbows. Is there no justice left in this world? Chapter 8 Buff at this scene completely shattered the trio's understanding of the situation. Big Tony, what do we do now? Derek's voice had a hint of panic. Just moments ago, he was full of swagger, but now he was at a loss. Tony furrowed his brow, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. We fight. We've got to bet that their crossbows won't fire. Derek nodded, gritting his teeth. All right. Let's do it. But Ethan had already given the order. Whoosh. The PhD zombie's crossbow bolt was deadly accurate, piercing straight through Derek's forehead. The force of the shot knocked him backward, slamming him to the ground. What the hell? Tony's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had lost the bet. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more arrows sliced through the air. The athlete zombie shots were just as merciless, one bolt going straight through another man's throat, killing him instantly. The WWE wrestler zombie, though all brawn and no brains, still managed to fire its crossbow with precision. The bolt buried itself deep into Tony's chest, puncturing his lung. Tony let out a scream of agony, collapsing to the ground from the searing pain. He tried to get back up, but the WWE wrestler zombie let out a low growl and rushed forward, pinning him down. It didn't bite him, though. These zombies were like a pack of wolves. Without the command of their king, they wouldn't feed recklessly. Tony gritted his teeth, slowly coming to a realization. These zombies weren't just mindless monsters. They were organized, disciplined. And their king was none other than the supermarket owner, Ethan. Could it be? They have some level of intelligence? Can they understand me? Tony's mind raced as he fought through the pain in his chest. Desperately, he pleaded, please. Spare me. I didn't have a choice. If you let me live, I'll do anything for you. Ethan walked closer, step by step, until he stood right in front of Tony. He looked down at him, his eyes cold and devoid of any pity. Then, he reached out and grabbed the crossbow bolt lodged in Tony's chest, yanking it out with a sharp pull. Squelch. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. Tony let out another gut-wrenching scream, his heart filling with terror. He had no idea what this monster was going to do next. Ethan stared at him coldly, then casually pulled a straw out of his storage ring. What the? Tony's mind went blank. He could hardly believe what he was seeing, but he had a sickening feeling he knew what Ethan was about to do. How much energy is really in human blood? Ethan wondered to himself. After all, he had never tried it before. He inserted the straw into Tony's wound, preparing to drink his blood. But after a few moments, Ethan's face twisted in disgust. PFFT. He spat the blood out, turning his head away with a look of revulsion. This guy's too fat. His blood's full of fat. Tony was stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Even zombies didn't want his blood? Did that mean he still had a chance to survive? But Tony's fleeting hope was quickly crushed. Ethan had already given the command, and the 3 zombies, starving and eager, pounced on him without hesitation. Tony's screams were abruptly cut off, blood splattering everywhere. The scene was brutal and gory. Not long after, The three zombies stood with blood dripping from their mouths, licking the remnants with satisfaction. Their loyalty to Ethan seemed to grow even stronger, with a hint of admiration. After all, following Ethan meant there was always meat to eat. Ring-a-ling-ling. Ring-a-ling-ling. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a phone ringing pierced the silence. Who still uses such an old-school ringtone? Ethan frowned, looking around for the source of the sound. It was coming from Tony's pocket. He bent down, picked up the phone, and casually answered it. A man's voice came through the phone, laced with a threatening tone. "Tony. Don't try anything funny. Bring the supplies back, now. Your wife's with me, and if you come back empty-handed." Hey. Hearing this, Ethan immediately understood Tony's situation. So, he was being forced to scavenge for supplies. No wonder he'd mentioned having no choice earlier. "Hey. Tony. You mute or something? Don't play dead on me. Here, listen to your wife." The voice on the other end grew more impatient, followed by the sound of a woman sobbing. "Honey. Help me. They're monsters, please, save me." "What?" Ethan listened coldly, then hung up without hesitation. Funny thing was, compared to those monsters, he was a zombie. Still, the call had given him a lead. Ethan decided to track down where these people were hiding. After all, living humans were a resource too. And these people? Well, he could treat them like an all-you-can-eat buffet. He fiddled with the phone, scrolling through Tony's texts and Facebook messages. It didn't take long to find some clues. The buffet was located at a construction site. Tony had once been a foreman there, known for exploiting workers with ruthless tactics. After reading through the messages, Ethan casually tossed the phone off the building, mentally noting the location. But he wasn't in any rush to enjoy this buffet. For now, he didn't feel like leaving his cozy little hideout. Even though Ethan was already powerful and had 3 loyal underlings, he decided to lay low for a few more days. Who knew what other dangers were lurking out there? Back at home, Ethan slipped on his slippers, washed his hands, and sat down at the dining table to continue absorbing energy. He turned on the TV, eating while watching, savoring the moment of peace. 5 hours later, he was finally full. As his body continued to strengthen, his appetite had grown as well. Where he once needed to eat just 1 cow a day, now he needed 3 to satisfy his body's demands. After finishing his meal, Ethan took a hot bath and changed into a clean set of white pajamas. Then, he washed his dirty clothes, tidied everything up, and sat contentedly on the couch, ready to watch some more TV. Outside, night had fallen. The streets were still a mess, the air thick with the stench of rotting blood. Countless zombies roamed the streets, hunting for the last remaining survivors. But the chaos of the apocalypse seemed to have nothing to do with Ethan. He was comfortably holed up in his little sanctuary, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Woo-oo. 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 Suddenly, a low, mournful cry echoed from somewhere in the building. The sound was eerie and sorrowful, reverberating through the night, making it all the more unsettling. If a normal person had heard it, they'd probably be scared out of their mind. But Ethan just rolled his eyes, completely unafraid, and even a little annoyed. The sound was coming from one of his underlings, the female athlete zombie. She's crying? Could she have developed emotions? Ethan wondered to himself. He speculated that the female zombie, having eaten enough flesh and blood today, might have undergone some kind of evolution, leading to basic emotional responses. It wasn't that surprising. After all, zombies that evolve to a certain level could indeed develop emotions and intelligence similar to humans. In fact, if a zombie evolved to an S rank, its intelligence might be indistinguishable from that of a human. Of course, the speed of a zombie's evolution also depended on its potential. Take the PhD zombie, for example. Ethan figured it wouldn't be long before it gained a high level of intelligence. And this female zombie. It seemed she wasn't lacking in potential either, already showing signs of emotional development. Guess I'll go see why she's crying. Ethan was a bit curious. After all, he had nothing better to do. So, he got up and headed downstairs. Chapter 9. What an idiot. The eerie sound of sobbing echoed through the empty hallway, as if it were coming from all directions, sending a chill down Ethan's spine. He knew exactly where the sound was coming from, right below his room. That's where the female zombie lived. She had lived there even before she turned. The door was slightly ajar, with a faint light seeping through the crack. The sobbing was coming from inside. Ethan gently pushed the door open, and the sight before him made him frown slightly. The female zombie was kneeling in the middle of the living room, her back to him, her shoulders shaking as if she were caught in some deep sorrow. Ugh! 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 Her sobs were broken and filled with a kind of indescribable sadness. Even though Ethan had moved quietly, the female zombie's hearing was incredibly sharp. The moment the door creaked, she whipped her head around, her neck twisting at an unnatural 180-degree angle. Her eyes were blazing with fury, and she let out a low growl, as if she was ready to pounce on him at any second. But when she realized it was Ethan standing in the doorway, the growl stopped abruptly. Her once ferocious face softened into something almost pitiful, even a little fawning. Ugh. Ugh. She continued to sob softly, as if trying to communicate something to Ethan. Standing at the door, Ethan watched her coldly. He already knew what she was trying to say. She was saying, "I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry." What a glutton. Ethan muttered to himself. She's already eaten plenty today. The other two haven't made a peep, but here she is, crying her eyes out. The female zombie seemed to sense Ethan's thoughts. She lowered her head and let out a few whimpering sounds, as if ashamed of her own greed. Ethan couldn't be bothered to argue. He casually pulled a corpse out of his storage ring and tossed it in front of her. It was a thug he had killed earlier. The body was still relatively fresh. The moment she saw the flesh, the female zombie's eyes lit up, and a twisted smile crept across her face. She let out a chilling laugh, hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Then, in a flash, she lunged at the corpse, moving so fast it was hard to follow. Her powerful legs left a blur as they scraped across the floor. Ethan stood off to the side, watching her tear into the body with cold detachment. Her laughter was even more unsettling than her sobbing, like something straight out of a nightmare. Her muscular body, especially those strong legs, was clearly a remnant of her athletic past. As she devoured the corpse, the room filled with the thick stench of blood. The sounds of chewing and ripping flesh echoed through the space, creating a scene so grotesque that any normal person would have been scared out of their mind. "Take your time. It reeks in here," Ethan muttered, wrinkling his nose as he turned to leave. He had just taken a shower and didn't want the stench clinging to him, like how people smell after eating at a hot pot restaurant. As he walked back to his room, he glanced at the doors of the other two zombies, the PhD zombie and the WWE wrestler zombie. They were quiet, clearly not in need of any extra feeding. It seemed the saying was true, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Back in his room, Ethan sat on the couch, thinking about his next move. Sure, he still had plenty of flesh stored in his ring, but he knew that wouldn't last forever. In the early days of the apocalypse, supplies were still relatively easy to come by, but as time went on, resources would become scarcer and scarcer. It's time to go out and restock, he decided silently. He picked up his phone and opened Messenger, scrolling to his chat with Lola. She had sent him a ton of messages, along with several missed calls. "Honey, are you okay? Why aren't you answering me? Ethan, I'm really worried about you. Please, just reply. Are you alright? I'm so scared. Please come find me, and bring some supplies." There were many more messages like that. It was clear Lola was on the verge of a breakdown. Ethan finally sent a short reply, "I'm still here." Almost immediately, Lola's response popped up, "You're alive. Thank God. Why didn't you answer my calls? I've been so worried." Ethan replied calmly, "I'm surrounded by zombies. Didn't want to risk making noise, so I've had my phone on silent." He wasn't lying. After all, he really was surrounded by zombies. Lola's voice came through the phone, trembling slightly. "Ethan, I miss you so much. Whether you're dead or alive, I just want to see you. Can you come find me?" Ethan's reply was short and cold. "Sure, I'll come tomorrow." Okay. Lola's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. "I'll be waiting for you at the dorms. Please, bring as much food as you can. We need to survive." "Got it." A faint, cruel smile tugged at Ethan's lips, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. It was time to collect. The next morning, Ethan dressed in a clean tracksuit and stood in front of the mirror, examining himself. His reflection was still handsome, but his face showed no trace of emotion. Ever since he had turned into a zombie, he retained his human intelligence, but his emotions had dulled, becoming cold and numb. This change made him seem more composed, as if nothing in the world could affect him. He headed downstairs and walked to the street, where a medium-sized box truck was parked. It was the same one he had used to haul supplies from the supermarket earlier. Climbing into the driver's seat, he started the engine. With a low growl, he signaled his 3 zombie subordinates that it was time to go hunting. A chorus of low growls echoed from the building. The female zombie was the first to appear, moving with incredible speed. She shot down the stairs like a gust of wind, her mouth letting out that eerie hee-hee-hee laugh, her face full of excitement. Halfway down, she seemed to decide the stairs were too slow and leaped out of the window, landing gracefully on the ground without a scratch. She quickly scrambled into the back of the truck. Next came the WWE wrestler zombie. He was even bigger than before, his muscles bulging so much they looked like they might tear through his skin. His grayish-white flesh was veined with thick, pulsing lines, and he stood nearly 6 feet 6 inches. Every step he took seemed to make the ground tremble slightly. The apartment door was too narrow for his massive frame, so he simply smashed through it, charging out like a runaway bull. Watching him, Ethan silently gave him a nickname, Bulldozer. After Bulldozer climbed into the truck, the PhD zombie appeared last. He moved calmly, with a deliberate slowness that set him apart from the others. Once inside the truck, he even took the time to close the door behind him, a stark contrast to the chaotic behavior of the others. Ethan slammed his foot on the gas, and the truck's engine roared as it shot down the street. Zombies and abandoned cars alike were ruthlessly mowed down or crushed under the truck's wheels. The zombies on the street howled in response, but since Ethan and his crew were also zombies, they didn't attack. Ethan sped down the road, heading straight for the University of Southern California. In the back of the truck, the female zombie was unusually excited, letting out her creepy hee-hee laugh every now and then, clearly eager to start hunting. Bulldozer, on the other hand, seemed confused. His intelligence wasn't high, and he couldn't quite grasp why they were sitting in this black box instead of going out to hunt. Ethan's driving was aggressive, constantly smashing through obstacles, causing the truck to jolt violently. Bulldozer's massive size made him a victim of inertia, and he was tossed around the back of the truck, looking a bit ridiculous. But it wasn't long before Ethan arrived at USC. A group of zombies was wandering near the entrance, but Ethan plowed through them without hesitation, driving straight to the dorms. Once the truck came to a stop, the three zombie subordinates quickly jumped out of the back. Bulldozer, finally free from the cramped truck, stood still for a moment, taking in his surroundings. The scene around him was completely different from when he had gotten into the truck. With his limited intelligence, he clearly couldn't understand what had happened. Wait. Does getting in the black box make you go somewhere else? Bulldozer seemed to have figured something out and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. Roar. His roar was so loud that the nearby windows shattered, and the lower-level zombies in the area scattered in fear, as if terrified of this hulking beast. Even Ethan was startled by the sudden roar. He turned to Bulldozer, frowning. "What are you yelling for?" Bulldozer growled back, his voice deep and wild. "Roar, roar, roar. I don't even know why I'm yelling." Ethan shook his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, "What an idiot." Chapter 10. You are the food. The roar of the zombies echoed through the air like thunder, startling a flock of birds nearby. They flapped their wings frantically, flying off into the distance. Inside the girls' dorm, the survivors heard the terrifying sound too, and panic quickly set in. Lola was curled up in the corner, her body trembling slightly, her face pale. "Ethan? Do you think he's already been eaten by the zombies?" Her voice quivered, and her eyes were filled with unease. "Probably," a muscular guy responded coldly. "I heard a car outside earlier. It had to be him, but he must have attracted those monsters." Another tall, well-built guy nodded, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Looks like your boyfriend's really head over heels for you. Knowing how dangerous it is, he still came looking for you." The 5 people with Lola were all members of the school's basketball team, and she was a cheerleader. That's how they ended up together. Head over heels? A third guy scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Nah, he's just a simp. And in the end, he's gonna get nothing for it." As he finished speaking, he casually slapped Lola on the butt, his eyes gleaming with a twisted sense of satisfaction. He enjoyed this feeling, making someone who was seen as a goddess by others submit to him. Lola didn't seem to care about his actions. Instead, she complained, "So what now? Ethan's useless. He couldn't even bring us any food." Quiet. The 4th guy suddenly perked up, his face changing as he quickly grabbed a steel pipe nearby. "I think I hear something outside. Someone's coming up." Everyone immediately fell silent, holding their breath as they listened closely to the sounds outside. Sure enough, heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway, accompanied by the low growls of zombies, getting closer and closer. "Hey, looks like your simp boyfriend really made it in," the 5th guy said with an excited grin, licking his cracked lips. They had run out of food days ago, and the hunger had worn down their patience. Even Lola, as attractive as she was, no longer stirred any interest in them. "Stick to the plan," one of the guys whispered. The 5 of them, armed with steel pipes, quietly positioned themselves on either side of the door, ready to ambush Ethan the moment he walked in. Their plan was simple: take whatever supplies he brought and then kill him. After all, in this apocalypse, one more person meant less food to go around, and they had already decided that Ethan's life wasn't worth much. Thud. 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 A rhythmic knock came from the door, slow and deliberate, with an eerie calmness. Lola peeked through the peephole and saw a familiar face, pale but handsome. It was Ethan. "Hurry, come in." She quickly unlocked the door, as if afraid he might leave if she didn't act fast. Ethan stepped into the room, and Lola immediately locked the door behind him. At that moment, the five guys emerged from the shadows, surrounding Ethan with their steel pipes in hand. "Where's the food? Where do you stash it?" one of the guys asked coldly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Their original plan had been to attack as soon as Ethan walked in, but seeing him empty-handed, they decided to get some answers first. Ethan's face remained expressionless as his gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Lola. Lola met his eyes without a hint of guilt. Instead, she smirked. "Yeah, I lied to you. But in times like these, there's no point explaining. It's every man for himself." Ethan stayed silent, his eyes cold. The five guys were clearly running out of patience. "Say something, damn it. Where's the food?" one of them shouted, gripping his steel pipe tightly, his patience wearing thin. "Hurry up and hand it over. Or we'll beat you to death." Another guy threatened, his eyes wild with desperation. "Yeah, it's the end of the world. No one's gonna care if we kill you," a third guy added with a sneer. Hunger had twisted their faces, their eyes filled with a savage, animalistic rage. In that moment, Ethan realized that starving humans weren't much different from zombies, they'd lost their minds, and maybe they were even more dangerous. "If you don't talk, I'll kill you right now." One of the guys finally snapped, swinging his steel pipe straight at Ethan's head. This guy was one of the basketball team's star players, tall, strong, and powerful. The pipe cut through the air with a sharp whoosh. No ordinary person could block an attack like that. But Ethan simply raised his hand and caught the pipe effortlessly. With a dull thud, the pipe stopped mid-swing, unable to move an inch further. "What the hell?" The guy's face twisted in shock. He tried to yank the steel pipe back, but Ethan's grip was like a vice, completely immovable. Seeing this, two other guys rushed forward to help. And that's when Ethan finally spoke. After days of mutation, his ability to speak had slowly returned. Though his voice was still raspy and stiff, he managed to utter a few chilling words. "You are the food." The air in the room froze. Everyone stood still, paralyzed. A cold shiver ran down their spines, their hearts pounding as an invisible wave of terror gripped them. They finally realized the horrifying truth: Ethan was no longer human. "Holy shit. He's a zombie." One of the guys stammered, his legs turning to jelly. The steel pipe in his hand clattered to the floor as he instinctively backed away. But Ethan merely flicked his wrist, and the pipe, as if controlled by some unseen force, shot through the air, impaling the guy straight through the mouth. The force was so great that the pipe burst out the back of his skull. Thwack! Blood sprayed everywhere. Lola and the remaining guys went pale, their fear reaching a fever pitch. Whatever shred of sanity they had left shattered in that moment. "Run!" someone screamed, and they all bolted for the door, desperate to escape this nightmare. But as soon as they turned, they slammed into something solid. The impact knocked them to the ground. Looking up, they realized they had run straight into a wall of muscle, a zombie standing nearly 6 feet 6 inches, its body rippling with grotesque strength. Rarg! The creature, known as Bulldozer, let out a deafening roar and swung its massive arm down. Two of the guys' heads were crushed instantly, their skulls exploding in a spray of blood and brain matter. Lola was splattered with blood, frozen in place, her legs too weak to move. Then, she heard it, a strange, eerie laugh, like a whisper from the depths of hell. She turned instinctively and saw a female zombie, her long tongue flicking out as she licked her nails, a twisted smile on her face. The stench of decay was so close, Lola could almost taste it. Lola screamed, completely losing control. Warmth spread through her pants as she trembled uncontrollably, her body betraying her in sheer terror. At that moment, Ethan stepped out from the shadows. Bulldozer and the female zombie immediately stopped what they were doing, standing at attention on either side of Ethan, as if awaiting his command. Their expressions were almost proud, like hunting dogs showing off their kills to their master. Meanwhile, another zombie, a PhD in a tattered lab coat, had already pinned one of the guys to the ground. With surgical precision, it drove its sharp nails into his throat, forehead, and chest, as if conducting some grotesque experiment. The scene was far more horrifying than even Bulldozer's brutal head-crushing. Lola and the last surviving guy were trembling uncontrollably, their faces drained of all color. They finally understood, Ethan wasn't just a zombie. He was their leader. "Please. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. I swear I'm sorry." The guy collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. All his previous bravado was gone, replaced by the pitiful whimpering of a terrified animal. Lola finally realized what was happening and quickly started pleading, "Ethan, don't you love me? Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything, really, anything. You can have me whenever you want, I'll be yours and yours alone from now on. We can start right now, I'm willing to do anything, please." As she spoke, Lola let her straps slide down, revealing her round, pale breasts and pink nipples. Ethan's gaze swept over her coldly, his face showing no hint of emotion. Seeing this, Lola unzipped Ethan's pants and took out his 9-inch member, beginning to suck on it. Ethan slowly looked down at her, his index finger lifting Lola's chin. At this moment, Lola's face was flushed, and she stood up, looking eagerly at Ethan. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Ethan's hand. In a chilling voice, he said, "What I want is your heart." Before she could react, the knife plunged into her chest without hesitation. Chapter 11 The School Cafeteria. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the hallway, lingering in the air long after it was first heard. Ethan flicked his wrist, and the sharp blade of his knife slid out of Lola's chest, pulling with it a still-beating heart. Blood dripped from his fingers, staining the floor beneath him. Bulldozer stood nearby, his eyes locked on the heart, drool dripping uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Lola's body collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, frozen in terror. The fear and despair she felt in her final moments were still etched on her face. Her life was gone, and all the pleading and seduction she had tried earlier now seemed utterly ridiculous. Ethan glanced at the heart in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. He clearly had no interest in this trophy. With a cold tone, he muttered, "Too messy." Without a second thought, he tossed the heart to Bulldozer. Bulldozer caught it eagerly, like he'd just been handed the most precious meal. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the heart in one bite, chewing with satisfaction. Ugh! Ugh! The only surviving guy sat slumped on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Tears and snot covered his face as he stared blankly ahead, completely broken by the carnage he had just witnessed. His mind was on the verge of collapse. A female zombie standing nearby noticed his sobbing and curled her lips into a twisted smile, letting out a low, eerie chuckle, "Hey hey hey." She seemed to find the scene amusing, or maybe, in her own warped way, she was trying to comfort him, as if to say, "Don't cry, today's a good day." But her comfort was anything but gentle. With a slight movement of her hand, her sharp nails pierced the guy's neck, slicing through his artery with precision. His sobbing stopped instantly as blood gushed out, splattering the floor. The hallway fell into a deathly silence. That silence didn't last long, though. Soon, the sound of chewing and gnawing filled the empty corridor as several zombies gathered around, feasting on the fresh kill. Ethan stood off to the side, watching it all unfold with cold indifference. The thrill of the kill gave him a brief sense of satisfaction, but it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Suddenly, he remembered something: the school cafeteria. There might still be supplies there, especially in the freezer, where they stored a lot of fresh meat. Since he was already here, he figured he might as well raid the place. He waved his hand, signaling for Bulldozer and the other zombies to follow him. Leading the group, he walked out of the dorm building, across the abandoned schoolyard, and toward the cafeteria. As they approached, Ethan noticed that the number of zombies around the cafeteria had increased. Several of them were frantically pounding on the glass doors, as if something inside was drawing them in, making them desperate to get through. The glass was smeared with bloody handprints, creating a blurry, crimson mess. There might be survivors inside, Ethan thought to himself. But these zombies weren't exactly the brightest. The glass doors opened outward, but they were all pushing inward, completely clueless about how to get in. Ethan found them annoying and gave Bulldozer a simple order: clear them out. With a low growl, Bulldozer charged forward like a beast. He grabbed one of the zombies and swung it hard against the wall. Smack! The zombie's body hit the wall with a sickening thud, practically turning into a pile of mush as it slid down, leaving a long streak of blood behind. The other zombies growled in response, but they were clearly afraid of Bulldozer. They backed off, not daring to get any closer. Bulldozer, despite his brute strength, wasn't much smarter than the average zombie. He also tried pushing the glass door, but he used too much force. With a loud crack, the entire door, frame and all, shattered into pieces. Ethan stepped into the cafeteria, the air thick with a stench of decay, making it almost unbearable to breathe. The hall was eerily quiet. A few zombie corpses lay scattered on the floor, their heads blown open. The blood had long since dried, leaving dark, crusty stains. It was clear that these zombies had been taken out by human survivors. Since the apocalypse had hit early in the morning, there hadn't been many people in the cafeteria, so it hadn't become a major gathering spot for the undead. But Ethan knew that if there were any survivors, they were probably hiding in the storage rooms. There was plenty of food in there, enough to keep them alive for a while. Ethan didn't hesitate. He headed straight for the storage room. Soon, he found himself in front of a heavy iron door. It was tightly shut. He gave it a push, but it didn't budge, it was locked up tight. Just then, he caught the faint sound of voices coming from behind the door. The conversation was hushed and frantic, clearly from people inside. Though the voices were quiet, Ethan's sharp hearing picked up every word. Crap, I think there's a zombie outside. What do we do? A woman's voice, trembling with fear. Don't worry, I'll protect you, a man whispered, holding her close. Despite his reassurance, the woman's voice still shook. Shouldn't we try to run? Humphrey. If you want to leave, go ahead. Staying here just wastes food, a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform snapped from across the room, his tone dripping with disdain. The man who had been comforting the woman frowned, clearly wanting to argue, but when he saw the sharp boning knife in the chef's hand, he thought better of it and stayed silent. There were 5 people hiding in the storage room. Besides the couple and the chef, there were 2 other young women. Fear was written all over their faces, especially after hearing the noises outside. One of the girls, strikingly beautiful, had her lips pressed tightly together. She was Nina, the warehouse manager who had worked with Ethan at the supermarket before. Nina came from a poor family and had been working part-time jobs to support her studies. After Ethan had fired her, she found work at the school cafeteria as a stockroom clerk. Despite her looks attracting plenty of admirers, Nina had always prided herself on being independent, never relying on anyone. The zombies. They can't get in, right? Nina asked, her voice trembling slightly. Yeah, the chef nodded, sounding confident. Those zombies are dumb as rocks. They couldn't even figure out how to open the glass doors outside, let alone this locked iron door. Hearing this, the others seemed to relax a little, thinking he had a point. But their brief moment of relief was shattered by a sudden, deafening crash. A massive dent appeared in the iron door, the outline of 5 fingers clearly visible, as if some enormous force was trying to tear it open. It was obviously Bulldozer's handiwork. He swung his huge fist again, slamming it into the door. Bang! The door shook violently, dust falling from the ceiling as another deep handprint appeared on the metal. The 5 people inside were frozen in shock. What? What the hell is that? Someone asked, their voice filled with terror. I don't know, maybe a mutated zombie? Another person stammered. Ah! Run! We have to get out of here! Someone screamed. Realizing the iron door wouldn't hold much longer, the group panicked and bolted toward the back of the storage room, where a narrow hallway led to a small freezer. It might be their last chance to hide. But they hadn't made it far when Bulldozer's fist slammed into the door again. This time, with a screech of tearing metal, half the door was ripped apart. Bulldozer's massive frame squeezed through the opening, standing in the doorway like a beast ready to pounce. Oh my god! The group glanced back, and the sight of the hulking zombie sent them into a frenzy of fear. They had never seen a zombie this powerful, and terror spread through them like wildfire. The chef, still clutching his boning knife, was the first to make a run for it. He sprinted toward the freezer door, faster than anyone else. Hurry! Get inside! The zombie's coming! He shouted. But just then, a chilling laugh echoed down the dim hallway, like something straight out of a nightmare. The chef squinted and saw a thin figure darting toward them at an alarming speed. It was a female zombie, moving with the agility of a predator. At the same time, the guy from the couple had also reached the freezer door. But his girlfriend and Nina were lagging behind. Wait for me, babe. The girl cried out, panic in her voice. The guy turned to look and saw the terrifying female zombie closing in on his girlfriend. His face went pale, torn between fear and indecision. But in the end, he made his choice. Shut the door! He yelled, gritting his teeth. As the third girl made it into the freezer, the 3 of them slammed the door shut with all their strength. Chapter 12 How could a zombie pick a lock? With a loud, dull thud, the cold storage door slammed shut behind the girl, locking her out without mercy. She threw herself at the door, pounding on the cold metal with her fists in a frenzy. Open the door. Please, open the door. Her voice was filled with desperation, her cries raw and heart-wrenching. But inside, there was only silence. No response. Her fists were already going numb, the pain spreading up her arms, but it seemed like the people behind the door had completely abandoned her. A wave of indescribable pain and anger surged through her. Just minutes ago, the man who had sworn to protect her had shut the door without hesitation, as if her life meant nothing to him. Bastard! She spat through gritted teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. At that moment, a cold gust of wind hit her from behind. She whipped around, her pupils contracting in terror as fear gripped her heart. The female zombie was only about 20 feet away, its empty, crazed eyes locked on her. A twisted smile played on its lips, as if it was savoring the hunt that was about to unfold. Her heart pounded wildly, threatening to burst out of her chest. In that split second, a thought flashed through her mind: she had to survive, no matter the cost. Her eyes darted around, and then landed on Nina, who was standing nearby. Almost instinctively, she reached out and shoved Nina with all her strength, pushing her toward the zombie. Nina screamed as she lost her balance and fell hard to the ground. The zombie, like a predator pouncing on its prey, lunged at Nina in an instant. It straddled her, its hands clamping down on her wrists like iron, pinning her to the floor. Nina struggled desperately, trying to break free from the deadly grip, but her strength was nothing compared to the zombie's. Hey hey hey. The zombie let out a chilling laugh, as if it was relishing the thrill of the hunt. Its eyes gleamed with a manic excitement, as though the fresh meat it had just caught had put it in a particularly good mood. Nina was consumed by fear. She had never been this close to death. That twisted face was inches from hers, grinning madly, as if it was about to tear her apart at any moment. She squeezed her eyes shut, her mind filled with a single thought: just make it quick. She had given up fighting, resigned to the inevitable. But the pain she expected never came. Instead, the zombie suddenly released her wrists, leaping off her and lunging toward the other girl. Ah! The girl let out a blood-curdling scream as a sharp pain shot through her neck. The zombie's teeth sank deep into her skin, and blood gushed out in a torrent. Her body convulsed violently, the agony so intense that she nearly blacked out. Her eyes were wide open, filled with despair and confusion. She couldn't understand why the zombie had spared Nina and chosen her instead. But there was no time to think. Her screams quickly faded, and her body went limp, drained of all life. Meanwhile, Nina still lay on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, her mind racing with questions. Why didn't she feel any pain? Was she already dead? Hesitantly, she opened her eyes. Her vision slowly cleared, and she saw a tall figure standing over her. It was a man, pale-skinned and strikingly handsome, looking down at her. "The boss?" Nina's eyes widened in shock. She recognized him. It was Ethan, her old boss from the supermarket where she used to work. She never imagined she'd see him again, especially not like this. Ethan tilted his head slightly, his gaze calm as he studied her. The reason he hadn't killed Nina wasn't because of any lingering affection from their past. It was simply because he found her quick and efficient. And right now, he needed someone to clean, do laundry, and wash dishes. Killing her for food would have been a waste. Besides, he wasn't short on food at the moment. Keeping her around for now wouldn't hurt. "Get up." Ethan's voice was cold and commanding. It was only then that Nina realized, Ethan had become a zombie too. And standing obediently by his side was the massive bulldozer, waiting for his orders like a well-trained dog. Nina's legs felt like jelly, she could barely stand. Leaning against a wall for support, she shakily got to her feet, her heart pounding with fear and confusion. "Boss, are you okay?" she asked cautiously, her voice trembling. Ethan nodded, seemingly in a good mood, probably because he had just killed Lola. He glanced at Nina and suddenly asked, "Do you want to come back to work?" Nina froze for a moment, then quickly realized what he meant. This was her chance to survive, she couldn't let it slip away. I do. Of course, I do." She nodded frantically, like a woodpecker. Her heart was racing, thudding so hard it felt like it might burst out of her chest. Ethan's question left her mind blank, but she knew she had no choice. Saying no meant death, and she wasn't ready to die. "I'll do it," she blurted out, her voice shaky but resolute. Her eyes were filled with fear, but even more so with the will to live. Ethan gave a slight nod, unsurprised by her answer. Without another glance at her, he walked toward the cold storage door, with Bulldozer following closely behind, like a loyal hunting dog. Inside the cold storage, 3 people were pressed against the door, holding their breath, as if that could somehow keep the threat outside at bay. Thud. 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 The pounding on the door was deafening, each hit like a hammer striking their hearts. How is this zombie so strong? The boy's voice was filled with fear and unease. The chef gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. "Don't worry. This door is made of 2-inch thick stainless steel. Not even a truck could break through it, let alone a zombie." The boy nodded, looking slightly reassured, though his palms were still slick with cold sweat. Outside, Bulldozer continued to slam against the door with relentless force. The ground trembled slightly, and bits of ice fell from the walls. But the door didn't budge, and instead, Bulldozer's arms began to go numb from the effort. "Rah!" Bulldozer let out a furious roar, his eyes wild with rage. No matter how powerful his fists were, he couldn't break through the solid door. Ethan stood by, watching coldly. He knew that while Bulldozer was strong, brute force alone wouldn't open this door. Just as he was about to step in, Nina suddenly moved forward, a determined look flashing in her eyes. "Boss, I have the key to the cold storage." Her voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable resolve behind it. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Good," he said, his tone carrying a trace of approval. Nina quickly went to the adjacent room, grabbed the key hanging on the wall, and handed it to Ethan with both hands. She knew this might be her only chance, the only way to prove her worth. Ethan took the key and motioned for Bulldozer to step back. Though confused, Bulldozer obeyed, standing aside with a flicker of frustrated anger in his eyes. Inside the cold storage, the three people heard the pounding on the door suddenly stop, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief. "I told you, there's no way that zombie could get in," the chef said smugly, as if the fear from moments ago had never existed. The boy nodded, his tension easing slightly. "Just wait a little longer. The zombie should leave soon." But just as they thought the danger had passed, a faint click came from the door's lock. What's happening?" The chef's face turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. The boy's face drained of color as well, his voice trembling. "No way. How could a zombie pick a lock?" The girl had already started crying, her body shaking uncontrollably as tears blurred her vision. "We're done for. We're done for." As the lock turned, the sounds outside became clearer. Their hearts seemed to stop, they knew the door was about to open. "Quick! Block the door with something!" the chef shouted, his voice filled with desperation. They scrambled to pile whatever they could find in front of the door, trying to hold off the inevitable. But deep down, they knew it was a futile effort. Just as the lock clicked open, Bulldozer slammed into the door with all his might. With a thunderous crash, the cold storage door was flung open. Everything they had stacked in front of the door was sent flying, scattering across the floor. The cold air from the storage rushed out, and a massive figure loomed in the doorway. It carried the unmistakable stench of death. Chapter 13 Dinner. The massive figure of Bulldozer flashed by, and a young man stood at the entrance. He was dressed in a clean white shirt, looking so neat it was as if he had just walked out of a formal event. His face carried a hint of cold indifference. The three people inside stared at him, frozen in terror, unable to speak. Is he even human? Or a ghost? Behind him stood Bulldozer and the female zombie, their menacing presence so intense it felt like the air around them had thickened, suffocating the three trapped inside the cold storage. As their eyes swept over these terrifying figures, they suddenly recognized a familiar face. "Nina. You're still alive?" the chef asked in disbelief. Nina looked at them coldly, her face showing a trace of anger. "Yeah, surprised?" Her voice was filled with resentment. These three had locked her outside, leaving her to almost die. If Ethan hadn't shown up in time, she would have been zombie food by now. At that moment, the three zombies began to slowly close in. Bulldozer was still restless, growling lowly. He held Ethan in awe, his boss had opened the door with just a small stick, effortlessly. Meanwhile, Bulldozer himself was itching to show off his strength. The female zombie had a twisted smile on her face, her pale complexion making her look even more terrifying. "Please, Nina, save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to be eaten by zombies." The girl had already collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Her voice was filled with despair, a far cry from the cold, decisive tone she had used when she shut the door earlier. Nina looked at her and shook her head. "It's not up to me whether you live or die. That's for my boss to decide." All three of them turned their gaze to Ethan. This clean-cut young man was actually the leader of these zombies. "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything if you let me live," the girl cried, trembling as she began to unbutton her clothes, desperately trying to use her body to bargain for her life. The chef quickly chimed in, "Boss, I can cook. I can make you amazing food. I even won a city cooking competition once." They all knew that relying on Ethan's mercy was a long shot. Their only hope was to prove they were still useful. Ethan glanced at the chef and said calmly, "No need for all that trouble. Let's just start the meal." "What?" The chef's eyes widened, finally understanding what Ethan meant. Roar! The three zombies let out a vicious growl and lunged at them. Screams filled the air, but only for a few seconds. After that, the cold storage was filled with nothing but the sound of flesh being torn apart. Amidst the blood-soaked scene, Ethan remained spotless, casually strolling around the cold storage, inspecting the supplies. The place was well stocked, with everything from Angus beef, New Zealand lamb, and French breast chicken to bluefin tuna, an impressive variety, and in large quantities. With a wave of his hand, all the ingredients vanished, stored away in his spatial ring. He had nearly replenished all the supplies he had used up earlier. Ethan was quite pleased with the haul. Meanwhile, the three zombies were feasting. Bulldozer and the female zombie devoured the bodies like ravenous beasts, tearing into the flesh in a grotesque display that would make anyone sick. The PhD zombie, however, was different. He first opened up the bodies, carefully removing the organs one by one, as if conducting a dissection. Only then did he slowly consume the organs. Though the PhD zombie's actions seemed more refined compared to Bulldozer and the female zombie, they were far more unsettling. A zombie performing an autopsy, it was a chilling sight. And at that moment, the only one still alive, Nina, was doing her best to suppress the nausea rising in her throat. She was the only normal human left here, and the sight of the zombies feasting made her feel like she was about to throw up. But she quickly covered her mouth, forcing the nausea back down. She knew that Ethan had become very particular about cleanliness lately. If she threw up here and annoyed him, she might not live to see another day. Ethan swiftly stored all the supplies from the cold storage into his spatial ring, not just the fresh meat, but also the rice, flour, oil, and other essentials from the storeroom. In addition, there was a small convenience store next to the cafeteria. The beer, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, drinks, bottled water, soda, sausages, and various snacks were all swept into his ring as well. These supplies had become rare commodities in the outside world. Nowadays, people would fight to the death over a loaf of bread. Ethan knew that stockpiling these resources would come in handy one day. Once everything was taken care of, the 3 zombie underlings finished their dinner. They circled around Nina, with the female zombie even patting her on the head from time to time, as if teasing a small pet. Nina curled up into a ball, trembling all over, her face pale. She had never imagined that one day she would be surrounded by zombies, treated like a plaything. "Let's go," Ethan commanded. The female zombie gave Nina's head one last pat before reluctantly turning to leave. Nina was nearly scared out of her mind. She couldn't fathom that her future would involve living alongside these zombies. Her heart was filled with fear and unease. "B-boss, you're not going to kill me, right?" she asked cautiously. Ethan nodded, feeling in a good mood today. He decided to mess with her a little. "Did you forget? I used to run a farm." "Huh?" Nina looked confused, not understanding what he meant. Was he treating her like livestock? They left the campus, with Nina volunteering to be the driver. She drove the truck, carrying Ethan and his zombie underlings away. She knew that the only way to avoid being killed was to prove her usefulness. Nina had driven trucks before when she worked at a supermarket, so she was familiar with this vehicle. She drove carefully, trying to keep the ride as smooth as possible. In the back, Bulldozer seemed satisfied with her driving skills, giving her an imaginary 5-star review. The streets were still a mess, with scattered zombies wandering around, but they posed no threat to the truck. However, as they approached an intersection, they saw a heavy truck parked ahead. Inside were 2 middle-aged men, both looking gaunt and starving. One of them, a bearded man, held half a cigarette in his hand, sniffing it repeatedly but too reluctant to light it. "Damn it. Didn't Tony go out to find supplies? Why isn't he back yet?" The bearded man grumbled. "He's probably been eaten by zombies. No word for this long?" "He's definitely done for," the skinny man next to him said coldly. The bearded man shook his head. "No way. Jake said he got through to Tony's phone, but no one answered. I bet the bastard ditched his wife and ran off. Forget about him. We need to figure out how to get some food. I'm starving," the skinny man said, frowning. The bearded man kept sniffing his cigarette and sighed. "Where are we supposed to find food? Everything's been looted already." "Wait." Just as they were talking, they heard the sound of an engine in the distance. Looking in the direction of the noise, they saw a truck slowly approaching from a side road. Chapter 14 Cigarettes. The 2 middle-aged men were clearly seasoned veterans, the kind who could tell just from the tire pressure and the way the truck moved that it was carrying a heavy load, clearly packed with supplies. Well, looks like dinner just delivered itself," the skinny man said, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The bearded man with a scruffy face licked his cracked lips, his gaze tinged with anticipation. "Let's hope there's some cigarettes in there." As the truck drew closer, they got a better look, and what they saw made their eyes light up. Sitting in the driver's seat was a young, beautiful woman. "Ha. Looks like today's our lucky day," the skinny man said with a sinister grin. Without hesitation, he started up their massive truck, slammed on the gas, and swerved into the middle of the road, completely blocking the smaller truck's path. Screech. Nina's heart jumped as the truck suddenly barreled into her path. She slammed on the brakes, the screech of tires echoing down the empty street. The truck skidded to a halt, leaving a long black streak on the asphalt. When it finally stopped, it was less than 2 feet away from the massive truck blocking the road. That was close. Nina exhaled, patting her chest as she tried to calm her racing heart. But the sudden stop had consequences. The jolt sent Bulldozer, who was in the back of the truck, slamming into the wall of the cargo hold with a loud thud. Bulldozer, who had been relatively satisfied with Nina's driving up until now, immediately changed his mind. In his head, her 5-star rating just dropped to a solid 1 star. Ethan, on the other hand, remained unnervingly calm. Leaning back in his seat, he glanced out the window with a detached expression, as if he'd seen this coming from a mile away. Sure enough, 2 men jumped down from the massive truck. Their arms were wrapped in duct tape and newspaper, and they were holding steel pipes stained with dried blood. Their faces were twisted into malicious grins. "Get out of the truck, both of you." The bearded man barked, his voice dripping with menace. Nina's eyes darted between the two men, and in an instant, she understood their intentions. In this post-apocalyptic world, cannibalism wasn't exactly unheard of. People would do anything to survive, no matter how depraved. "What do we do, boss?" she asked, her voice trembling as she turned to Ethan. Ethan didn't answer right away. His gaze swept over the two men, his brow furrowing slightly. Their makeshift armor and weapons reminded him of Tony, the guy who trashed his supermarket a while back. These two were probably part of the same gang. He glanced toward a nearby construction site in the distance, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Let them handle it," he said casually, clearly unimpressed by the two men. The two middle-aged men, oblivious to the danger they were walking into, were too busy eyeing the truck like it was a jackpot. Their smug grins grew wider as they approached. "Hey there, sweetheart, don't be scared. I'll make sure to take good care of you," the skinny man sneered, his tone dripping with malice as he leered at Nina. But inside the truck's cargo hold, something stirred. A female zombie slowly lifted her head. Her stiff neck creaked as she turned toward the sound, her lifeless eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. "Sweetheart?" she muttered, her voice low and raspy, as if she were trying to remember something. "Take care of me?" The words triggered a faint, fragmented memory in her decaying mind. She longed for warmth. She longed to be taken care of. Without hesitation, she shoved the cargo door open and leapt out of the truck. The skinny man, who had just raised his steel pipe to smash the truck's window, froze in surprise when the door swung open on its own. For a moment, he was stunned. Then his grin grew even wider, his expression turning even more vile. "Well, aren't you eager? If you behave, maybe I'll let you live." "Behave?" A strange, eerie laugh suddenly echoed in his ears. The skinny man's grin froze. Slowly, he turned his head, and found himself face to face with a pale, twisted figure. Her face was gaunt, her skin stretched tight over her bones, and her lips were curled into a grotesque smile. "Take care," the zombie rasped, her voice low and guttural, sending chills down his spine. Before he could react, she moved. In a blur of motion, she lunged at him with inhuman speed, her figure almost a shadow as she closed the distance in an instant. Holy sh! The skinny man barely had time to curse before she tackled him to the ground. The force of the impact sent him skidding across the pavement, his body dragging for nearly 10 feet. "Help me, damn it!" the skinny man screamed, thrashing wildly as he called out to the bearded man. But the bearded man didn't even glance his way. His attention was entirely fixated on the back of the truck, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Cigarettes. I need cigarettes. Let me find some first," he muttered to himself, quickening his pace toward the truck's rear. "You!" The skinny man's scream was abruptly cut off. The female zombie had sunk her teeth deep into his neck, blood spurting out in a gruesome arc. In that moment, he finally understood what it meant to be taken care of. The bearded man remained oblivious to his companion's fate. He eagerly yanked open the truck's rear doors, his mind filled with fantasies of cigarettes, booze, and food piled high inside. What greeted him, however, were two undead faces. Their eyes were hollow and cold, their mouths smeared with dried blood. The PhD zombie stood inside the truck, tilting his head slightly as he studied the bearded man with an unsettling curiosity, like a scientist examining a new specimen. His empty gaze carried a strange, chilling sense of interest that sent shivers down the man's spine. On the other hand, Bulldozer wasn't nearly as composed. His face was twisted with irritation, his eyes blazing with frustration. He was still fuming over being slammed into the truck wall earlier. In his mind, there was only one thought: this bastard is to blame. The bearded man froze, his eyes wide with terror as his body locked up like a statue. It was as if he'd been nailed to the ground. His mind went blank, unable to process the horrifying reality in front of him. Just moments ago, he'd been daydreaming about cigarettes, booze, and food. Now, that dream had been shattered. Inside the truck were two terrifying zombies. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he seemed to snap out of it. His trembling hands reached for the half-smoked cigarette tucked behind his ear. He lit it with shaky fingers, taking 2 deep drags as if the smoke could somehow calm his nerves. The cigarette smoke swirled around him, and for a fleeting moment, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his lips. But that satisfaction didn't last long. A pale, massive hand suddenly shot out from the truck, clamping down on his shoulder like a steel vice. The bearded man's eyes flew open in shock. Before he could even exhale the smoke from his mouth, the hand yanked him into the truck with brutal force. Bang! The truck's rear doors slammed shut. Within seconds, the street fell eerily silent. From the driver's seat, Nina glanced at the scene through the rearview mirror. She couldn't help but purse her lips and shake her head. What a mess. Just pathetic. Seriously, who's dumb enough to block my boss's truck? Her tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, but mostly it was laced with exasperation at the sheer stupidity of the two men. At that moment, Ethan finally spoke. His voice was calm and commanding, carrying an air of quiet authority. Let's go. Head to that construction site up ahead. Nina blinked, momentarily surprised, but quickly nodded. Oh. Okay. She didn't ask any questions. As a loyal employee, she knew her role: go where the boss says, and don't pry into things that don't concern her. She restarted the truck, carefully steering around the abandoned vehicle blocking the road, and drove toward the construction site. The construction site was surrounded by blue corrugated metal fencing, though the main gate had long since collapsed, leaving the area looking desolate and abandoned. The ground was littered with mangled zombie corpses, their limbs twisted and broken, with bloodstains splattered across the dirt in a grotesque display. The truck followed a set of tire tracks etched into the ground, leading deeper into the site. Nina gripped the steering wheel tightly, her brows furrowing as she surveyed the scene. This place doesn't feel right, she muttered under her breath. Ethan didn't respond. His cold gaze swept across the area, his mind working quickly. It was clear that this construction site had once been a survivor stronghold, and a sizable one at that. The gang that had attacked his supermarket, Tony and the two men from earlier, were almost certainly from here. There won't be a third time. Ethan's lips curled into a faint, icy smirk. He had already made up his mind. This stronghold needed to be wiped out completely. He couldn't afford to let them keep harassing him. As soon as the truck came to a stop, the three zombies in the back wasted no time. They leapt out with startling agility, their movements quick and precise. Their faces were alight with a strange, almost gleeful excitement, as if they could already sense the presence of prey nearby. Following the boss was the best decision I ever made, Bulldozer muttered, licking his lips as his eyes gleamed with bloodlust. He was practically salivating at the thought of fresh meat. Every time, we find something good to eat. The PhD zombie, in contrast, remained calm and composed. He stood still, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as if he were analyzing the environment. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The construction site was deathly silent, the air thick with the stench of decay. The ground was strewn with the remains of zombies that had been beaten to death, their bodies crushed and broken. It was clear that the survivors here had been well organized and capable, having cleared out the immediate threats in the area. Ahead of the truck loomed an unfinished building, its grey concrete walls riddled with cracks. The skeletal structure of the building gave it a bleak, desolate appearance. But in one corner of the site stood something unusual. It was a 3-story structure made entirely of reinforced concrete. The walls were thick and impenetrable, with no windows to speak of. Even the entrance was sealed with a heavy stainless steel door, devoid of any glass. The only openings were a few fist-sized ventilation holes, giving the building an ominously fortified look. Nina stared at the structure, muttering under her breath, "This place looks like a fortress." Ethan nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing as a cold glint flashed across them. Clearly, this building had been deliberately constructed as a defense against zombies. Chapter 15. They're really digging their way in. With the zombies' innate sharp senses, Ethan had already picked up on the commotion inside the building. Faintly, he could also smell a strong scent of blood, as if something unusual had happened in there. His 3 zombie underlings clearly sensed the presence of prey as well. A gleam of excitement flashed in their eyes, like starving predators catching the scent of fresh blood. Without needing a signal, they all bolted toward the fortress-like building, their movements swift and feral. Inside that building, a group of survivors had indeed gathered. There were about a dozen of them, including a few construction workers, some streetwise thugs, and the construction site's developer, Warren Whitaker. Warren Whitaker wasn't just anyone to Ethan. He was an old acquaintance. Not only had Warren once bought out Ethan's farm, but he'd also loaned Ethan money before the apocalypse, a debt that had since become a thorn in Ethan's side. When the apocalypse broke out, Warren had been inspecting the construction site with his crew. After realizing zombies were attacking, he quickly organized his men and used steel and concrete to build a sturdy fortress. By sheer luck, they survived the initial chaos and made it this far. Now, Warren was still the leader of this fortress. He, along with his trusted right-hand man Damian Flint and a few loyal enforcers, held the fate of the survivors firmly in their hands. "Warren, none of the people we sent out have come back," Damian said, frowning, his voice tinged with unease. Warren's expression darkened. He knew that while the fortress was solid, their supplies were a serious problem. The food had long run out, and everyone was so hungry their ribs were practically touching. Even walking had become a struggle. "If it really comes to it," Warren muttered, hesitating, "we might have to Eat some human meat to get through this. But I'm not sure if it'll cause prion disease. Boss, it shouldn't, a bespectacled woman interjected. She was Warren's secretary, calm and intelligent. From my research, prion diseases only develop after a person dies. So, as long as we're eating live humans, we should be fine. Her tone was disturbingly calm, as if she were discussing something as mundane as the weather. Damien frowned at her words and suggested, Warren, why don't I take some guys out to scavenge for food? We can't just sit here starving. Warren shook his head. No, it's too dangerous out there. Relax, Warren. Back in my street fighting days, I took down 3 blocks with just a kukri in hand and didn't even blink. These zombies. They're nothing compared to real people. Warren looked up at Damien and suddenly asked, You didn't blink? Didn't your eyes get dry? Damien was momentarily speechless. He'd been bragging about his combat skills, only to be completely thrown off by Warren's deadpan question. Just then, the low rumble of an engine echoed from outside. There's a car coming in. Damien's eyes lit up. Warren, it might be Tom and the others coming back. Warren perked up as well, quickly standing and heading toward the fortress's main gate. His heart was filled with hope. They might have brought back food. The fortress's gate was made of thick stainless steel, incredibly sturdy. There were a few fist-sized ventilation holes in the door, allowing for airflow and a view of the outside. Warren and Damien leaned against the holes, peering out. But what they saw wasn't Tom. It was a group of terrifying zombies. A female zombie's face suddenly appeared right in front of one of the holes. Her lips curled into a twisted grin, her eyes brimming with bloodthirsty madness. Her face was only inches away from theirs, separated by the steel door, making the sight all the more chilling. Holy shit! Warren and Damien stumbled backward in fright, nearly falling to the ground. What the hell? How are there zombies here? Don't panic, Warren, Damien said, trying to steady himself. This door is solid. They can't get in. Warren nodded, taking a deep breath to calm himself. But the next moment, a violent crash echoed through the air. Bang! 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 Bulldozer swung his massive fists, hammering the steel gate with relentless force. Each punch landed like a sledgehammer, shaking the entire building to its core. The survivors inside the fortress were startled by the commotion and rushed to the gate, eager to see what was happening outside. Roar! Bulldozer let out a deep, guttural roar. Despite his monstrous strength, the specially reinforced steel gate held firm. After a few more punches, he stopped, stepping back obediently to stand behind Ethan, waiting for his leader's next move. He glanced at Ethan expectantly, as if hoping he'd pull out that mysterious little stick again to open the door. Is this zombie mutated or something? Warren's voice trembled. How can it be this strong? Relax, Damien waved dismissively. Even if it were a dinosaur, it wouldn't get through this door. Unless, of course, the zombies suddenly learn how to operate a bulldozer and dig their way in. Warren nodded, feeling slightly reassured. He leaned back toward the ventilation hole, peering outside to get a better look. This time, he saw a young man. The man stood silently outside, his gaze cold and piercing, flanked by 3 eerie-looking zombies. Is that Ethan? Warren squinted through the hole, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the figure standing outside. Even though Ethan had clearly turned into a zombie, Warren would never forget that face. A wave of complicated emotions surged through him. This was the same guy who had sold him a farm before the apocalypse and borrowed $80 million in loans. Now that the world had ended, the money was obviously gone, but the thought of that massive debt still made Warren's chest tighten with frustration. Serves you right. Turned into a zombie, huh? That's karma. Warren muttered under his breath, his tone laced with schadenfreude. Still, he couldn't help but notice that even as a zombie, Ethan somehow managed to look as clean and put together as ever. Damien, standing beside him, remained calm. Warren, forget about them. This door is solid, they're not getting in. Let them mess around out there. They'll probably give up and leave after a while. Warren nodded, thinking that made sense. He stepped away from the gate and returned to his chair, trying to relax. But outside, Ethan showed no intention of leaving. He stood motionless in front of the building, his icy gaze fixed on it like a predator sizing up its prey. The steel gate, though sturdy, was nothing to him now. With his current strength, a single punch would be enough to blow a hole clean through it. But Ethan didn't plan to do that. The reason was simple, he didn't want to get his clothes dirty. Instead, he raised his hand and gave a small wave. In the next moment, a faint glimmer of light flashed, and from his spatial storage ring emerged a massive metal machine. It was an excavator. Ethan had brought it from his farm before the apocalypse. He'd thought it would be useless in this new world, but it turned out to be just what he needed today. Vroom! The engine roared to life, the deafening sound echoing through the air. Ethan climbed into the driver's seat, calmly operating the steel beast as it rumbled toward the fortress. The fortress's reinforced concrete walls were tough, but Ethan didn't plan to destroy them outright. His goal was to dig a tunnel beneath the building and enter from below. Inside the fortress, Warren and the others quickly noticed the noise outside. "What's that sound?" Warren frowned, standing up and walking back to the gate with Damien. They peered through the ventilation holes again, only to see a massive excavator slowly approaching. "What the?" Everyone froze. An excavator? Warren's mind struggled to process what he was seeing. The idea that zombies could operate heavy machinery was beyond his comprehension. Damien's expression was even more priceless. He had just joked about zombies needing a bulldozer to break in, and now, right before his eyes, was a zombie driving an excavator. "Are these zombies graduates from UT?" he muttered, utterly dumbfounded. Under Ethan's control, the excavator's massive bucket began digging into the ground. Each swing of the steel bucket tore up huge chunks of earth. Before long, a large pit had formed in front of the fortress gate. Inside the fortress, the ground began to crack. In some places, it even started to collapse, allowing sunlight to stream in through the gaps. The survivors inside grew increasingly uneasy. They're really digging their way in. Warren's face turned pale. He never imagined that the fortress he had painstakingly built would be breached by a single excavator. "Grab your weapons. Get ready to fight." Damien whipped around and shouted at the people behind him. The survivors inside the fortress sprang into action. Construction workers, street thugs, even Warren's secretary, all of them grabbed whatever they could use as a weapon. Someone picked up a steel pipe. Another pulled out a machete. One person even hefted a double-barreled shotgun. And then there was the most over-the-top of them all, someone dragged out a chainsaw, revving it up with a loud whir. Their weapons might have been a chaotic mix, but their sheer numbers and determination made for an intimidating sight. "Yeah. Let's take them on." Chapter 16. It was too late. The ground near the entrance was quickly broken through. Roar. Bulldozer let out a deep, guttural growl and was the first to charge in. He grabbed a chunk of granite from the ground and hurled it into the crowd with terrifying force. The massive rock crashed down with a dull thud, instantly taking out 2 survivors. Blood splattered everywhere. "Hey!" The female zombie following close behind let out a chilling, eerie laugh. One of the survivors seized the moment, swinging a machete straight at her head. But her speed was unbelievable. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, her razor-sharp claws slashing through the man's forearm in an instant. His agonized scream echoed through the room. The excruciating pain caused him to drop the machete, which clattered to the floor. The female zombie caught the blade effortlessly, her lips curling into a sinister smile. In the next moment, she swung the machete down with precision, slicing clean through the man's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the scene in horror. Holy shit. That zombie knows how to use a weapon. This is insane. This doesn't make any sense. What do? We don't stand a chance against them. The survivors' morale shattered in an instant. And then, things got even worse. A crossbow bolt suddenly flew in from a distance, piercing straight through another survivor's skull. Everyone turned to look, only to see the PhD zombie calmly reloading another bolt into his crossbow. This is a massacre. The survivors completely broke down, dropping their weapons and scattering in all directions. By the time Ethan stepped into the fortress, the battle was already over. Corpses littered the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The entire fortress looked like a slaughterhouse. Ethan walked in slowly, his steps steady and deliberate. Behind him, 3 subordinate zombies followed in perfect formation, moving with the precision of a well-trained squad. Before long, they reached a room. In the center of the room was a pile of extinguished ashes from a fire, surrounded by scattered bones. The bones bore unmistakable human teeth marks. Ethan's gaze swept over the scene, and he immediately understood what had happened here. From the corner of the room came the faint sound of labored breathing. Following the sound, Ethan walked over and found a woman lying on the ground. Her legs had been sawed off, the stumps crudely wrapped with strips of cloth and rubber bands to stem the bleeding. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow, as if she could die at any moment. When she saw Ethan and his zombie subordinates, there wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, there was a flicker of relief. Ethan understood her expression immediately. She was begging him to end her suffering. Bulldozer stepped forward and granted her wish without hesitation. In the fortress's final room, Warren and Damien were huddled together, trembling. "Warren, what do we do? They're going to break in any second." Damien's voice was filled with despair. Warren took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "These zombies clearly still have human intelligence. Maybe we can negotiate with them." "Negotiate?" Damien froze for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes. If we can negotiate, we might still have a chance to survive. Warren continued, besides, I knew Ethan before all of this. Maybe he'll spare us for old time's sake. A glimmer of hope reignited in Damien's eyes. Warren, you're incredible. Not even the apocalypse can stop you from working your connections. Just as Damien finished speaking, Ethan's figure appeared at the far end of the hallway. His footsteps were steady and deliberate, echoing through the silent corridor like the ticking of a countdown to death. Behind him, the three zombie subordinates followed in perfect synchronization, exuding an oppressive, suffocating aura. Gulp. Warren's throat tightened as he swallowed hard. His lips were cracked, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his heart pounded so fast it felt like it might burst out of his chest. Wait. Ethan. Don't kill me. You remember me, right? It's me, Warren. He practically shouted, his voice trembling as he tried to mask his fear. With 30 feet still between them, he couldn't wait any longer to beg for his life. Ethan stopped in his tracks, his gaze landing on Warren. His eyes were cold and empty, as if he were examining something utterly insignificant. After a moment, he gave a slight nod, clearly recognizing the familiar face. Oh. Ethan's response was chilling in its simplicity. His tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. The three zombies behind him didn't immediately attack, which sparked a glimmer of hope in Warren's heart. A strange smile crept onto his face, as if he'd just grabbed onto a lifeline. Ethan, you remember, don't you? I bought your farm back then, and I even lent you a lot of money. We've got history, man. Warren forced a smile, desperately trying to appeal to their past relationship. Ethan frowned slightly, as if he were considering something. After a brief pause, a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. His voice carried a hint of mockery. So, you're my creditor, huh? He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. Then I have even more reason to kill you. Warren's face instantly turned ashen, his body stiffening as if he'd been struck by lightning. Wait, Ethan. That's not what I meant, but it was too late. The three zombies behind Ethan lunged forward with terrifying speed and ferocity. Their claws tore into Warren and Damien's bodies, ripping them apart in a brutal frenzy. Blood sprayed across the walls, and their screams were cut short almost instantly. The two didn't even have time to struggle before they were devoured. The fortress fell silent. There were no survivors. Ethan scanned the area, methodically gathering any useful supplies from the fortress. His movements were calm and unhurried, as if the massacre moments ago had been nothing more than routine. Once he was done, he left the blood-soaked ruins with his three zombie subordinates in tow. Nina was sitting in the cab of a box truck, waiting nervously. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white. Even from inside the truck, she could hear the screams and desperate cries coming from the fortress. The thick metal walls couldn't block out the horror, and her imagination filled in the rest. She pictured the scene inside, something far worse than the slaughter she'd witnessed back at the school. When Ethan finally emerged in front of the truck, his white shirt was still spotless, not a single trace of blood on him. It was as if nothing had happened. He opened the door and climbed into the passenger seat. Where to next, boss? Nina asked cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Home, Ethan replied curtly, his tone unnervingly calm. The box truck rumbled to life, pulling away from the fortress and heading toward Ethan's residence. Nina was assigned to live in the house next to Ethan's. From that day on, her life changed completely. Every day, she worked tirelessly, washing Ethan's clothes, cleaning the house, doing the dishes, and scrubbing every speck of dust off the floors. She knew that even the slightest hint of laziness could mean death. But Ethan wasn't entirely unkind to her. Every day, he provided her with human food, bread, vegetables, and, on days when he was in a good mood, even frozen steak or seafood to give her a rare treat. Compared to the survivors outside, Nina gradually realized just how lucky she was. At least she didn't have to sleep in the open or worry about where her next meal would come from. As time passed, Nina slowly adapted to this new way of life. She even began to feel that surviving in this building was far safer than being out in the chaotic, dangerous world beyond. Meanwhile, Ethan's body was undergoing astonishing changes. With his massive intake of meat, his evolution was accelerating at an incredible pace. His appetite was insatiable, he consumed over 100 short tons of beef alone, not to mention countless amounts of chicken and pork. Ethan could feel his strength growing day by day. His muscles became denser, his reflexes sharper, and even his thoughts seemed clearer and more focused. Still, he wasn't entirely sure just how powerful he had become. That was, until 10 days later, when his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Deep within his skull, a crystalline core began to form, clear and radiant. At the same time, a faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes, hinting at some unknown, terrifying power. My head feels so itchy. Ethan muttered under his breath, a strange smile creeping across his face. Looks like I'm about to awaken my abilities. Chapter 17 Doom Hunter. Ethan closed his eyes slightly, and with a single thought, an invisible force rippled outward from him, spreading across the room. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, and an eerie, oppressive energy enveloped the entire space. This was Ethan's newly awakened ability, Domain of the Dead. The range of the domain was only about 30 feet for now, but even at this limited scale, its power was staggering. At that moment, Nina, who had been quietly scrubbing the floor nearby, was unintentionally caught within its reach. Her body froze abruptly, as if an invisible hand had pinned her down, rendering her completely immobile. A wave of terror surged through her, crashing over her like a suffocating tide. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and the cloth she had been holding slipped from her fingers, falling limply to the floor. In her mind, horrifying visions of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood began to surface. The air was filled with the echoes of anguished screams, as if she had been plunged into the depths of hell itself. The suppressive power of the Domain of the Dead on humans was overwhelming. What? What's happening? Nina's voice trembled, barely audible. She struggled to move her eyes, desperately searching for an explanation, only to realize that Ethan, who had been sitting on the couch watching TV just moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Where was her boss? In truth, Ethan hadn't gone anywhere. His domain granted him another ability, invisibility. Within the domain, he could completely erase his presence from sight, as though he had never existed. But that wasn't all. In Ethan's perception, the world around him had transformed. The once solid walls now appeared translucent, rippling like the surface of water. He raised a hand and tentatively reached out to touch the wall. His palm passed through it effortlessly, as if it wasn't even there. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Taking a step forward, he walked straight through the wall, emerging from the living room into the kitchen in an instant. To anyone else, it was as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. This was another feature of the Domain of the Dead. Ethan could ignore physical barriers entirely. He could pass through walls, objects, and even sink into the ground if he wished. If he wanted to, he could even reach into someone's chest and rip out their heart without breaking the skin. This power. It's perfect, Ethan murmured to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. It was a power that could kill without leaving a trace, or ensure his escape in the direst of situations. It was flawless. An invisible, wall-facing zombie king, who could possibly stand against that? However, this ability wasn't without its drawbacks. As a spatial-type power, it consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy with each use, making it impossible to sustain for long periods. By the time Ethan phased back into the living room from the kitchen, the domain's range had begun to shrink. Nina, now free from its oppressive grip, collapsed to the floor. Her body went limp as she fell to her knees, gasping for air as though she had just been pulled from drowning. Her face was pale, her forehead slick with cold sweat, and she looked utterly drained. What? What just happened? Where did the boss go? Nina's voice was weak, her eyes wide with fear. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, and Ethan strolled out casually, as if nothing had happened. What? Nina's eyes widened in disbelief. She had just seen Ethan sitting on the couch moments ago. How had he suddenly appeared in the kitchen? This was too bizarre. Boss, just now. What happened? She asked cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Nothing, Ethan replied calmly. His speech was smooth and natural, his deep, magnetic voice indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Oh. Nina murmured softly, lowering her head. She didn't dare press further. She bent down to pick up the cloth she had dropped and resumed scrubbing the floor, trying to convince herself that the terrifying experience had been nothing more than her imagination. Over the past 2 weeks, Ethan's 3 zombie underlings had undergone significant changes as well. Bulldozer, for instance, had grown even larger. His height now exceeded 7 feet, and his muscles bulged like steel cables, making him look like a walking fortress. His appearance was increasingly reminiscent of a scaled-down version of the Hulk, and his sheer strength was enough to make anyone think twice about crossing him. The female zombie, on the other hand, was terrifyingly fast. Ethan had personally witnessed her during a hunt, darting toward her prey like a gust of wind. Her hands transformed into razor-sharp bone claws, slashing through the air with afterimages as she tore her target open in an instant. Her movements reminded Ethan of X-23 from the X-Men movies, so he decided to give her a fitting name, Laura. As for the PhD zombie, he was even stranger. Not only was he obsessed with dissecting humans, but he had also started experimenting on other zombies. He would often capture one, slice open its stomach, or dismember it into various parts, which he then arranged across the floor in grotesque displays. The sight was enough to churn anyone's stomach. Interestingly, Ethan's 3 zombie underlings had recently recruited a new batch of followers. Each of them already possessed the qualities of a zombie leader, capable of commanding ordinary zombies. These new recruits had mostly gathered around the building, forming a growing force that couldn't be ignored. Ethan had adopted a hands-off approach, letting them roam freely and grow stronger on their own. But he had noticed something unsettling. Ordinary zombies on the streets were now running faster, their speed surpassing that of an average human. They were no longer the stiff, sluggish creatures from the early days of the apocalypse. Clearly, the zombies were evolving. A wave of zombie evolution was sweeping across the world. They were becoming stronger, faster, and more terrifying, even showing hints of an unsettling intelligence. Ethan sat on the couch, legs crossed, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest as his eyes scanned the screen of his phone. His expression was calm. What's the situation on the human side now? He muttered to himself, unlocking his phone to gather intel on the outside world. Despite the apocalypse, humanity's communication networks hadn't completely collapsed. As long as there were survivors, there was still a signal. Ethan scrolled through the newsfeed, skimming various updates, until one headline caught his attention: Genesis Biotech announces zombie eradication plan. Zombie eradication plan? Ethan raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. The name was familiar to him. Genesis Biotech was a multinational corporation specializing in virus and genetic research. With its immense resources and cutting-edge technology, it was practically at the pinnacle of global science. Its reputation was comparable to that of Umbrella Corporation from the Resident Evil franchise. Interesting. Ethan murmured as he clicked on the article, curious to see how this company planned to eradicate zombies. The page loaded, revealing a brief statement: "We at Genesis Biotech have successfully developed a biological weapon, Doom Hunter 01, capable of effectively eliminating zombies. It has now entered mass production and will soon be deployed." Below the text was an image. Ethan's gaze fell on the picture, his eyes narrowing slightly. The so-called Doom Hunter was a massive bioengineered humanoid. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, it wielded a colossal Gatling gun in its right hand, with a belt of ammunition coiled around its body, ready to unleash devastation at any moment. Strapped to its back was an enormous spiked warhammer, clearly designed to inflict maximum carnage. What made it even more grotesque was its head, which was covered in jagged scars, like centipedes crawling across its face. The stitched-together flesh gave it a horrifying, monstrous appearance. Ethan stared at the screen, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "Not exactly a looker, is it?" he muttered mockingly. "Let's hope they don't come looking for trouble. Otherwise..." He didn't finish the sentence, but the icy glint in his eyes spoke volumes. He continued scrolling down. Genesis Biotech had also issued another statement: "We have established multiple shelters worldwide. Survivors are welcome to seek refuge, and we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety." The comments section below the announcement was already in chaos. Genesis Biotech is amazing. They're the real MVPs, holding it together even during the apocalypse. Don't trust them. Genesis Biotech's shelters aren't for protecting people, they're for capturing them as test subjects. Is it possible that Doom Hunter 01 was made from live humans? Exactly. Everyone, stay away from Genesis Biotech's shelters. The government-run ones are way safer. The comments were a chaotic mix of praise and suspicion. Ethan glanced at the comments and quickly lost interest. He had no concern for shelters, whether they were run by Genesis Biotech or the government. None of it had anything to do with him. But the next piece of news made him pause. It was an announcement from an official shelter. Recent tests show that some humans are beginning to evolve. Data indicates that certain individuals can now run 100 meters in 6 seconds and deliver punches with a force of 2,000 pounds. Experts believe this newfound strength may be linked to the growth of a neurocore in the brain. Ethan's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued reading. If you feel an itching sensation in your head, it could be an early sign of evolution. As the neurocore develops, it will gradually condense into a crystal core. Once fully formed, individuals may awaken special abilities. Humans are evolving too. Ethan murmured, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face. According to the announcement, human evolution was a gradual process. From the formation of the neurocore to the crystallization into a crystal core, and finally to the awakening of abilities, each step required time and specific conditions. No one could gain extraordinary powers overnight. But Ethan knew he was already far ahead of everyone else. An itchy head. The sign of evolution, he chuckled softly, raising a hand to touch his forehead. 10 days ago, deep within his skull, his own crystal core had already formed, granting him the domain of the dead. And none of it would have been possible without his relentless consumption of flesh and blood. It was this insatiable hunger that had propelled his evolution far beyond that of other potential awakeners. Looks like I'm the first to awaken an ability. Ethan leaned back on the couch, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. But now. I'm curious what an awakened human might taste like. Chapter 18. You've got to make me feel good first. Maybe I should find a couple of awakeners to see how they taste. Ethan leaned casually against the doorframe, a sly, knowing smile playing on his lips. His fingers tapped lightly on the wooden panel as he mulled over his newly awakened ability, Domain of the Dead, and just how much destruction it could unleash. Wonder which lucky soul will cross my path today, he murmured to himself before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Outside the building, the air was thick with the stench of rot and the metallic tang of blood. The streets were a wasteland of crumbling buildings and scattered debris, a grim testament to the apocalypse. The zombies wandering aimlessly froze the moment they saw Ethan. Their heads bowed low, as if compelled by some primal instinct to submit to his presence. The king of the dead had arrived, and his subjects, millions of them, knelt in silent reverence. Ethan's 3 subordinates weren't around, he'd sent them off on separate missions. Not that he needed them today. Today, he wanted to act alone. To test his new power. With no particular destination in mind, he decided to walk. His steps were unhurried, almost leisurely, as if he were simply out for a stroll. The streets were littered with shattered glass and dried blood. The walls bore the scars of past battles, their surfaces marred with dark, jagged stains. In the shadows of alleyways, moss crept up the cracks, and rats scurried about, dragging mangled fingers in their teeth. Their sharp squeals echoed briefly before they disappeared into the sewers. Everywhere he looked, there was only desolation and death. But Ethan seemed utterly at ease. His crisp white shirt remained spotless, a stark contrast to the decay around him. His calm, measured steps and indifferent expression made it seem as though none of this concerned him in the slightest. About half an hour later, he stopped abruptly. The faint scent of blood hung in the air. It wasn't the stale, cloying smell of decay, it was fresh. The scent of the living. With his heightened senses, Ethan could pinpoint its source with ease. He turned his head, his gaze landing on a dilapidated gate by the side of the road. The faded lettering on the rusted sign above it was barely legible, Zoo. The place had an eerie vibe. Inside, there was no sign of zombies. Not even corpses. Only dark, dried bloodstains smeared across the ground, like a silent warning. It was clear this place had become the territory of something else. Something unknown. Keep out. For most people, this would have been a death trap. But Ethan wasn't most people. He pushed the gate open and stepped inside. The zoo was unnervingly quiet. The wind rustled through the leaves, the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. The cages that once held animals were now empty, their iron bars streaked with dried blood. Tufts of fur and gnawed bones littered the ground, grim reminders of what had happened here. Whatever had been here before was long gone, devoured by something far more dangerous. Ethan walked on, eventually reaching what appeared to be the keeper's quarters. The building's doors and windows were sealed shut, reinforced with welded steel bars. Whoever had done this had clearly been desperate to keep something, or someone, out. Though the place seemed lifeless, Ethan's sharp hearing picked up faint, uneven breathing from inside. Humans. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, but he didn't approach just yet. Instead, his attention shifted to the distance, where 2 figures were making their way toward him. The pair were men. One was short and stocky, his rough, pockmarked face resembling the surface of the moon. The other was tall and lanky, dressed in a wrinkled, ill-fitting suit that gave him the air of a washed-up office worker. There was something unsettling about him, a cold, calculating sharpness in his demeanor. Their appearance made it clear, they weren't zoo staff. Ethan narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the 2 men. Their steps were steady and deliberate, their movements brimming with strength. Their vitality was palpable, these weren't ordinary people. Awakeners? Ethan speculated silently, a flicker of excitement flashing in his gaze. His fingers idly stroked his chin as he considered whether to crack open their skulls and see what secrets lay inside. At the same time, the 2 men noticed the sealed-off building. They exchanged a glance, their lips curling into knowing smirks. "Hey, looks like we've got some survivors here," the tall, lanky man said in a low voice, a hint of excitement creeping into his tone. The short, stocky man nodded, his face twisting into a grotesque grin. "Oh, this is gonna be fun. Let's hope there's a little surprise waiting for us inside." "There will be," the tall man replied, licking his lips as a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. "I remember this keeper here, she was a real looker." Their conversation was casual, unrestrained, dripping with malice and arrogance. It was clear they were awakeners, emboldened by their powers in this lawless, post-apocalyptic world. The collapse of society had turned them into predators, scavenging for supplies, hunting survivors, especially women. Whenever they found their prey, they didn't hesitate to exploit, torment, and destroy. To them, it was all just a game. "Don't rush it," the tall man said with a cold smirk. "Let's trick them into opening the door first. The stocky man nodded, his expression one of practiced ease. This wasn't their first time pulling a stunt like this, it was routine, almost boring. Leave it to me. The stocky man thumped his chest confidently before stepping forward. He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the steel door, his voice suddenly soft and warm, laced with faint concern. Hello? Is anyone in there? We're awakeners from the official rescue team, here to help survivors. Inside, the oppressive silence was broken. Official rescue team? A faint voice came from behind the door, trembling with barely contained hope. Finally. Someone's here to save us. Another voice chimed in, this one quivering with emotion. Inside the building, 4 people were hiding, 3 young females keepers and an elderly security guard. The guard clutched an old hunting rifle, its barrel loaded with tranquilizer darts, once used to subdue wild animals, now their only means of defense. SHH. Keep your voices down. The guard hissed, his face etched with caution. Don't forget, there are monsters out there. And what if they're lying? But. A petite girl hesitated, her voice tinged with worry. What if they really are from the rescue team? If we don't open the door, we might miss our only chance. I did hear that the official shelters sent out awakener squads to rescue survivors, another girl added, her tone uncertain. Still. The guard frowned deeply, his unease evident. Open it. The third girl said firmly, her expression resolute. We're almost out of food anyway. If we don't take this chance, we'll die here. I'd rather take the risk than starve to death. After a heated debate, they finally decided to open the door. The metal screeched as the door cracked open, the sound grating against the eerie silence. The stocky man and the tall man slipped inside immediately, smug grins plastered across their faces. Their eyes swept over the room, scanning the survivors like predators sizing up their prey. Women. The stocky man's eyes lit up, his gaze shamelessly roaming over the 3 girls. His grin grew even more lecherous. Are you really from the rescue team? One of the girls asked cautiously, her voice tinged with hope. Of course, the stocky man replied with a nod. Oh, thank goodness. The petite girl let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with joy. Please, take us out of here. Not so fast, the tall man said, raising a hand to stop her. His lips curled into a sinister smile. We'll save you, sure. But first, you'll have to agree to one condition. What condition? The girl asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. The stocky man licked his lips, his voice dripping with undisguised malice. You've gotta make me feel good first. What? What did you just say? The girl froze, her face draining of all color. You're not from the rescue team. Another girl finally realized something was wrong, her expression twisting in terror. Hey, smart girl. The stocky man's grin turned savage as he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the first girl by the throat. With a single motion, he lifted her off the ground like she was nothing more than a rag doll. Her legs kicked frantically in the air, her face turning bright red as she gasped for breath, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Let her go. The old security guard roared, raising his hunting rifle and pulling the trigger. Bang. The tranquilizer dart shot through the air, but before it could hit its target, the tall man casually reached out and caught it mid-flight. He glanced down at the dart in his hand, then let out a cold chuckle. This little toy? You think this can hurt an awakener? The guard's face turned ashen. Help. Somebody help us. One of the girls screamed, her voice echoing through the empty building. She knew the sound might attract the monsters outside, but at this point, she didn't care. She was desperate. Shut up. The tall man snarled, swinging his arm in a brutal backhand. The girl's body flew across the room like a broken kite, slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. Damn it, you're asking for it. The stocky man growled, tightening his grip on the girl's neck. Her struggles grew weaker as her face turned a frightening shade of purple. The survivors' faces were painted with despair. They hadn't been killed by zombies or monsters, but now they were going to die at the hands of their own kind. And before death, they would endure unimaginable torment. It's the end of the world. Who's gonna save you now? The stocky man sneered, his eyes gleaming with madness. I'm an awakener. This world belongs to me now. As his words echoed through the room, a low, chilling voice suddenly cut through the air. Awakener? Huh. I wonder. Do they taste good? Chapter 19. Do I look like some kind of devil to you? Huh? A deep, low voice broke the silence, cutting through the still air like a blade. Everyone in the room instinctively turned their heads toward the source. At the doorway stood a young man. His face was strikingly handsome, his expression calm and detached, as if the chaos that had just unfolded had absolutely nothing to do with him. His arrival was so sudden, so unannounced, it was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Wait, what? There's another guy here? The short, stocky man frowned, his tone laced with irritation and confusion. But the three girls and the security guard inside the room froze in place, their faces drained of color. Their eyes widened in sheer terror, their minds racing with questions they couldn't answer. There wasn't anyone else here before. How did he get in? A collective gasp filled the room as a chill ran down their spines. The young man standing before them, was he even human? Or something else entirely? The tall, lanky man, however, remained unfazed. He had killed more people than he could count. Death no longer meant anything to him, it was just another part of the job. A man suddenly showing up out of nowhere? Just another target. Another guy? Easy. Just kill him. The tall man sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile as he began to stride toward Ethan, completely unaware that he was walking straight into his own doom. Kid, you're dressed pretty clean for someone about to die. His grin widened, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Say goodbye. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Ethan's jaw. This wasn't just any punch, it carried the full force of his Awakener abilities, enough to shatter the bones of any ordinary person with ease. But Ethan didn't move. He didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. He stood there, perfectly still, his eyes glinting with an eerie red light. And then, something impossible happened. The tall man's fist passed straight through Ethan's body. What the hell? The man froze, his mocking grin vanishing in an instant, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. He stared down at his own hand, which had clearly connected with its target, yet it felt like he had punched nothing but air. Ethan's body seemed intangible. It was right there in front of him, but completely untouchable, as if it wasn't even real. What kind of monster is this? A wave of unease surged through the tall man's chest. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and for the first time, fear flickered in his eyes. The others in the room were just as stunned. They stared at Ethan, their faces pale, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. This man, this thing, was definitely not normal. Before the tall man could recover, Ethan moved. His hand rose with a deliberate, almost lazy motion, and in his palm, a dagger appeared out of thin air, its blade gleaming with a cold, deadly light. The movement was swift, precise, and merciless. The dagger plunged straight into the tall man's chest. But the most horrifying part wasn't the strike itself, it was what happened next. No blood spilled from the wound. Not a single drop. The tall man's expression froze, his pupils dilating as his body stiffened. He staggered backward, his mouth opening as if to speak, but no sound came out. A moment later, he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Ethan calmly withdrew the dagger, his movements unhurried, almost methodical. He glanced down at the corpse, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, as if admiring a piece of art he had just completed. This was one of the abilities of his domain of the dead. The dagger hadn't just pierced the man's chest, it had ripped out his very heart. Ethan twirled the blade in his hand with practiced ease, the weapon glinting as it spun. Then, without hesitation, he crouched down, plunging the dagger back into the man's chest. With surgical precision, he carved out the still warm heart. The heart was fresh, vibrant, and still faintly pulsing. Steam rose from its surface, and droplets of blood slid down the blade, hitting the floor with soft, rhythmic splashes. Ghost. He's a ghost. The remaining people in the room finally broke. Their composure shattered, and they descended into panic. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their faces ashen. Even the short, stocky man, who had been so cocky and arrogant just moments ago, was now shaking like a leaf, his legs threatening to give out beneath him. Ethan, however, paid no attention to their terror. He studied the heart in his hand with a critical eye, his brow furrowing slightly, as if disappointed by what he saw. The blood of an Awakener. Not exactly pure, Ethan muttered to himself, his tone laced with disdain. And their energy? Nothing special either. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the heart aside like it was a piece of worthless trash. But then, his gaze shifted to the corpse's head, and a flicker of excitement lit up his eyes. Didn't the authorities say that an Awakener's power comes from the neurocore in their skull? He crouched down, gripping his dagger tightly. Without hesitation, he drove the blade into the corpse's forehead, slicing through the skull with practiced precision. With a faint pop, a small, round mass emerged from the opened skull. The object was no larger than a thumb, smooth to the touch, and faintly fragrant. Ethan plucked it out, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. A satisfied glint flashed in his eyes. Now this is something. Without a second thought, he placed the neurocore into his mouth and bit down gently. The taste was unexpectedly exquisite, sweet and juicy, like the first bite of a perfectly ripe cherry. At the same time, a warm surge of energy flowed from the neurocore, spreading rapidly through his body. The sensation was indescribably pleasant, like a wave of pure comfort washing over him. Shame. Ethan clicked his tongue, a hint of regret in his voice. One Rokor just isn't enough. He licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste, his expression betraying a hunger that hadn't been fully satisfied. Slowly, his gaze shifted to the short, stocky man in the corner. The man froze, his entire body trembling as if he'd just been locked in the sights of a predator. His chubby face quivered uncontrollably, and his eyes were wide with terror. His legs buckled beneath him, barely able to hold him upright, but the primal instinct to survive kicked in. Letting out a panicked scream, he turned and bolted for the door. No. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. He stumbled and scrambled, practically crawling toward the exit in his desperation. His hands fumbled clumsily at the doorknob, shaking so badly he could barely grip it. But just as his fingers brushed the handle, a sharp whoosh cut through the air behind him. Ethan's figure appeared like a phantom, his movements impossibly fast. His long, slender fingers pierced the back of the man's skull with the precision of a blade. Squelch. The man's body went rigid, his eyes bulging wide as his mouth opened in a silent scream. He twitched violently for a moment before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless heap of flesh. Ethan withdrew his hand slowly, now holding another faintly glowing Rokor in his palm. What a hassle, he muttered under his breath, kicking the man's corpse aside as if it were nothing more than a discarded object. He popped the Rokor into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. A faint smile spread across his face. Not bad. In just a few minutes, Ethan had effortlessly dispatched 2 awakeners. His movements were swift, efficient, and utterly devoid of unnecessary emotion. The remaining survivors in the room were paralyzed with fear. Huddled together in a corner, they trembled violently, their faces pale and their eyes filled with despair. Please. Don't kill us. We didn't do anything. Please, just let us go. Please. One of them broke into sobs, their voice shaking uncontrollably. None of them even dared to run. They pressed themselves against the cold wall, as if trying to melt into it and disappear. Ethan's cold gaze swept over them, devoid of pity or compassion. He began to walk toward them, his footsteps slow and deliberate. The survivors flinched with every step, retreating further until their backs were pressed firmly against the wall, leaving them nowhere to go. Ethan murmured, as if deep in thought. After a few seconds, he gave a small nod, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. I won't kill you. Really? The group froze, their expressions a mix of disbelief and cautious hope. They exchanged uncertain glances, unable to comprehend why this man, this monster, would suddenly spare them. Ethan's lips curled into a faint smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. What? Do I look like some kind of devil to you? The room fell silent. No one dared to answer. The survivors opened their mouths, but no words came out. Their expressions were stiff, clearly filled with doubt about Ethan's words. Just then, a low, ominous wind howled outside the building, carrying with it a foul, metallic stench that filled the air. A woo-oo. A piercing wolf howl shattered the silence of the night, filled with rage and bloodlust. The sound was so sharp it made their eardrums ache. The old security guard's face turned ashen. His body began to tremble violently, and his voice came out hoarse and desperate. Damn it. We were too loud. We've drawn that thing here. Thing? Ethan raised an eyebrow, turning his head toward the door. Through the gaps in the steel bars blocking the entrance, he saw a pair of crimson eyes glaring into the room. The eyes were as large as light bulbs, glowing with a bloodthirsty intensity that radiated suffocating pressure. It's here. That mutated beast. A girl whimpered, her voice trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. It ate all the animals in the zoo, and now it's coming for us. Boom. Before she could finish, the walls of the room shook violently, sending dust cascading from the ceiling. Bang. Bang. The sound of heavy impacts followed, each one louder than the last. The steel bars blocking the entrance began to bend and warp, screeching as the metal twisted under immense force. Crash. Finally, the wall gave way, crumbling into rubble as a massive hole was torn open. A monstrous beast pushed its way through the opening, a 2-headed giant wolf. The creature stood over 7 feet tall, its hulking frame larger than a yak. Its body was covered in jet black fur that bristled like steel needles, each strand sharp and menacing. But the most horrifying feature was its 2 heads, each with a pair of glowing crimson eyes that burned with malice. Its dagger-like fangs dripped with thick, viscous saliva, pooling on the ground beneath it. Roar. The twin-headed wolf let out a deafening roar, a sound filled with rage and cruel delight. The old security guard gritted his teeth, raising the hunting rifle in his trembling hands. He pulled the trigger. Bang. A tranquilizer dart shot out, aimed directly at the wolf's head. But the beast's fur was as tough as steel. The dart bounced off harmlessly, clattering to the ground. The old man's face fell, his voice trembling with despair. "It's over. We don't stand a chance against this thing." The wolf seemed enraged by the attack. It smashed through the rest of the wall, forcing its massive body into the room. Its 4 crimson eyes locked onto the survivors, and a cruel, predatory grin spread across its twin faces. "Run. Run now," the old man shouted, stepping in front of the group. "I'm old anyway. Let it take me first." But the survivors were too terrified to move. Their legs felt like they were made of lead, rooted to the spot as they stared at the beast in paralyzed horror. At that moment, just as the wolf prepared to lunge, Ethan stepped forward. His calm gaze fell on the monstrous creature, his expression unreadable. There wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes, only a faint glimmer of curiosity. "I wonder," he murmured, tilting his head slightly. "What does wolf meat taste like?" "Huh?" The survivors froze, their faces blank with disbelief. "Did he just talk about eating it?" The twin-headed wolf growled low, both heads lowering as it focused on Ethan. Its massive body loomed over him like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of danger. But Ethan didn't flinch. He stood there, calm and composed, as if the beast before him was nothing more than a stray dog. "Domain of the dead, activate." His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but the moment the words left his lips, his eyes flared with a brilliant crimson light. In the next instant, a blood-red aura erupted from beneath his feet, spreading outward like a tide. The entire room was engulfed in the eerie, oppressive glow of his domain. Chapter 20. This is getting interesting. The domain of the dead spread like a tidal wave, engulfing the 2-headed giant wolf in its oppressive grasp. The air grew thick with an overwhelming pressure, suffocating and heavy, as if the entire space was being twisted by an invisible force. The wolf's massive body trembled violently, and a flicker of fear flashed through its 4 crimson eyes. Its enormous frame seemed pinned down by an unseen hand. Its limbs buckled, and with a heavy thud, it collapsed to its knees, letting out a low, pitiful whimper. "Whine! Whine!" The once arrogant 2-headed wolf now resembled a scolded dog, cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Its gaze, once fierce and menacing, was now filled with terror. It seemed as though if Ethan so much as glanced at it again, its very existence would be crushed into nothingness. The scene before them was so shocking that it left everyone speechless. This is insane," one of the survivors muttered, their eyes wide with disbelief. None of them could process what they were seeing. They had thought this disaster was hopeless, that there was no way out. Yet here was this man, effortlessly forcing the monstrous wolf into submission. Ethan, however, remained calm, almost unnervingly so. His gaze lingered on the wolf's 2 heads, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, as though he were pondering something. 2 heads. Does that mean it has 2 neurokras, or just one? He murmured to himself, his tone detached, like a scientist mulling over a hypothesis. To test his theory, Ethan stepped forward slowly. The dagger in his hand gleamed coldly under the dim light. Without hesitation, he drove the blade into one of the wolf's heads. His movements were precise and efficient, as if he were performing a routine task. Blood gushed out in a crimson spray, but Ethan didn't falter. His hands moved with practiced ease as he split open both of the wolf's heads. Sure enough, nestled within the skulls were 2 neurokras, faintly glowing as they lay embedded in the bone. 2, just as I thought, Ethan muttered, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. But as he examined them more closely, he noticed that the 2 neurokras were significantly smaller than those he had harvested from previous awakeners. "What a waste," he said with a click of his tongue. Without further hesitation, he popped both neurokras into his mouth and swallowed them. The neurokras dissolved instantly, releasing a surge of pure energy that coursed through Ethan's body. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of his blood and vitality growing stronger. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He was clearly pleased with the results. Afterward, he casually ran his tongue along the blade of his dagger, tasting the blood that still clung to it. His brow arched slightly. "Not bad," he remarked quietly, as though he were sampling a fine dish. His gaze shifted to the wolf's massive corpse. With a wave of his hand, he stored the entire body into his spatial storage ring. "I'll cook it later," he said flatly, his tone devoid of emotion. As for the survivors standing behind him, Ethan didn't spare them a single glance. He had no interest in them, not even enough to bother killing them. To him, they were nothing more than livestock in a farm, perhaps useful for breeding, or for harvesting if they ever awakened into something worth his time. Ethan's figure faded into the shadows, slipping through the crumbling walls like a ghost. In moments, he was gone, as if he had never been there at all. The survivors stood frozen, unable to move or speak. Their minds were consumed by a single thought: what kind of monster is he? When Ethan returned home, Nina had already finished tidying up for the day. The house was spotless, every detail meticulously attended to. She stood at the door, waiting for him. "Boss, Your clothes are washed and ready. You can change anytime, she said respectfully. Go rest, Ethan replied indifferently. But Nina didn't leave. Instead, she placed a hand on the back of her neck, tilting her head slightly. There was a hint of excitement in her voice as she said, "Boss, my neck feels itchy. Do you think I'm about to awaken?" Ethan glanced at her, his eyes sweeping over her briefly. Then, in his usual detached tone, he said, "Go wash your hair." Nina froze, her excitement deflating instantly. With a sigh of resignation, she turned and left the room. Ethan walked into the bathroom. Steam rose as hot water poured from the faucet, fogging up the mirror. He slowly peeled off his blood-stained clothes and stepped into the bath, letting the warm water envelop him. Closing his eyes, he allowed the heat to seep into his muscles, washing away the grime and tension of the day. For a moment, amidst the bloodshed and chaos that defined his life, there was a rare, fleeting sense of peace. After his bath, Ethan changed into the freshly laundered clothes Nina had prepared for him. A pristine white scarf was casually draped around his neck, giving him a clean, sharp appearance, almost elegant. He walked over to the dining table and retrieved the freshly hunted two-headed wolf from his spatial storage ring. With practiced precision, he sliced off a piece of meat and placed it onto a grill pan. The aroma of charcoal filled the air as the wolf meat sizzled, its surface gradually turning golden brown, releasing a mouth-watering scent. Ethan picked up a knife and fork, cutting off a piece of the roasted meat and placing it into his mouth. He chewed slowly, savoring the texture. The meat was firm, with a hint of wild gaminess, and tasted even better than he had expected. As he ate, he turned on the television. The screen flickered to life, displaying an emergency broadcast from the survivors. Warning. We've discovered a new type of monster. It's not just animals mutating anymore, some are even merging with zombies. This footage was just captured by a drone. Take a look. Ethan glanced up, his attention drawn to the screen. The footage showed a massive python coiled atop an abandoned building. Its body was as thick as an oak barrel, and its scales gleamed coldly under the sunlight. But the most horrifying part was its head. It wasn't a snake's head at all. Instead, it was the rotting, grotesque head of a zombie. Its hollow, lifeless eyes stared into the void, and putrid saliva dripped from its gaping mouth as it let out a low, guttural growl. Looks like it's absorbed too many zombies, causing a genetic fusion, Ethan murmured to himself, his tone calm and detached. The broadcast continued, showing more of these hybrid monsters. One was a spider with a human face, its body the size of a car. Its 8 hairy legs moved slowly across the ground, and it spun webs stronger than steel, effortlessly lifting an abandoned truck into the air. Another was a rat the size of a sow, its back covered in writhing human heads. The heads twisted and screamed in agony, as if some fragment of consciousness still lingered within them. Ethan watched the footage, cutting another piece of wolf meat and popping it into his mouth. As he chewed, he thought to himself, perfect dinner entertainment. The world outside remained as perilous as ever. Mutated monsters roamed freely, and survivors lived in a constant state of fear, caught in an endless cycle of fleeing and fighting. One careless mistake could mean death. And yet, humans continued to fight among themselves. They tore each other apart for food, resources, and even for beauty, shedding the last remnants of civilization's facade. But none of this concerned Ethan. His life was entirely separate from the chaos outside. He lived in a clean, orderly home, with servants to tend to his needs. He had plenty of food, and his days were peaceful. The outside world was a hellscape, but his world was a sanctuary. Moreover, his territory was guarded by 3 loyal subordinates, each commanding hundreds of followers. Neither human awakeners nor mutated monsters dared to approach his domain lightly. And so, Ethan's days passed uneventfully. Over the next 10 days, he hunted and killed countless mutated creatures, consuming over 100 tons of flesh and blood. His strength grew exponentially, and the range of his domain of the dead doubled, now extending over 60 feet. Its oppressive aura became even more potent and enduring. However, in recent days, Ethan had noticed helicopters frequently flying past his window. Human activity seemed to be increasing. Through the intelligence he had gathered, he learned that the number of human awakeners was rising rapidly, leading to more frequent rescue operations. In Los Angeles, the official survivor shelter had grown to house over 50,000 people, with 7,000 of them being awakeners. The shelter had even published a list of the top 100 awakeners, ranked from number 001 to number 100 based on their strength. Although the rankings were based on data analysis rather than actual combat, they still attracted widespread attention. In addition, the shelter broadcast daily updates on rescue missions to prevent survivors from mistaking the teams for threats, or falling victim to imposters with malicious intent. That day, Ethan was lounging on his sofa, casually watching television. Most networks had collapsed, leaving only a handful of broadcasts from the shelter's radar signals. Today's rescue mission update: we've dispatched 2 awakeners, Mia Taylor and Sean Carter, to University City. Survivors in the area, please prepare for evacuation. Ethan hadn't been paying much attention, but when he heard those 2 names, he froze. He set down the wine glass in his hand and turned his gaze to the screen, studying the 2 photos that appeared. The first was of a young woman. She had straight brown hair with blunt bangs, her pale skin almost translucent. Her light blue eyes were round and vacant, devoid of any emotion. Her features were so delicate they seemed sculpted, her beauty almost unreal, like a lifeless porcelain doll. The second photo was of a man. His skin was a healthy deep brown, his cheeks blonde, and his hair naturally curly. But the most striking feature was his eyes. One stared straight ahead, while the other wandered off to the side, giving him an oddly intellectual appearance. The contrast between the 2 photos was jarring. Yet Ethan recognized both of them instantly. His gaze drifted to an old photograph hanging on the wall, a picture taken during his childhood at the orphanage. It captured nearly all of his childhood memories. And there, in the photo, were the 2 people now on the screen. Mia Taylor. Ethan remembered her vividly. As children, they had often played together. But one day, the orphanage director claimed Mia had a mental illness and sent her to a psychiatric hospital. Ethan never saw her again. And Sean Carter. Ethan had memories of him too. Sean had been born with a congenital defect, leaving him mentally impaired. One of his eyes always seemed to be on patrol, as the kids joked. His parents had abandoned him at the orphanage. Ethan even recalled a particularly infamous incident. When Sean was 12, he had a pet hamster. When the hamster got sick, Sean fed it rat poison, thinking it would help. Staring at the photos on the screen, Ethan's mind drifted back to the orphanage 10 years ago. Those childhood friends had long since scattered to the winds. He never expected to see them again, let alone like this. A mental patient and a dimwit. And they're supposed to be rescuing people? Ethan muttered, a faint, amused smile curling his lips. This is getting interesting. Chapter 21. You don't feel pain, do you? Mia was, without a doubt, mentally ill. Back when she was in the psychiatric hospital, she had shown a strong tendency towards self-harm. But when the apocalypse hit, she became one of the first awakeners. In the shelter, she quickly rose to the top of the rankings, earning the title of the strongest. Her awakened ability was called deadly pain. The more pain her body endured, the stronger she became, with virtually no upper limit. Sean, on the other hand, ranked second. His ability was fearless berserk. The lower a person's intelligence, the less fear they feel. Sean's ability took this to the extreme. When he entered his berserk state, his IQ dropped to 0, but his strength skyrocketed to terrifying levels. At this moment, Mia stood in the hallway of a university building. She was dressed in a white and blue striped hospital gown, her right arm wrapped in bandages, and she held a fire axe in her hand. Grrrr. Ahead of her, 2 zombies let out low growls as they lunged toward her with crazed ferocity. Mia's face remained expressionless. She swung the axe with precision, smashing their skulls in one clean motion. Blood splattered across the walls, leaving vivid, jarring stains. Keep moving. Her voice was cold, calm, as if she were simply stating a fact. Behind her, a small group of survivors trembled, sticking close to her as they followed. But from the corner at the end of the hallway, the sound of heavy footsteps and guttural growls grew louder. When they turned to look, they saw a massive horde of zombies pouring around the corner. They trampled over one another, filling the hallway like a tidal wave, surging toward them. Oh my god. There are so many of them. Run. The survivors panicked, sprinting after Mia as fast as they could. But no matter how hard they tried, ordinary humans couldn't outrun zombies. The gap between them was closing fast. Luckily, the stairwell wasn't far ahead. If they could just make it there and shut the door, they'd have a chance to escape. Mia swung her fire axe, cutting down a few zombies blocking the way. Then, with a quick sidestep, she slipped into the stairwell. The survivors followed one after another, scrambling inside. But one girl slipped on the blood-slick floor. She fell hard, letting out a sharp cry as the horde closed in on her. Ah! She screamed, frozen in terror as the zombies surged closer. Mia glanced back. Seeing the girl about to be swallowed by the wave of undead, she didn't hesitate. She reached out and slammed the stairwell door shut. Ha! 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 Inside the stairwell, the only sounds were the survivors' ragged breathing. But one of the guys stared at Mia in shock, his face twisting with anger. Why? Why didn't you save Rachel? You just left her out there to die? She couldn't be saved. Mia's tone was flat, as if she were stating the obvious. The guy wasn't ready to give up. Rachel was our classmate. She was a good person. We can't just abandon people like that. Oh. Mia nodded slightly, then turned and opened the door. Before anyone could react, she grabbed the guy by the arm and shoved him outside without a second thought. Bang! The door slammed shut again. In the apocalypse, people who played the hero always died first. Anyone else want to go save her? Mia's icy gaze swept over the group, her voice as cold as steel. The remaining survivors shrank back, trembling. No one dared to speak. They just shook their heads furiously, too scared to even breathe loudly. They finally understood, this woman was not someone to mess with. The helicopter's on the roof. Let's go. With that, Mia turned and started climbing the stairs. The stairwell fell silent, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. A few zombie corpses lay scattered on the ground, already dealt with. The blood had dried, leaving dark stains on the floor. Someone's already cleared out the zombies here. Mia glanced around, her tone calm. The survivors exchanged nervous looks, a faint glimmer of hope sparking in their eyes. There might be another awakener in the building, someone whispered, their voice tinged with cautious optimism. If they could rescue another awakener, the shelter would reward them handsomely, 2 cans of meat. In the apocalypse, that was a prize worth risking everything for. Just as they were about to reach the rooftop, a figure appeared at the stairwell exit. It was a young man. He stood in the doorway, holding a blood-stained utility knife, his cold eyes fixed on them. Did you kill these zombies? Mia looked up, her tone calm and indifferent. I did. The young man nodded, his voice carrying a hint of pride. He was a student too, but it was clear he had already awakened some kind of ability. Good. Mia nodded again, her tone so composed it sounded like she was complimenting something as mundane as a well-done chore. Come with us to the shelter. But the young man shook his head, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Go to the shelter? Why would I do that? A place like that, where you're under someone else's control. Out here, it's so much better, free, unrestrained. He paused, a twisted smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How about this instead? You all stay here and keep me company. Eric, are you insane? A girl in the group gasped, clearly recognizing him. Some people's personalities change drastically after awakening their abilities, and Eric was clearly one of them. Insane? Eric let out a cold laugh, his expression turning sinister. He flipped the utility knife in his hand, his body moving in a blur as he lunged straight at the girl. The blade sliced through the air, aiming directly for her chest. Thud. The knife pierced flesh, but it wasn't the girl's body. Mia's arm had intercepted the blade, the tip sinking deep into her forearm. Blood trickled down the blade, staining the bandages wrapped around her arm a vivid crimson. The red looked like a blooming flower, striking and grotesque. You! Eric froze, his gaze locking onto Mia's face. To his shock, her expression hadn't changed at all, as if she didn't feel any pain. You don't feel pain, do you? He asked in a low voice, unease creeping into his tone. At that moment, the bandages on Mia's arm began to unravel, revealing her skin beneath. It was a horrifying sight. Her arm was covered in scars, some fully healed, others still raw and scabbed over. These were the marks of self-inflicted wounds, remnants of her past. Pain. Isn't it beautiful? Mia's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes glinting with something dark and unsettling. Her ability, Deadly Pain, had fully awakened. Her power surged in an instant. She raised her left hand and gently pushed Eric's chin upward. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Eric's neck snapped. His body crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Mia glanced down at him, muttering softly, "There go 2 cans of meat." When Mia led the survivors to the rooftop, a helicopter was parked not far away. A lean figure stood beside it, his back to them, holding onto a zombie by its collar. Breaker, breaker. This is Tango 2, do you copy? Over. Sean called into his radio, still gripping the zombie. What are you doing? Mia walked up, frowning. Sean turned around, his signature brilliant look in his eyes. Oh, I've already finished rescuing people. Just wanted to check if you ran into any trouble. Mia glanced at the zombie in his hand and said coldly, is that what you call rescuing people? Sean looked down at the zombie, blinking in confusion. Huh? It was a person just a moment ago. When did it turn? My bad. Without missing a beat, he raised his fist and slammed it into the zombie's face. Boom. The zombie's head exploded, the remains rolling off the rooftop. Meanwhile, Ethan was lounging at home, casually watching TV. He hadn't expected to see the names of his childhood friends on the rescue team roster. Curious, he grabbed his phone and logged into the shelter's official website to dig up more information about them. Sure enough, on the rescue team's personnel list, he found their photos again. Under Mia's photo, the caption read, "I'm a gentle girl, afraid of pain." And under Sean's photo, it said, "I'm a handsome guy, brave and brilliant." Chapter 22 These Zombies. Something's not right. These two people. Ethan stared at the screen, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smirk. If it weren't for Sean's profile tagline, "Brave and Brilliant," he might have actually believed it. The shelter's official website wasn't just a hub for rescue team details, it also had sections for distress calls, mutual aid, and community discussions. In these forums, the residents of the shelter posted all kinds of messages, some absurd, some painfully real. "I'm starving. Can anyone spare some food? I can offer intimate services. I'm a professional model. Damn. I'd help you if I could, but I don't have anything either. I'm so hungry I can produce some milk for you to drink. Hey, is that even real milk? Haha, yesterday I dug a foundation and got rewarded with a quarter pack of instant noodles. Way too much for me to finish. Didn't even bother adding water to the soup, just downed it in one gulp. Wasteful, right?" From these posts, it was clear, the shelter was critically short on supplies, but its population was its most valuable resource. That's why rescue operations never stopped. As Ethan casually browsed, his attention was drawn to a research report that had been shared countless times. The bold title read, "Genesis Biotech Research Report." The report detailed a shocking discovery. According to our research, the brains of high-level zombies contain a substance called neurocore. When absorbed by human awakeners, it can rapidly enhance their abilities. As such, our company has launched Operation King Hunt, targeting the capture of the Zombie King. Ethan wasn't unfamiliar with Genesis Biotech. This was the same company that had previously rolled out the zombie eradication plan. Now, with this King Hunt initiative, their reputation in the shelter had reached an almost obnoxious level of notoriety. Operation King Hunt. Ethan muttered to himself, his fingers lightly tapping the desk as he fell into thought. Just as he was piecing things together, a deep, guttural sobbing sound came from outside his door. What's he crying about now? Ethan frowned, got up, and walked to the door. When he opened it, sure enough, it was Bulldozer. The massive figure nearly filled the entire doorway. His body was a mountain of muscle, like a walking iron fortress. But right now, his face was marred by a large, blackened burn, and his body bore several bullet wounds. Though they had already healed, the scars were still gruesome. Whoa. 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 Thanks to his evolution, Bulldozer had developed basic emotional expression. At this moment, he was crying like a 500-pound child, his deep, mournful sobs carrying a simple message: "The humans bullied me." Leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, Ethan asked calmly, "What happened?" "Whoa. Whoa." Bulldozer sobbed and gestured wildly, like a kid tattling to a parent. Unfortunately, his intelligence wasn't advanced enough to clearly explain what had happened. Just then, the PhD zombie stepped out from behind him. "Master, it's the humans. They've taken over the prison and are trying to hunt us. Among them is an awakener who's formed a crystal core and can control fire." "Oh." Ethan nodded, quickly piecing together the situation in his mind. When a human awakener's neurocore evolves into a crystal core, they gain special abilities. Clearly, this time, the enemy was a fire-type awakener. Crystal core. Ethan licked his lips, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had already tasted the power of neurocore. A crystal core would undoubtedly be even more delicious. Looks like it's time to stretch my legs. Turning back into the room, Ethan casually pressed a button, sending out a hunting signal to his troops. Roar. Bulldozer immediately stopped crying and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. The roar was like a signal flare, triggering a chain reaction. Thousands of zombies in the vicinity of the building responded instantly, their frenzied howls echoing one after another, shaking the very air. Ethan stepped out onto the ruined street, flanked by three of his most trusted subordinates, Bulldozer, Laura, and the PhD zombie. Behind them, a massive horde of zombies surged forward. These zombies, with their feral eyes and violent movements, had become an unstoppable force. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a horde could sweep away anything in its path. On the sides of the street, mutated rats and dogs screeched in terror and scattered in all directions. Ethan raised his hand and gave a slight wave, his voice calm and low. "All units, attack." Roar. At his command, the horde of undead let out an earth-shaking roar and surged forward like a raging flood, rushing straight toward the prison. The prison stood like a lone fortress, surrounded by high walls and watchtowers. Over 100 guards were stationed along the perimeter, armed to the teeth and clad in matching tactical gear. They were the elite forces of Genesis Biotech, highly trained, disciplined, and efficient. The towering walls and fortified defenses were more than enough to keep ordinary zombies at bay, so the guards were relatively relaxed. Inside one of the spacious rooms in the prison, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. Soft lighting illuminated a luxurious sofa, where a young man sat at the center. His name was Alex, a fire element awakener. He lounged lazily on the sofa, his legs propped up on the coffee table, a smug grin playing on his lips. In front of him, two women with graceful figures were tending to him with careful precision. Their movements were practiced, but their eyes betrayed a dull, submissive emptiness. For Alex, this was just another day. In the apocalypse, getting women wasn't hard. 2 loaves of bread were often enough to make them willingly submit. Man, this is the life. Alex sighed, closing his eyes, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Before the apocalypse, he'd been just another office worker, living a dull, monotonous life day after day. But now, everything had changed. After awakening his powers, he was recruited by Genesis Biotech and given a life of luxury. Good food, good drinks, and even the women he once thought were out of his league were now his playthings. Talk about a rags to riches story, huh? Alex thought to himself, his grin widening. He had managed to condense a rare crystal core, making him one of the strongest in the human faction during the apocalypse. Hunting high-level zombies, absorbing neurokers, his power kept growing. Sometimes, he felt like the protagonist of one of those post-apocalyptic novels, destined to carve out his legend in this wasteland. But just as he was basking in his fantasies, the door burst open. A guard rushed in, his face tense with urgency. Alex? Our drones just spotted a zombie horde heading straight for us. A horde? Alex opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow. Instead of panic, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. If there's a horde, that means there's a zombie king leading them. He stood up, a cold smile tugging at his lips. This could be a golden opportunity. Hunting a zombie king meant obtaining a neurocore, or even a crystal core, his shortcut to further evolution. He waved his hand, signaling the guard to lead the way. Let's go check it out. Minutes later, Alex stood atop one of the prison's watchtowers, gazing out at the distant streets. A massive, dark wave of zombies was surging toward them, like a relentless tide. The undead sprinted forward, their guttural roars blending into a deafening cacophony. Not bad. They've got some presence, Alex muttered with a cold smirk. He wasn't afraid. To him, these zombies were just walking loot. Once they're in range, open fire, he ordered, his voice brimming with confidence. Yes, sir. The guard beside him responded immediately. As the horde drew closer, the prison's defenses roared to life. Machine guns mounted on the walls spat out streams of bullets, creating a storm of metal that tore through the undead ranks. Zombies fell in droves, their bodies shredded by the relentless gunfire. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. But these weren't ordinary zombies. Ethan's troops had long since evolved. Their bodies were unnaturally tough, and their regenerative abilities were astounding. Even after being riddled with bullets, many of them got back up and continued their charge. The horde soon reached the walls and began forming a zombie ladder. The undead climbed over each other in a frenzy, piling up to scale the defenses. Hey hey hey! A sinister laugh suddenly echoed through the chaos. From within the horde, a figure leapt into the air, Laura. Her movements were swift and precise, her silhouette cutting through the night like a shadow. With an incredible leap, she stepped on the shoulder of a zombie and vaulted onto the wall. Her hands morphed into razor-sharp claws, and with a single swipe, she disemboweled a guard. Blood sprayed everywhere as the man collapsed in a heap. At the same time, another figure made his move, Bulldozer. The hulking zombie grabbed a massive boulder, spinning it like a discus before hurling it with terrifying force toward one of the watchtowers. Boom! The boulder smashed into the tower, reducing it to rubble. The guards inside screamed as they plummeted to their deaths. These zombies. Something's not right. Alex muttered, his expression darkening. It finally dawned on him that this wasn't just a mindless horde. These zombies were organized, evolved, and far more dangerous than he'd anticipated. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, striking a guard beside him square inches the head. The man's body crumpled to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. What the hell? Alex's eyes widened in shock, his heart sinking. Chapter 23 Revenge. These weren't your typical zombies. They were a highly evolved breed, strong, intelligent, and terrifyingly coordinated. Alex stood atop the high wall, his eyes locked on the horde below. A sense of unease gnawed at him. Down below, Bulldozer was rampaging like a wild beast, tearing through everything in his path. Flesh and blood flew everywhere as he plowed forward. His strength was terrifying. Every punch sent guards flying, weapons and all. Alex recognized the monster immediately. A few days ago, he'd faced Bulldozer in battle and barely managed to drive him off. Clearly, this time, Bulldozer was back for revenge. These things. They can hold grudges? Alex muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed as unease turned into dread. Boss, look over there. One of the guards suddenly shouted, his voice tinged with disbelief. Alex followed the guard's gaze, and froze. In the middle of the zombie horde stood a young man. He was wearing a spotless white shirt, so clean it seemed out of place in this apocalyptic wasteland. His expression was cold, his eyes empty, as if the chaos and carnage around him had nothing to do with him. Is he human? Or a vampire? Alex murmured to himself, his voice filled with confusion and wariness. In a world like this, where even humans struggled to stay clean, the sight of this pristine figure was deeply unsettling. Quick! Aim at him and open fire. Alex barked, his voice sharp with urgency. The guards immediately turned their guns on the young man. Machine guns roared, spitting bullets like a torrential downpour. But then, something impossible happened. The bullets passed straight through the young man's body, as if he were nothing but a mirage. The rounds hit the ground behind him, kicking up clouds of dust. What the hell? Alex's eyes widened in shock, his heart sinking like a stone. He had never seen anything like this before. Meanwhile, the defenses on the wall were crumbling. The zombies were overwhelming the guards, and their gunfire was growing weaker by the second. At the base of the wall, the zombies were piling up, forming a grotesque human ladder. One by one, they climbed over each other, clawing their way to the top. Their faces were twisted with rage, their guttural screeches piercing the air. The moment they saw a human, they lunged, feral and merciless. Rarg! One zombie pounced on a guard, pinning him to the ground. Its jagged teeth tore into his throat in an instant. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the ground red. The other guards, seeing this, panicked and scattered, their fear overtaking any sense of order. Fall back. Get to the safe house. Alex shouted, his voice laced with urgency. The guards, already terrified out of their minds, didn't need to be told twice. They turned and ran, firing blindly over their shoulders in a desperate attempt to slow the zombies down. But Laura was too fast. Her claws were already dripping with blood, and a twisted smile spread across her face. She looked like she was savoring the carnage, reveling in the hunt. Seeing the humans retreat only seemed to excite her more. Her predatory instincts kicked into overdrive. She moved like a shadow, darting through the night with inhuman speed. In the blink of an eye, she caught up to a group of fleeing guards. Her claws slashed through the air, and within moments, 5 or 6 of them lay dead in pools of their own blood. She's a speed-type zombie king, Alex muttered to himself, his expression grim as he quickly assessed the situation. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands, flames igniting in his palms. The air around him grew hot, shimmering with heat. He knew that if he didn't stop Laura now, none of his men would make it out alive. Burn in hell! Alex roared, hurling 2 fireballs straight at her. Laura reacted instantly, her body a blur as she leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the full force of the attack. The fireballs exploded on the ground, erupting into a blazing wall of flames. The fire created a temporary barrier, giving the guards enough time to retreat into the buildings behind them. Alex stood behind the wall of fire, his eyes scanning the horde below. But the unease in his chest only grew stronger. His gaze returned to the young man in the white shirt, Ethan. He was still standing in the same spot, his expression as cold and detached as ever, as if none of this chaos concerned him. But Alex knew better. Deep down, he could feel it. This man wasn't just part of the attack, he was the one orchestrating it all. HSSS. Alex sucked in a sharp breath, his chest tightening with dread. He didn't dare linger any longer. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the high wall and retreated into the building. He knew Ethan's abilities were bizarre and unpredictable, and he had almost no intel on him. Engaging him head-on would only make an already dire situation even worse. Outside, the outer wall was quickly overrun. The zombies poured in like a relentless tide, flooding the compound. Ethan moved forward, walking calmly through the sea of undead. His pace was slow and deliberate, almost like he was taking a casual stroll. He didn't attack right away. Instead, he watched, his cold eyes scanning the humans' reactions. He's testing us. Alex thought, his instincts screaming at him to stay alert. This wasn't just another zombie king. Ethan was something else entirely, an intelligent predator. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Ethan's lips, cold and calculating. He wasn't in a rush to unleash his power, domain of the dead. It was a devastating ability, but its duration was limited. He didn't want to waste it. And, more importantly, he didn't want to stain his pristine white shirt. The brief skirmish had already taken a heavy toll on the prison's defenders. What had started as a force of over 100 guards was now reduced to fewer than 40, barely holding on. Meanwhile, Ethan's zombie horde was virtually untouched, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Wherever the horde passed, death and blood followed, painting a grim picture of humanity's impending doom. It was as if the apocalypse itself had come knocking. Trailing behind Ethan was Bulldozer, his massive frame towering over the ruins. His grotesque face twisted into a grin that was almost childlike, though his eyes burned with the satisfaction of revenge. Finally. Payback, Bulldozer growled, his voice low and guttural, tinged with cruel delight. You thought you could mess with me? Now it's your turn to suffer. Inside the prison, Alex and the remaining guards had fallen back to their last line of defense, a heavily fortified safe house. The safe house was a bunker-like structure, built entirely from 10-inch thick alloy. Every surface, from the walls to the ceiling and floor, was reinforced with no weak points. The only openings were a few small firing slits in the front wall, just large enough to shoot through or allow air to circulate. Phew. The guards, now huddled inside, finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Their faces were pale, etched with exhaustion and fear. These zombies. They're insane. One guard gasped, still catching his breath. Yeah, they're nothing like the ones we've fought before. Another chimed in, his voice trembling. No kidding. Have you ever seen zombies using weapons? Someone snapped, frustration and fear bubbling over. Believe it or not, I almost got hacked to death by one with a hunting knife. Another guard muttered, his voice shaky with lingering terror. These things are evolving way too fast. The group broke into nervous chatter, their words laced with fear of the unknown. But their uneasy conversation didn't last long. Outside, the zombies had already reached the safe house. The creatures clawed and scratched at the alloy walls, their grotesque faces pressed against the metal as they let out ear-piercing shrieks. No matter how hard they tried, though, the thick alloy didn't budge. Get the satellite phone and contact HQ. Request immediate backup, Alex ordered, his voice calm but firm. We're safe for now, but we can't stay trapped in here. Got it. One of the guards nodded quickly, grabbing the comms equipment and starting to dial. But before the call could go through, a deafening crash echoed from outside, boom. The ground shook as Bulldozer's massive figure appeared in front of the safe house. He had smashed through several walls on his way, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. Now, he stood before the alloy bunker, his enormous fists clenched. With a roar, Bulldozer raised one of his fists and slammed it into the wall. Bang! 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 Each punch landed like a sledgehammer, causing the entire safe house to tremble. The guards inside exchanged nervous glances, their confidence wavering. But the alloy walls held firm. No matter how hard Bulldozer hit, the safe house didn't give an inch. Ha! Big guy, looks like you're not getting in, Alex sneered, a smirk tugging at his lips. His voice carried a hint of mockery, though his eyes remained sharp and calculating. Alex had complete faith in the safe house. It was specifically designed to withstand attacks from brute force zombie kings like Bulldozer. RGH. Damn humans. Bulldozer roared, his massive fists slamming into the alloy walls over and over again. But no matter how hard he hit, the walls didn't budge. His furious roars echoed like thunder, shaking the air, but all he could do was vent his frustration in vain. Inside the safe house, Alex stood calm and composed, analyzing the situation. Through one of the firing slits, his sharp gaze scanned the horde outside. There was no way Bulldozer, with his limited intelligence, could have orchestrated such a coordinated attack. The real mastermind was obvious, it had to be the tearily pristine young man. As Alex's thoughts raced, the chaos outside suddenly fell silent. The deafening roars and snarls of the zombies ceased all at once, leaving an eerie, oppressive stillness in their wake. It was like a noisy classroom suddenly going silent the moment the teacher walked in. What the? What's going on? One of the guards whispered, his voice tinged with unease. Why did they all just stop? Another asked, his tone equally nervous. These zombies. They're not normal. Someone muttered, their voice trembling. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, their fear mounting. Since the outbreak began, none of them had ever seen anything like this. Then, in the unsettling quiet, the horde began to move. But not in the way they expected. The zombies parted, shuffling to the sides in perfect unison, creating a straight, open path through their ranks. The movement was unnervingly precise, like soldiers clearing the way for their commander. What the hell? One of the guards gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Down the newly formed path, a figure emerged. It was Ethan. He walked slowly, his steps measured and deliberate, his spotless white shirt still impossibly clean. His expression was as cold and detached as ever, as if the carnage around him was beneath his notice. Flanking him were Laura and a PhD zombie, one on each side, like loyal bodyguards. Their presence only added to the sense of hierarchy, a chilling reminder that this was no ordinary horde. B-boss. These zombies. They're way too weird. One of the guards stammered, his voice shaking with fear. Alex's eyes narrowed, his expression grim. He was just as shocked as his men, but he forced himself to stay calm. Don't worry, he said, his voice steady. They can't get in. As long as we stay put and wait for backup, we'll be fine. The guards nodded, reassured by Alex's confidence. The alloy walls of the safe house were incredibly thick, strong enough to withstand even a missile strike. For now, they were safe. But not everyone inside was handling the pressure well. A few of the guards, pushed to their limits by fear and anger, began shouting at the zombies outside, their voices filled with rage and desperation. "Come on, you undead bastards. Think you're so tough? Get in here and bite me. Yeah. What's with all the theatrics? You're not so scary. Damn it, you killed my brothers. I'll kill every last one of you." Fueled by their frustration, some of the guards aimed their weapons through the firing slits and opened fire, spraying bullets into the horde outside. Muzzle flashes lit up the dark as the rounds tore into the zombies. The guards shouted curses as they fired, venting their fear and fury. But then, something happened. Ethan's figure vanished. Chapter 24. A warm slice of chocolate cake. "Stop it. You idiots." Alex's sharp voice cut through the chaos, halting his subordinates' reckless actions. He knew firing at the horde of zombies outside was pointless, a waste of precious ammunition. But what unsettled him even more was this: Ethan was gone. Like a gust of wind, he had vanished into thin air. A heavy, indescribable sense of dread pressed down on Alex's chest, as if some enormous, unseen danger was closing in. Where did he go? Alex muttered under his breath, his brows furrowed, eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. And then, in the blink of an eye, that tall, lean figure appeared inside the safe house. What the hell? How did he get in? That's impossible. The guards' eyes widened in disbelief, as if they'd just witnessed something beyond comprehension. Some even rubbed their eyes, trying to convince themselves they weren't hallucinating. He's not a zombie. He's a ghost. Fear surged through the room like a tidal wave, suffocating everyone in its wake. The air grew thick with tension, an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. One of the guards instinctively raised his gun, his trembling finger hovering over the trigger. But before he could fire, Ethan's presence exploded outward like a storm. Domain of the dead. An invisible force swept through the room, crashing down on everyone like a mountain. The guards froze in place, their bodies stiffening as if paralyzed. Even breathing became a struggle. Alex, as an awakener, had senses far sharper than the average person. His pupils contracted sharply, and for a moment, he thought he saw something horrifying, a vast, endless sea of blood surging behind Ethan, roaring and churning, ready to swallow them all whole. What kind of monster is this guy? Under the crushing weight of the domain, Alex's body reacted instinctively. Flames erupted from his hands, blazing fiercely, distorting the air around him with their heat. As an awakener who had condensed a crystal core, Alex's physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Even under the oppressive force of the domain, he could still move, barely. Die. With a furious roar, Alex gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of his strength. His fists, engulfed in flames, swung toward Ethan with all the force he could muster. Ethan stood his ground, his gaze calm and razor-sharp. He had never fought an awakener before and had no clear sense of his own limits. Perfect? Let's see what I can do. The thought crossed his mind, but he didn't let his guard down. After all, his opponent was a Crystal Core Awakener, a formidable foe. Underestimating him could be fatal. So Ethan went all out, meeting Alex's fiery punch with one of his own. Boom. A dull, thunderous sound echoed as their fists collided. The flames extinguished instantly. Alex's arm shattered like brittle glass, fragments of bone and flesh scattering in the air. The sheer force of the impact sent Alex flying backward, slamming into the alloy wall with a sickening crunch. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. Alex's body crumpled to the ground like a broken doll, lifeless and unmoving. Ethan raised an eyebrow, glancing down at his own fist, as if surprised by the outcome. That's it? He's dead already? He muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. So this is all a Crystal Core Awakener amounts to? Meanwhile, Alex's subordinates were utterly consumed by despair. Just moments ago, they had pinned all their hopes on Alex, praying he could lead them out of this nightmare. But in a single exchange, their leader had been utterly destroyed, without even a chance to fight back. This guy. He's not human. He's a demon. The apocalypse is here. For real this time. Terror and hopelessness were etched into their faces. Under the suffocating pressure of the domain of the dead, they couldn't move a muscle. A few, their willpower too weak to withstand the crushing force, simply passed out on the spot. Ethan stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, until he reached Alex's broken body. Crouching down, he extended a hand and dug into the shattered remains of Alex's skull, pulling out a crystal-clear crystal core. This core was unlike any ordinary neurocore. It was completely transparent, about the size of a pigeon egg, and emitted a faint, intoxicating fragrance. The energy contained within it was far more potent than any neurocore Ethan had ever encountered. Might as well treat it like a warm slice of chocolate cake. Ethan popped the crystal core into his mouth and bit down gently. The moment his teeth cracked it open, the core dissolved into a surge of pure energy that flooded through his entire body. It felt like a warm current coursing through him, nourishing every inch of his being. Even his muscles and bones seemed to be reforged, strengthened in ways he hadn't thought possible. Not bad, he muttered to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The energy from this single crystal core far surpassed that of 10 ordinary neurocores. Ethan could feel his strength growing rapidly, as if every cell in his body was celebrating, alive with newfound power. He pulled a tissue from his pocket and casually wiped his hands before turning toward the heavy door of the safe house. Well then, dinner's served, my little ones. With a calm yet commanding tone, he pushed open the thick steel door. His voice carried an undeniable authority, one that demanded obedience. Roar. The horde of zombies outside erupted into a frenzy, like predators finally unleashed after being held back for too long. Their guttural roars filled the air as they surged forward, pouring into the safe house like a tidal wave. The guards inside didn't stand a chance. The zombies tore into them with savage ferocity, ripping them apart as screams of terror and agony echoed through the confined space. But the chaos didn't last long. The screams soon faded, replaced by an eerie silence. The hunt was over. The prison, which had just been taken over by Genesis Biotech, was once again reduced to ruins. The zombie horde reclaimed the area, wandering aimlessly through the crumbling hallways and desolate courtyards. A grim atmosphere hung over the prison. Occasionally, a few black crows descended, their harsh caws breaking the silence as they pecked at the rotting flesh of the undead. Meanwhile, Ethan had already led his zombie army back to his lair. As was his routine, he started with a hot bath, scrubbing away the blood and grime from his body. Once clean, he changed into fresh clothes. Perhaps it was the crystal core he had consumed, but he didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. Instead, he grabbed a wine glass from the cabinet, poured himself some fresh blood, and settled onto the couch, sipping it leisurely. At that moment, he didn't look like the terrifying zombie king that survivors whispered about in fear. Instead, he seemed more like the boy next door, calm, relaxed, even a little lazy. "Boss, what were you up to just now?" Nina, one of the few under his command who could still hold a normal conversation, asked casually as she mopped the floor nearby. "Nothing much," Ethan replied without looking at her, his tone light. "Just went out for a warm slice of chocolate cake." Nina froze mid-swipe, her mop hovering above the floor. She knew full well that the world outside was nothing but a wasteland. There hadn't been any chocolate cake, or anything remotely like it. It didn't take a genius to figure out what Ethan really meant. "Forget it," she muttered under her breath, resuming her mopping. "No point asking. We're not even on the same wavelength." After every hunt, Ethan would spend a few days in his lair, quietly recovering and evolving. The outside world was full of danger, but he didn't care. Whether it was zombie hordes or human survivors, to him, they were all just prey. Since the apocalypse began, he had never stopped consuming energy. Flesh, neurocores, even crystal cores, they were all fuel for his evolution. But because of this relentless growth, Ethan had no clear sense of his own limits. "Alex was too weak," Ethan murmured, leaning back on the couch as he swirled the blood in his glass. His eyes held a distant, contemplative look. "Is there anyone stronger out there?" He spoke softly, but there was a hint of anticipation in his voice. What he didn't know was that his recent actions, killing Alex and letting the prison fall back into ruin, had already caused a massive stir in the outside world. On the Genesis Biotech website, the news about the prison overrun by zombies incident had just been posted, and the comment section immediately exploded. Even Genesis Biotech can't handle this. Wasn't there some Operation King Hunt before? Looks like it failed. Alex was an awakener with a crystal core, right? He's ranked at least in the top 10 at the official shelter, isn't he? Yeah. And yet he didn't even survive long enough for the rescue team to arrive. That's terrifying. OMG. Is there really a zombie king this powerful now? This is so scary. What if this zombie king comes for our shelter next? Even though the world had already fallen into an apocalypse, Genesis Biotech's website and the official shelters network remained the primary sources of information for survivors. In just a few hours, the post had racked up over 3,000 comments. But Genesis Biotech clearly wasn't ready to accept defeat after this incident. Soon, they released an official statement on their website, regarding the prison overrun by zombies incident. "Our company will not let this matter rest. We've already uncovered some clues about the zombie king that killed Alex, and we'll soon pinpoint the location of its lair. We will deploy an Awakener squad, along with the ultimate killing machine, Doom Hunter, to completely eliminate this zombie king and every zombie in its lair. Operation King Hunt will continue. Chapter 25 Merciful Continue? Ethan's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. He had to admit, Genesis Biotech's plan wasn't half bad. If they wanted to keep pushing forward with Operation King Hunt, he had no problem playing along. Hunting down these human awakeners and harvesting their crystal cores to replenish his energy? That sounded like a win-win to him. After all, he hadn't had his fill of cherries yet. And besides, Ethan had always hated being disturbed. The best way to keep trouble from knocking on your door? Simple, take the fight to them. Eliminate every potential threat before it even had a chance to grow. With that thought, he turned to Laura. His voice was calm, but the command in it was absolute. Go. Track down those awakeners. Laura was Ethan's fastest scout, quick, sharp, and deadly efficient. She never failed a mission. Hearing the order, she grinned, baring a row of razor-sharp teeth. Her laugh was low and eerie, like a predator toying with its prey. In the next second, her figure blurred into a shadow and vanished from their hideout, melting into the distant streets. Night fell, and darkness swallowed the city whole. Los Angeles had long since lost power. The streets were pitch black, with not a single light to be seen, only endless shadows. The air reeked of decay and blood, and the distant howls of zombies and mutated beasts echoed through the night, painting a grim picture of the city's despair. Ethan stood by the window of their hideout, gazing down at the streets 20 stories below. His sharp eyes pierced through the darkness, capturing every detail with ease. Zombies had exceptional night vision, and Ethan was no exception. Suddenly, a shadow darted toward the building, moving with ghostly speed before leaping effortlessly into the high-rise. Laura had returned. Master. She knelt before him, her voice low and raspy. I found a group of humans. They're hiding in Westfield Century City, guarding a warehouse. There are over 10 awakeners among them, wearing the same uniforms as the ones we encountered earlier today. Ethan nodded slightly. Laura's intelligence wasn't her strongest suit, but it was enough, about the level of a 10-year-old child. She could describe what she saw clearly, and that was all Ethan needed. 10 awakeners, all in uniform. Ethan immediately understood. These people had to be part of Genesis Biotech's team. In this post-apocalyptic world, only Genesis Biotech still maintains such organization and discipline. They're guarding the warehouse. They've probably found some valuable supplies and are figuring out how to transport them back, Ethan murmured to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In a world where resources were scarce, moving supplies was no easy feat. After all, not everyone had the luxury of a spatial storage ring. Let's go take a look, Ethan ordered curtly. Excitement flickered in Laura's eyes. Her grin stretched unnaturally wide, almost splitting her face, revealing a grotesque, predatory smile. Night was the perfect time for zombies to hunt. But this time, it was different. The horde following Ethan moved in complete silence, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Their movements were synchronized, precise, like a ghostly army trained to perfection. Outside Westfield Century City, the zombie horde gathered. Over 1,000 of them stood motionless in the shadows, their eyes glowing with a feral, bloodthirsty light. They waited, silent and still, for Ethan's command. The moment he gave the signal, they would charge without hesitation, a tidal wave of death. Inside the supermarket, the warehouse was packed with supplies, enough to sustain thousands of people. To protect these resources, Genesis Biotech had stationed 12 awakeners as guards, along with over 200 regular employees and survivors. How long is it gonna take to move all this stuff? A young man on guard duty leaned against the wall, his tone laced with frustration. There's only, 200 of us. We'll be dead tired just hauling this crap. His companion, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a puff of smoke lazily. Who cares? We'll just wait for HQ to send reinforcements. In the meantime, we've got food, drinks, smokes, and booze. Just sit tight and enjoy it. Yeah, but... The younger man frowned, lowering his voice. I don't feel safe out here. I'd feel a lot better if we were back at the company. Ha. You're such a coward, the smoker laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. We've got 12 awakeners guarding this place. Any zombie dumb enough to come here is just asking to get slaughtered. Let's hope so. The younger man yawned, his exhaustion evident. Hey, Marcus, toss me a cigarette too. I need something to keep me awake. But neither of them realized that, at that very moment, the entire perimeter of Westfield Century City had been surrounded by a silent, deadly army of over 1,000 zombies. They stood motionless in the darkness, like statues of death. But their glowing red eyes burned with hunger, ready to pounce the moment Ethan gave the order. Ethan stood at the front of his horde, his senses locked onto the faint traces of life emanating from within the shopping mall. His gaze sharpened, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. 12 awakeners. He murmured to himself. A direct assault would cost too much. It wasn't that he cared about the lives of the zombies under his command. But the ones he'd brought tonight were his elite troops, obedient, disciplined, and capable of following complex orders. They were a resource he wasn't willing to squander so easily. He made his decision. "I'll take care of a few awakeners first," Ethan said softly, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. Turning to the horde behind him, he ordered them to remain in place. Then, his figure melted into the shadows, vanishing into the night like a phantom. Ethan activated his domain of the dead, his body becoming intangible as he phased through the walls of the shopping mall. He moved like a wraith, silent and unseen, blending seamlessly into the darkness. "Stay sharp," he reminded himself, his cold eyes scanning his surroundings with precision. There were 12 awakeners inside. While Ethan was confident in his abilities, he knew that his domain of the dead could only be fully sustained for 5 minutes. If he got dragged into a prolonged fight, things could get tricky. He focused on the faint traces of human presence in the air, his steps light and deliberate. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, his vision was as clear as daylight. The first floor of the mall had once been a showcase for jewelry and luxury goods. Glass display cases still held gold, silver, and diamonds, though they were now coated in a layer of dust. In this post-apocalyptic world, these once prized treasures had lost all their value. They sat untouched, forgotten relics of a bygone era. Ethan didn't spare them a glance. He moved forward, his focus unwavering, until he reached the main hall on the first floor. Here, the human presence was stronger. The sound of breathing filled the air, interspersed with the occasional faint snore. His gaze swept across the hall, taking in the scene. The floor was covered with makeshift bedding, thin mattresses and blankets where dozens of survivors lay curled up, most of them fast asleep. A few, however, were still awake. One of them, a bald middle-aged man, leaned against the wall, the faint glow of a phone screen illuminating his tired face. Still up late, even with no hair left to lose, Ethan thought with a cold smirk, continuing his silent observation. It wasn't surprising that they had power. Large shopping centers like this often came equipped with backup generators. But these ordinary survivors weren't his concern. His targets were the awakeners. Ethan's attention shifted to a small, isolated room nearby. He could sense 3 people inside, 1 awakener and 2 ordinary humans. He approached without a sound, using his domain of the dead to phase through the wall and enter the room. The space had once been a retail shop but had since been converted into a makeshift bedroom. The air was thick with a cloying, nauseating scent of indulgence. On the bed, a young awakener lay sprawled out, naked, with 2 women curled up beside him. All 3 were deep in sleep, their breathing slow and steady. Ethan's expression remained cold as he took in the scene. He wasn't surprised. In this post-apocalyptic world, awakeners were rare and powerful assets. They were the privileged class among survivors, and many women were willing to offer themselves in exchange for protection or resources. Under the constant shadow of death, concepts like chastity had long since lost their meaning. For many, indulgence and hedonism were the only ways to numb the fear and despair. Ethan didn't hesitate. He drew a sharp dagger from his waist, his movements swift and precise. The blade plunged into the awakener's forehead, silent and deadly. To ensure there was no noise, Ethan activated his domain of the dead again, allowing the dagger to phase through the skull and directly destroy the brain tissue. A faint squelch echoed as a neurocore emerged from the awakener's shattered skull, floating into the air. Ethan caught it effortlessly, examining it briefly. This awakener wasn't particularly strong, he hadn't even formed a crystal core yet. But Ethan wasn't picky. He popped the neurocore into his mouth, chewing slowly as the familiar cherry flavor spread across his tongue. "Not bad," he muttered, licking his lips with a hint of satisfaction. As for the 2 women on the bed, they remained fast asleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. Ethan glanced down at them, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his eyes. "If they wake up and find themselves lying next to a corpse, they'll probably lose their minds," he murmured to himself, his tone cold and detached. Deciding to spare them that horror, he opted for what he considered a merciful solution. The dagger flashed again, its blade striking with unerring precision. 2 quick thrusts to the heart, and the women's lives ended without a sound. Ethan stood over the now silent room, his expression unreadable. He wiped the blade clean on the edge of the bed, then turned and phased back through the wall, disappearing into the darkness once more. Chapter 26 How could this happen? Ethan silently moved through the shadows, relying on his domain of the dead ability to remain undetected. Every strike he made was precise, clean, and efficient, avoiding any unnecessary bloodshed that might alert the other awakeners. Their heightened senses, especially their sharp sense of smell, meant even the faintest hint of blood could give him away. After eliminating the 3 individuals in the first room, Ethan turned and slipped into the adjacent one. Inside, a female awakener lay in deep sleep, completely unaware of the danger. Ethan repeated his method, swiftly extracting her neurocore without hesitation. One by one, Ethan hunted down 5 awakeners in total, absorbing their neurocores as he went. Each time he consumed one, a familiar, sweet cherry flavor filled his mouth. The taste triggered a flood of memories, pulling him back to a time long gone. He remembered the orphanage's backyard, where a cherry tree stood tall. When the fruit ripened, he and Mia, along with the other kids, would climb the tree, plucking the bright red cherries and stuffing their mouths full of sweetness. Their laughter would echo under the warm sunlight, carefree and full of life. Though those memories had long since faded, blurred by the passage of time, the taste brought them back vividly, as if those days had never left him. For a fleeting moment, he felt like that boy again, standing under the cherry tree. But the nostalgia didn't last. Ethan shook off the memories and pressed forward, his focus cold and unyielding as he continued executing his plan. He phased through the wall and entered a massive warehouse. The space was packed with supplies, spices, drinks, sandwiches, sausages, bacon, bread, essentially everything you'd expect to find in a well-stocked supermarket. Without hesitation, Ethan waved his hand, storing the supplies into his spatial storage ring. Moving deeper, he discovered another warehouse. This one housed frozen goods, shrimp, crabs, seafood, and even fresh cuts of meat. Thanks to a backup generator, the refrigeration systems were still running, keeping everything in pristine condition. Ethan quickly claimed all of it. The next 2 warehouses were just as bountiful. One was filled with household appliances, cleaning tools, and detergents, practically everything needed for daily life. The only exception was the vegetable storage area, where most of the produce had rotted away, releasing a nauseating stench. Ethan didn't care. He wasn't much of a vegetable person anyway. To him, the decaying greens were meaningless. As he continued looting, 2 awakeners stationed outside on night watch began to sense that something was off. "Marcus, it's already 2:05 a.m. Why hasn't Buck come to take over yet?" a young man muttered, his voice laced with irritation. "No idea, Marcus," an older man replied with a frown, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Maybe he overdid it last night with that woman and can't even get out of bed," the younger man sneered, his words dripping with sarcasm. "I'll go check on him." The younger man stood up, clearly annoyed by Buck's tardiness. He walked straight to the first room and knocked on the door. "Buck, get up and take your shift. Stop pretending to be dead and hurry up." "Hey. Did you hear me?" No response. The uneasy silence sent a chill down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself and shoved the door open with force. What he saw froze him in place. Inside the room, 3 bodies lay on the bed, 2 women and 1 man. Their skin was pale, almost paper white, and their lifeless faces made it clear they'd been dead for some time. "Shit. Something's wrong," the young man shouted, his voice trembling as he spun around and yelled into the night. "Everyone, wake up. Someone's been killed." His panicked cry shattered the stillness of the night like a thunderclap. In the main hall, the survivors stirred awake, rubbing their eyes and stumbling toward the commotion. "What's going on? What happened? Is it zombies? Did they get in?" The crowd buzzed with nervous chatter, fear spreading like wildfire among them. Amid the chaos, no one noticed the tall, lean figure standing quietly in the crowd. His expression was calm, detached, as if none of this concerned him. That figure was Ethan. Meanwhile, Marcus, the leader of the survivors and the awakener among them who had successfully condensed a crystal core, strode over quickly. His expression was grim, and his sharp gaze swept across the scene. "Billy, what happened?" Marcus asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a barely restrained anger. "Buck. He's dead." Billy, a young man, pointed toward the room, his voice trembling noticeably. Marcus followed the direction of Billy's finger, and his brows furrowed instantly. His face darkened further, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the other survivors began whispering among themselves. Fear and unease spread through the group like wildfire. "How did he die? Don't tell me he got too excited last night and had a heart attack? Don't joke about that. Those 2 women are dead too. Could it be some kind of disease?" The murmurs rippled through the crowd, but Marcus's expression only grew colder and more severe. He slowly approached Buck's body, his brows tightly knit, his sharp eyes scanning every inch of the corpse. Thanks to his heightened senses as an awakener, Marcus quickly noticed something chilling. Buck's energy had completely vanished. His neurocore had been taken. But there wasn't a single wound on Buck's body. This is impossible," Marcus muttered under his breath, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. His gaze swept across the room, and his voice dropped to a cold, commanding tone. "Who was staying in the rooms next to him? Bring them out. I need to ask them some questions." I don't know," Billy stammered, his face pale. It was clear he was just as shaken by the situation. Marcus turned his attention to the hallway and noticed that the doors to 4 adjacent rooms were still shut tight. His heart sank, a growing sense of dread creeping over him. As an awakener, his senses were razor sharp. With all this commotion, there was no way the people in those rooms hadn't heard anything. Unless... Bang. 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 Without hesitation, Marcus kicked open the doors to all 4 rooms in quick succession. What he saw inside made everyone gasp in horror. In each room lay a cold, lifeless body. Hiss. The crowd fell silent in an instant. The sight before them left everyone too stunned to speak. They were dead. All of them were dead. At that moment, a girl came running from the direction of the warehouse, her face pale with panic and urgency. Marcus. The warehouse. The supplies in the warehouse are all gone. What? Marcus's face turned ashen. He rushed toward the warehouse, flung the door open, and the sight inside nearly made his knees buckle. The warehouse, once filled with supplies, was now completely empty. This can't be real. It has to be an illusion. Marcus muttered to himself, gripping the doorframe tightly as if trying to steady his spiraling thoughts. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attempting to dispel any possibility of mental manipulation. But when he opened his eyes again, the scene remained unchanged. This wasn't an illusion. It was reality. How could this happen? Marcus's face was so dark it seemed like a storm was brewing. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, his fury barely contained. The survivors around him stayed silent, the oppressive atmosphere thick enough to choke on. Out of the original 12 awakeners, 5 were now inexplicably dead, leaving only 7. And to make matters worse, the warehouse, their lifeline, had been completely emptied. Without food, how were they supposed to survive? Marcus took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His sharp gaze swept across the room as he spoke in a low, icy tone. Something, or someone, got in here. Marcus. A woman standing nearby spoke, her voice trembling with fear. She was clearly shaken to her core. To silently kill 5 awakeners and steal this much. What kind of ability could do that? I don't know, Marcus replied, shaking his head. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. But I'm certain of one thing, they haven't left. What? Gasps erupted from the crowd. They're still in this building, Marcus said, his voice cold and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. His eyes scanned the surrounding darkness, as if searching for something, or someone. The survivors were holed up in Westfield Century City, a sprawling shopping center covering over 1.3 million square feet. At this moment, the entire building was cloaked in shadows, save for the faint glow of emergency lights that barely illuminated a few dozen feet ahead. Beyond that, the darkness stretched endlessly. The thought of a monster capable of silently killing 5 awakeners and stealing all their supplies lurking somewhere in the shadows sent a chill down everyone's spine. People glanced nervously around, their eyes darting into the darkness, trying to spot the hidden threat. But no one noticed Ethan, who stood quietly among them. His expression was calm, his gaze detached, as if he were nothing more than an uninvolved observer watching the chaos unfold. The survivors had no idea that the monster they feared was standing right in their midst. Ethan's eyes swept over the group, his face unreadable. Among the remaining 7 awakeners, 5 had condensed crystal cores, their abilities still unknown. He wasn't in a rush to act. Instead, he decided to play with them for a while. Meanwhile, the survivors' nerves were fraying, and their emotions were nearing a breaking point. What are we supposed to do without food? Lily, you owe me a chocolate bar from yesterday. Give it back now. Marcus, we should head back to Genesis Biotech HQ. Or maybe request a supply drop from them. The crowd descended into chaos, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of panic and desperation. Marcus raised a hand, signaling for silence. Once the noise died down, he nodded and spoke in a calm, measured tone, I'll consider it. But inside, his mind was a storm of anxiety and unease. He knew the truth, losing this much food and 5 awakeners was a disaster. If Genesis Biotech HQ found out, they wouldn't just reprimand him, they'd likely send him straight to the labs as a test subject for live experiments. No. That couldn't happen. Marcus's expression darkened further. He had to find the monster and recover the stolen supplies before HQ caught wind of this mess. Chapter 27 Filthy. 7 awakeners gathered in a dimly lit room, their faces barely illuminated by the faint glow of a single lamp. The atmosphere was heavy, the tension palpable. Marcus was the first to speak, his voice low and resolute. We can't report this to the company. We have to recover the supplies ourselves. The other 6 nodded in agreement. No one objected. They all understood the stakes. If the higher-ups at Genesis Biotech found out about this blunder, the consequences would be catastrophic. But one of the younger men frowned, his voice tinged with hesitation. Marcus, but we don't even have a single lead. How are we supposed to find them? There will be clues, Marcus replied, his eyes glinting coldly in the shadows. His tone carried an unshakable confidence. Stealing that much material without leaving a trace? Impossible. And I'm certain that creature hasn't left this small yet. What about the survivors? Billy asked, his brows furrowed, his voice laced with frustration. They're scared out of their minds. How can we expect them to help us track down a monster? There's no way they'll agree to this. Marcus's expression darkened instantly, his tone as cold and sharp as ice. They don't have to agree. They'll do it whether they like it or not. This company isn't a charity. We saved them so they could help us move supplies, not so we could babysit a bunch of useless freeloaders. In this world, only those who prove their worth deserve to survive. The room fell silent. The other 6 said nothing, but their eyes betrayed their agreement. Marcus's meaning was clear: if it came down to it, they'd use the survivors as bait to recover the supplies. No matter the cost. After all, this wasn't just any ordinary stash. These were resources worth billions. In a world like this, a few human lives were insignificant in comparison. When the meeting ended, Marcus returned to the survivors, his face as stern as ever. Standing in the center of the group, he spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Listen up, everyone. We've made a decision. The supplies are missing, and we can't just sit around and do nothing. In times like these, we need to work together to get them back. The crowd fell silent, stunned by his words. Go look for the supplies? Someone muttered, disbelief evident in their tone. Is this a joke? Another person shouted. It's pitch black out there, and there might still be monsters in the mall. If you want to go, fine, but don't expect us to. Exactly. 5 awakeners were killed. What chance do we have as regular people? We'd just be walking to our deaths. Dealing with monsters is your job. We don't have any powers, why should we risk our lives for this? The group erupted into chaos, voices overlapping in a cacophony of fear and defiance. Every face was etched with terror and resistance. Marcus's expression grew darker with every passing second, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Finally, he raised his hand and shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Enough. You're going, whether you like it or not. I'm not obligated to protect any of you. If you think you can just sit back and do nothing, then I'll throw you out of the mall right now. His words hit the crowd like a sledgehammer, silencing them instantly. No one dared to speak. The oppressive aura radiating from Marcus was suffocating, a stark reminder of the power and authority Awakeners held in this post-apocalyptic world. Still, a few people began to waver. To be fair, we wouldn't have survived this long without the supplies from the warehouse. It's only right that we help look for them. Yeah, there's so many of us. What's there to be scared of? Besides, that monster might just have some weird abilities. It doesn't mean it's unbeatable. True. Every ability has a weakness. The murmurs of doubt slowly shifted into reluctant agreement. Some of the survivors were starting to change their minds. Seeing this, Marcus seized the moment. His voice dropped lower, carrying a hint of temptation. Listen carefully. I, Marcus, promise you this: anyone who finds the supplies or provides useful information will be rewarded with enough food to last an entire year. A year's worth of food? The announcement hit the crowd like a bomb. In this world, food was more valuable than gold. Even when they had access to the warehouse, their daily rations were strictly limited, just enough to stave off hunger. A year's worth of food was an unimaginable luxury. The eyes of several burly men lit up with determination, as if they'd just been injected with adrenaline. Let's go. I want to see what this so-called monster really is. Exactly. There's so many of us, what's there to be afraid of? Whatever it is, it's probably just good at sneaking around and ambushing people. The crowd's mood began to shift, their fear gradually replaced by a growing sense of defiance. More and more people started to respond, their voices rising in agreement. Some turned on flashlights, while others used their phones to light the way. Beams of light crisscrossed the darkness, pushing back the oppressive shadows that surrounded them. In small groups of 3 or 5, the survivors began to spread out, searching every corner of the supermarket. But in the shadows, away from the flickering lights and the growing commotion, Ethan stood silently, his cold gaze fixed on the scene before him. His lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Interesting, he murmured to himself, before quietly retreating into the depths of the darkness, his figure melting away like a shadow swallowed by the void. The shopping mall was enormous. In its prime, it could accommodate tens of thousands of customers. But now, with only 200 survivors scattered throughout its vast halls, the space felt eerily empty and desolate. The survivors moved in small groups, their flashlight beams flickering like fragile fireflies in the dark, always on the verge of being consumed by the surrounding blackness. As time passed, the groups drifted further and further apart. Some began to slack off, slipping into corners to pretend they were searching. Others gave up entirely, curling up in hidden spots, hoping to avoid the dangerous task altogether. But Ethan's attention wasn't on these ordinary survivors. His gaze was locked firmly on the 7 awakeners. To him, the regular humans were of no interest. They were weak, their flavor unappealing, not worth his time. The awakeners, however, were different. They moved cautiously, staying close together, never letting their guard down or straying too far from one another. "Marcus, I feel like someone's following us," one of the female awakeners suddenly said, stopping in her tracks. Her brows furrowed as she glanced over her shoulder, her voice low and uneasy. She instinctively looked back, but all she saw was an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Nothing moved. Marcus shot her a glance, his tone calm but edged with impatience. "Don't scare yourself. You're just too tense." "Yeah, Marcus is right," Billy chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. "I've felt the same way walking alone at night before, like someone's watching me. It's just your mind playing tricks on you. The more you think about it, the worse it gets. Just stop thinking about it, and you'll be fine." "Really?" The girl's voice still carried a hint of doubt, but she didn't press the issue further. The group continued their search, moving methodically from the first-floor lobby to the third floor. Their footsteps echoed through the cavernous mall, the sound unnervingly loud in the oppressive silence. Despite combing through nearly every corner, they found nothing. "Damn it," Marcus muttered, standing by the railing on the third floor. His brows were deeply furrowed, his expression a mix of frustration and confusion. He leaned over the edge, scanning the open space below. From his vantage point, he could see the survivors scattered across the various floors, their flashlight beams darting through the darkness like restless fireflies. The search continued, but so far, there had been no reports of injuries or casualties. Could it be that the monster really left already? Billy asked, standing beside Marcus. His tone was hesitant, as if he didn't fully believe his own words. "Think about it, it stole all those supplies and killed 5 of us. Why would it stick around and risk getting caught?" "Maybe," Marcus replied, though his frown deepened. Something about the situation didn't sit right with him. Hearing this, the female awakener let out a long sigh of relief, her tightly wound nerves finally beginning to relax. She raised her hand, clutching her stomach with an embarrassed expression. I can't hold it anymore. I've been too scared to go to the bathroom, but now I really can't wait. I need to go." Marcus nodded but still looked uneasy. "Grace, go with Ella. The 2 of you can watch each other's backs." "What?" Grace threw up her hands in exasperation. She needs someone to go with her just to use the bathroom. "Seriously? Stop complaining and go," Marcus ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Grace sighed, clearly annoyed, but followed Ella anyway. The 2 turned a corner and entered a deserted hallway. They didn't head for the restroom, such formalities had long since disappeared in this post-apocalyptic world. Finding a hidden spot to relieve oneself was the new normal. The hallway was even darker than the rest of the mall, the kind of darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But as awakeners, their enhanced vision allowed them to make out their surroundings, even in such poor lighting. "Hurry up," Grace said impatiently, standing with her back to Ella. Her tone was sharp, tinged with irritation. I know, Ella replied, walking over to a wall. She unfastened her pets and was just about to squat down when a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. It was a feeling she couldn't put into words, a primal instinct screaming at her, as if an invisible force had wrapped itself around her, suffocating her. As an awakener, her senses were far sharper than those of ordinary people. And right now, every fiber of her being was screaming the same thing: danger. Extreme danger. Filthy. A low, chilling voice emerged from the darkness, like the whisper of a demon crawling out of the depths of hell. It carried a mocking, icy tone that sent shivers down her spine. Ella's head snapped up, her pupils contracting sharply. From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged. His face was deathly pale, almost ghost-like, his eyes cold and detached. His lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, as if silently condemning her actions. How could you stoop so low as to relieve yourself here? You! Ella's voice trembled, her body frozen in place. Instinctively, her hand began to rise, ready to activate her awakener ability. But she was too slow. A flash of cold light streaked through the air. The blade of a knife pierced her temple with surgical precision. Chapter 28. Could an ability like that really exist? The woman's body went rigid, her eyes wide open in terror. The horror and fear she felt in her final moments were frozen on her face. Her pupils slowly dilated as her lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Ella. In the darkness, Grace spun around sharply, just in time to see a shadowy figure pulling a dagger out of Ella's skull. Her heart sank like a stone, her pupils constricting as fear and rage surged through her. The monster was here. Grace's body tensed instantly, and the air around her grew icy cold. Her awakening ability was frost-based. Clenching her fists, she summoned freezing energy that coalesced into two razor-sharp ice spikes, extending from her palms. Without hesitation, she launched herself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Ethan. Her speed was astonishing, like a predator pouncing on its prey. The ice spikes sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, their destructive force surpassing even that of bullets. But Ethan had no intention of meeting her head-on. At the last moment, his figure flickered and darted backward, melting seamlessly into the wall and vanishing without a trace. What? Grace skidded to a halt, her eyes scanning the area frantically for any sign of him. But all she saw was the cold, unyielding wall, completely empty. Where did he go? In that brief moment of hesitation, a dagger suddenly shot out from the wall, aimed directly at her head. The dagger moved with impossible speed, giving her no time to react. Instinctively, Grace tried to dodge, but it was too late. The blade pierced her skull with precision, driving straight through her head and extracting her crystal core in one swift motion. Her body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The ice spikes in her hands shattered into countless shards, scattering across the floor. It all happened so fast it felt like a nightmare. Ella. Grace. What happened? At the entrance to the corridor, Marcus's voice rang out suddenly. He and the others had sensed something was wrong and rushed over. But when they arrived, the sight before them froze them in their tracks. Two bodies lay on the ground. Ella and Grace's faces were twisted in terror, their heads intact, but their crystal cores had been taken. The way they died was identical to the 5 victims before them. A suffocating sense of dread settled over the group, an invisible pressure filling the air. 2 more were dead. Where's the monster? Where is it? The remaining 5 scanned their surroundings nervously, their eyes filled with tension and fear. They gripped their weapons tightly, terrified that they might be next. But the darkness around them had returned to an eerie stillness, as if nothing had happened. If not for the bodies at their feet, they might have thought it was all just an illusion. It's still here, Marcus said in a low voice, his tone laced with a chilling certainty. It never left. Billy's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving as his emotions teetered on the edge of collapse. Clenching his fists, he roared into the darkness, "Monster! Get the hell out here! Hiding in the shadows, what kind of coward are you? Come out and fight me one-on-one." His voice echoed down the corridor, but the only response was an oppressive silence. "Billy, calm down." Marcus barked, his voice firm. "Shouting won't help. We need to figure out how it's killing people." "Marcus, did you notice something?" asked one of the remaining women, the only female awakener left in the group. Marcus nodded, his expression grim. "I did. Look at where Grace fell. It's strange, she was facing the wall. That means, before she died, she was attacking it." "Attacking the wall?" The group exchanged uneasy glances, and a bold theory began to take shape in their minds. Could it be? The monster is hiding in the walls? "No, it's not hiding in the walls," Marcus said, shaking his head, his voice heavy. "It can move through objects, walls, floors. Even people." The others' faces grew even paler at his words. If that was true, the monster's ability was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Could an ability like that really exist? "It absolutely does." Marcus's voice was low and steady, carrying an air of certainty. "And the fact that it can move large amounts of supplies in such a short time proves it. Combine that with its behavior, and it's clear, it has some kind of spatial manipulation ability. It might have even awakened absolute domain." "What? Absolute domain?" The 4 of them practically shouted in unison, their faces frozen in shock. After the apocalypse began, Genesis Biotech had captured countless zombies and mutated beasts to use as research subjects. Scientists discovered that a rare few of these creatures could awaken strange, terrifying abilities. Among them, the most feared was absolute domain. Creatures with this ability could appear and disappear at will, killing without leaving a trace. Genesis researchers classified these zombies as phantom infected. "Are you saying we're dealing with the phantom infected?" Billy's voice trembled slightly, his eyes betraying a fear he couldn't hide. "That's right." Marcus nodded grimly. "And it's obvious this zombie doesn't just have absolute domain, it's also highly intelligent. It's a master of stealth and evasion, and its lethality is off the charts. If we don't take it out before it evolves into a zombie king, the consequences will be catastrophic." The others' faces grew even paler. A chill seemed to creep up their spines, freezing them in place. For a moment, no one spoke. The weight of Marcus's words pressed down on them like a suffocating fog. Then Billy, as if grasping at straws, tried to reassure the group. But hey, we don't need to panic too much. Didn't the researchers say that zombies with absolute domain usually have weak physical bodies? That's their Achilles heel. Well, that's something, I guess, someone muttered, their voice tinged with forced optimism. No wonder it doesn't fight us head-on. It's only brave enough to attack from the shadows. The group let out a collective sigh of relief, though the tension in the air remained thick. Billy nodded, his tone growing more serious. The real question now is, how do we find it? Exactly. Marcus fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before speaking again. With our current strength, if that zombie doesn't show itself, we might never find it. But... He paused, his eyes narrowing with determination. Maybe we can outsmart it. No matter how clever a monster is, it can't outthink humans. Humanity had survived on Earth for millions of years, not because of brute strength, but because of its intelligence. Even the most cunning prey could be lured into a trap. Marcus's suggestion lit a spark of hope in the group. They quickly huddled together, brainstorming a plan to draw the zombie out. We could have someone pretend to get separated from the group, act as bait, and lure the zombie into the open. Once it shows itself, the rest of us can ambush it and take it down for good, Marcus proposed. But being the bait is way too dangerous. We'd need someone strong enough to handle it, one of them pointed out, voicing the obvious concern. Without hesitation, Marcus said, I'll do it. I'll head to the first floor lobby while the rest of you stay on the third floor. The view from up there is clear, you'll be able to spot it the moment it appears and attack immediately. And remember, zombies with absolute domain have weak physical bodies. Get in close and take it down fast. Don't let it escape again. Marcus, it's too risky for you to go alone. A tall, muscular man frowned. Let me go with you. If the zombie sees two people, it'll still attack. Marcus considered this for a moment, then nodded. All right. Kevin, you'll come with me to the first floor. Billy, you stay on the third floor with the others. Whatever happens, don't split up. Got it, Marcus? Billy thumped his chest, his voice filled with a simmering anger. This time, we're taking it down for good. That thing's been toying with us for too long. 7 of our teammates are dead because of it. Tonight, it's payback time. The group's morale surged as they quickly moved to carry out the plan. But what they didn't know was that Ethan was hiding just next door, less than 70 feet away. Thanks to his heightened zombie senses, he had heard every word of their plan, clear as day. Well. Blotting out loud? How considerate of them, Ethan muttered, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the room and reappeared in the hallway, the very spot the group had just left. Standing in the shadows, his icy gaze pierced through the darkness. He whispered to himself, his tone dripping with disdain, these humans. They've got some brains. But that's about it. Chapter 29. What's so dangerous about the first floor? At this point, only 5 awakeners remained in the group. 3 of them had already formed crystal cores, making them formidable opponents, while the other 2 were still at the neurocore stage. Though they hadn't reached their peak, their physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Even so, for Ethan, taking them head-on wouldn't be much of a challenge. Down on the first floor, Marcus and the towering Kevin had just arrived in the lobby. A few survivors immediately rushed over to them, their faces filled with anxiety and unease. Marcus, we've searched the entire mall, but there's still no sign of that monster. One of the survivors complained, frustration evident in his voice. Marcus glanced at them, his tone laced with irritation. Of course, you couldn't find it. That thing's way too cunning. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. The monster seemed to target only awakeners, leaving the ordinary survivors completely unharmed, not even brushing close to danger. Huh? The survivors exchanged confused looks, clearly not understanding what Marcus meant. Don't worry. We'll deal with it soon enough, Marcus said firmly, trying to reassure them. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Billy stood by the railing with 2 other awakeners, a man and a woman. Their eyes were locked on the lobby below, scanning for any sign of movement, afraid to miss even the smallest clue. Stay sharp. If Marcus and Kevin get attacked, we need to move in immediately, Billy said in a low voice. Got it, the other 2 replied in unison, their expressions tense. What they didn't realize was that Ethan had already emerged from the shadows of the corridor, silently approaching them from behind. The female awakener, with her sharp instincts, suddenly felt a strange unease, as if something, or someone, was watching her. She spun around abruptly, her gaze locking onto a tall, slender figure. Standing there was a young man, impeccably dressed. His face was strikingly handsome, with sharp, chiseled features that seemed almost too perfect to be real. There was an undeniable allure about him, one that was impossible to ignore. The girl froze for a moment, then let out a long breath and patted her chest. Phew, You scared me. I thought you were the monster. Monster? Ethan chuckled softly, a faint trace of mockery in his tone. What monster? Hearing the commotion, Billy and the other man turned around as well. They instinctively assumed Ethan was just another survivor. Not bad, kid. You actually made it all the way up to the 3rd floor, Billy said, frowning slightly, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Had nothing better to do, so I figured I'd take a look around, Ethan replied casually, stepping forward to stand beside them at the railing. His gaze drifted lazily down to the lobby below. Standing this close, the female awakener caught a faint scent of laundry detergent coming from him. She couldn't help but glance at Ethan again, her eyes lingering on his sharp profile. That face, it was perfect, like it had stepped straight out of a Hollywood movie. Her heartbeat quickened, skipping a beat before she could stop herself. If it weren't for the tense situation they were in, she might have found herself completely lost in the moment. There really is a monster in this mall, she said instinctively. You should stick with us. The 1st floor might be dangerous. What's so dangerous about the 1st floor? Ethan asked, his tone light and teasing. Billy, already short-tempered, grew more irritated at the question. Why are you asking so many damn questions? Stop distracting us and let us do our job. Ethan's lips curled into a faint smirk, his voice tinged with amusement. Then why don't you think the 3rd floor is more dangerous? Billy froze, his brow furrowing. Something about Ethan's words felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The female awakener, however, suddenly remembered something. She replayed the moment Ethan had approached them in her mind. In the dimly lit mall, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary survivor to navigate without a flashlight or phone for light. Yet Ethan hadn't used anything, he'd moved with ease, as if the darkness didn't bother him at all. He'd even found the railing without hesitation. And then there was his movement. His footsteps had been so light, so silent, that she hadn't even noticed him until he was right behind her. It was as if he didn't weigh anything at all. A chill ran down her spine, the cold dread creeping up from her back to the top of her head. Sweat beaded on her forehead and slid down her face. She finally realized the horrifying truth, the person standing next to her wasn't human. It's him. Attack now! She screamed, her voice sharp with panic. Billy reacted instantly, lunging at Ethan with the speed and force of a predator. His hand shot out like a steel claw, aiming to grab Ethan and pin him down. But Ethan moved like a phantom, effortlessly stepping back and dodging Billy's attack. Think you can run? Die, you bastard! Billy roared, charging after him. His muscles bulged grotesquely, swelling to the size of boulders as his uniform stretched to its limit. With a thunderous roar, he threw a punch, putting every ounce of his strength into the blow. He was determined to crush Ethan completely. Ethan stood his ground, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes. He'd been meaning to test his physical limits. The last time he'd fought someone, Alex, he'd killed him with a single punch. This time, he decided to hold back, using only half his strength. Ethan raised his fist, meeting Billy's attack head-on. Boom. The moment their fists collided, a deafening explosion echoed through the mall. The sheer force of the impact sent a shockwave rippling outward like a hurricane, shaking the 3rd floor railing violently. The metal groaned under the strain, screeching with a sharp, grating sound. Crack. A sickening snap followed. Billy's eyes widened as a searing pain shot through his arm. He looked down in horror to see his entire arm shattered, the bone pulverized into fragments. It hung limply at his side, twisted into an unnatural angle. What the hell? How is he this strong? Billy gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face like rain. Staggering backward, he clutched his mangled arm with his remaining hand, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. It finally dawned on him, this man's strength was far beyond anything they had anticipated. He wasn't anything like the scientists had described, a zombie with absolute domain but a frail body. That punch. Billy had thrown everything he had into it. It was a blow powerful enough to crush an armored vehicle into scrap metal. Yet Ethan had brushed it off effortlessly, countering with enough force to obliterate his arm. A wave of despair crashed over Billy, drowning him in its suffocating depths. It was like staring into the maw of an unstoppable predator. Damn it. Which idiot scientist created this freak? If I get another life, I swear I'll hunt them down and kill them myself. That was Billy's final coherent thought. But he didn't even have time to dwell on it. As he staggered in pain, Ethan moved. His figure blurred, a streak of black lightning slicing through the air as he closed the distance to Billy's 2 teammates. Slash. 2 arcs of crimson light flashed in the darkness. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, sharp and chilling. The 2 awakeners, still stuck in the neurocore stage, didn't even have time to react. Ethan's strikes were precise, clean, and merciless. Both of their throats were pierced in an instant. Their bodies froze, collapsing to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Their lifeless eyes remained wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. The entire encounter lasted mere seconds. In that brief span of time, Billy and his teammates were utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Marcus was speaking with a group of survivors, trying to calm their nerves. But then, a muffled thud echoed from the third floor. The sound was followed by the violent rattling of the railings above, accompanied by the sharp screech of twisting metal. Something's wrong. Marcus's expression darkened instantly. He snapped his head upward, trying to spot Billy and the others. But all he saw was darkness. The third floor was pitch black, shrouded in an eerie silence. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. The tall man standing beside him, Kevin, also sensed that something was off. His voice was urgent. Marcus, Billy and the others must have been attacked. We need to get up there now. Wait. Marcus raised a hand, stopping him. His brows furrowed, his expression a mix of hesitation and caution. A thought raced through his mind: they might have completely underestimated the monster's strength. Billy was the second strongest in their group, a powerhouse awakener with immense physical strength. There was no way he could have been taken down so easily. And with two teammates by his side, even if they couldn't win, they should have been able to hold their ground for a while. But after that loud crash, there had been nothing. No sounds of fighting, no cries for help. Just silence. It was as if the three of them had vanished from existence. This isn't right. Marcus's pupils contracted slightly, a deep sense of unease creeping over him. His instincts screamed that something was watching them, lurking in the shadows like a predator waiting to strike. Marcus. What are you waiting for? Are you seriously not going to help Billy? Kevin's voice was filled with frustration and disbelief. Marcus took a deep breath, his tone low and steady. It's already too late. What? Kevin froze, his face a mix of shock and anger. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. But Marcus's gut told him the truth. The fight on the third floor was over, and it had ended swiftly and brutally. If they rushed up now, they'd only meet the same fate. Around them, the survivors began to sense the shift in atmosphere. They exchanged uneasy glances, fear creeping into their expressions. What's going on? Why is it so quiet up there? One of the survivors whispered nervously. I don't know. But I've got a really bad feeling about this, another muttered. The mall was plunged into darkness, the power long since cut. The only light came from the survivors' flashlights, their beams flickering as they swept across the shadows. The oppressive blackness seemed to press in from all sides, hiding dangers that felt all too close. Suddenly, one of the survivors, a burly man, felt something cold and wet drip onto the back of his neck. Huh? What the hell? He instinctively reached up, touching the spot. His fingers came away sticky and damp, with a faint metallic smell clinging to them. Frowning, he raised his flashlight to examine his hand. The moment the beam illuminated his palm, his face turned ghostly pale. Be blood. It's blood. Chapter 30. Dinner is served. The sudden, piercing scream sent a chill through everyone's hearts, making them freeze in place before instinctively turning toward the source. What they saw made their blood run cold, a pool of crimson blood spreading slowly across the floor beneath the feet of a burly man. But what truly sent shivers down their spines was the realization that the blood wasn't his. It was dripping from the third floor above. What? What the hell is going on? Someone stammered, their voice trembling with fear. Flashlights immediately swung upward, their beams slicing through the oppressive darkness, desperate to uncover the truth hidden above. In the faint light, they could just barely make out a shadowy figure near the third floor railing. But before anyone could get a clear look, the figure dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Gee, ghosts! Someone screamed, their voice shaking with terror. I saw it. It was right there. But then, it just disappeared. Another person blurted out, their words tumbling over each other in panic. But where did it go? Murmurs spread through the group, their voices laced with dread and unease. The darkness around them seemed to grow heavier, suffocating, as if it were alive and pressing down on them. The beams of their flashlights started frantically in every direction, searching for any sign of the figure. But no matter how hard they tried, the eerie shadow didn't reappear. Marcus's expression darkened, his face grim and tense. His sharp gaze swept across the room as he spoke in a low, steady voice. It's already here. It's come down. What? Someone gasped, their fear spreading like wildfire through the group. The survivors began to glance around nervously, their nerves stretched to the breaking point, ready to snap at any moment. But Marcus knew better than anyone else just how close the danger truly was. As a psychic awakener, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive things others couldn't. That suffocating, predatory pressure he'd felt moments ago, it had come from that thing. And now, he could feel it clearly. The creature's target wasn't just anyone. It was him. Suddenly, An unnatural, chilling presence surged from the shadows. Without a sound, Ethan appeared on the first floor, as if he'd stepped out of thin air. One moment, the space was empty, the next, he was simply there. He didn't bother hiding anymore. Instead, he stood openly before the group, his presence as undeniable as it was terrifying. The sound of gasps and screams erupted like an explosion. The survivors scattered in every direction, their panic driving them to flee as fast as they could. Some tripped and fell in their haste, but even then, they scrambled to their feet, crawling and stumbling to get away. They didn't care how they looked, anything to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Ethan. In mere moments, a wide, empty circle formed around him. No one dared to come within even a few feet of where he stood. But as much as they feared him, they couldn't help but be struck by his appearance. Ethan's face was unnervingly handsome, almost otherworldly. His features were sharp and clean, his expression cold and detached. He looked nothing like the grotesque monster they'd imagined. And that contrast only made him more unsettling, as if he were something far beyond human comprehension. Marcus and the burly man, however, didn't move. It wasn't that they didn't want to. It was that they couldn't. It felt as though an invisible force had pinned them in place, their breaths shallow and cautious. The oppressive feeling of being watched by a predator was suffocating. They both knew that any sudden movement could trigger a fatal response. It was like encountering a bear in the wild. Running would only provoke it. The only chance of survival was to stay still and hope it lost interest. But Ethan wasn't a bear. "Marcus, we can't just stand here and wait to die. If we're going down, let's at least fight," the burly man whispered, his voice low but tinged with desperation and a hint of madness. Marcus shook his head, his eyes never leaving Ethan. If he's showing himself so openly, it means he's confident. He knows we're no match for him. If there's even the slightest chance, I'll hold him off. "You run." The man hesitated, his jaw tightening. After a moment, he gave a reluctant nod. "All right." Marcus closed his eyes and took a deep breath, steadying himself. There was no turning back now. He focused his mind, summoning his psychic abilities. The air around him seemed to thicken, growing heavy with tension. His mental energy surged outward like a storm of invisible needles, all aimed directly at Ethan. This was no ordinary power. For most people, even a glancing hit from Marcus's psychic attack would leave them dazed or unconscious. A full-force strike could render someone comatose, or worse. But Ethan didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled faintly, his lips curling into a chilling grin. His eyes glowed faintly red, a sinister light flickering in their depths. "Interesting," Ethan murmured, his voice laced with amusement. The next moment, Ethan's absolute domain unfolded. It was part of his power, domain of the dead, a force that spread out like an unstoppable tide, completely nullifying Marcus's psychic attack. Marcus felt as though his mental energy had slammed into an invisible wall. The backlash hit him like a hammer, sending a sharp, splitting pain through his head. His vision blurred, and for a moment, everything went black. He nearly collapsed. Clenching his teeth, he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to consciousness. "Now! Attack! I can't hold him off for long," he growled through gritted teeth. The burly man hesitated, his gaze fixed on Ethan. In his mind's eye, it was as if he were staring into an endless sea of blood. He knew that stepping into that domain meant certain death. "My psychic power is still holding for now. Attack, or we'll lose even this slim chance." Marcus's voice was low and urgent, carrying a tone of unyielding determination. The man took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. There was no way out now. Even if the path ahead led straight to hell, he had no choice but to charge forward. "All right," he barked, his voice filled with grim determination. His body tensed, muscles coiling like a drawn bow. His skin began to harden, taking on a rough, stone-like texture that gleamed faintly under the dim light. This was his awakened ability, Steel Skin, granting him extraordinary defense. In the next instant, he launched himself at Ethan like a cannonball, his heavy footsteps pounding against the floor with a resounding thud. Each step seemed to crack the ground beneath him. His fist clenched tightly, muscles bulging as he swung a devastating punch straight at Ethan's face. But the moment he stepped into the domain of the dead, his momentum faltered. His movements slowed as if he were wading through thick, invisible mud. Each step became a grueling effort, as though he were carrying an unbearable weight on his back. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to push forward despite the crushing pressure. "Rap!" he roared, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at Ethan's chest. Ethan moved with effortless grace, tilting his body just enough to let the punch sail past him. His movements were fluid, almost elegant, as if he were toying with his opponent. At the same time, Ethan's hand shot out, his fingers curling like talons as they reached for the man's head. "Damn it!" The man's heart sank as Marcus's earlier warning echoed in his mind, This guy can bypass your defenses and attack your insides directly. He twisted his body desperately, narrowly avoiding Ethan's grasp. But the oppressive force of the domain made his movements sluggish and clumsy. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and barely managed to steady himself. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. That was too close. He muttered, his chest heaving as his heart pounded like a drum. In just one exchange, he had felt the icy grip of death looming over him. The adrenaline coursing through his veins was overwhelming, but it couldn't mask the growing sense of helplessness. As he tried to regain his footing, his body suddenly felt even heavier. His limbs stiffened, and it became nearly impossible to move. The pressure within the domain of the dead had intensified, locking him down even further. Raising his arm felt like trying to lift a mountain. "What's happening?" he gasped, his voice tinged with panic. He turned his head, searching for answers. What he saw made his blood run cold. Marcus was gone. The spot where Marcus had been standing was now empty. He ran. The man's heart sank like a stone. Marcus hadn't continued his psychic assault. Instead, he had used a momentary distraction to turn and sprint toward the mall's entrance. His figure disappeared into the shadows, his retreat frantic and unhesitating. "Your leader abandoned you," Ethan said, his voice low and icy, with a mocking edge that cut deep. The words echoed in the man's ears like a death knell. The man froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it. Marcus, who had just sworn to hold Ethan off and buy him time to escape, had turned tail and left him behind as bait. What a liar! The man muttered, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and despair. He thought back to how Marcus usually acted, the dependable leader who always seemed to have everything under control, the one who was the first to step up in moments of crisis. But now, he finally understood. When true danger struck, Marcus's carefully crafted facade crumbled completely. Meanwhile, Marcus had already reached the mall's main entrance. His movements were frantic, his hands trembling as he fumbled with the chains binding the steel barricade in place. He muttered under his breath, over and over, like a mantra, "Screw brotherhood. Screw loyalty. This is the apocalypse, survival is all that matters." With a final, desperate tug, he unfastened the last chain and shoved the heavy steel plate aside. Boom, the barricade fell with a deafening crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The mall's entrance was finally open. A gust of cold night air rushed in, sharp and biting, jolting him awake. The faint light of dawn was beginning to creep over the horizon, painting the sky with pale streaks of gray. The first hints of morning were visible, fragile but undeniable. The dim light illuminated the scene outside the door. But as Marcus and the other survivors stood at the threshold, their steps faltered. No one cheered. No one rushed forward. Instead, an oppressive silence fell over them. Outside, an endless horde of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see, packed so tightly together that they seemed like a single, writhing mass. Thousands of hollow, lifeless eyes stared back at them, unblinking. At the forefront of the horde stood several figures that radiated an overwhelming sense of dread, special infected. There was the bulldozer, a hulking monstrosity with muscles like steel cables, its massive frame exuding raw, destructive power. Beside it stood Laura, a lithe, predatory figure with razor-sharp claws and an unsettlingly human-like grace. And then there was the one they called the PhD, a grotesque, twisted figure whose very presence seemed to ooze malice and intellect. These special infected didn't move. They didn't snarl or growl. They simply stood there, silent and still, like a forest of deathly statues. Their silence was far more unnerving than any roar or scream could have been. They were waiting. Waiting for something. Marcus's face turned ashen. His lips quivered, but no sound came out. His mind raced, but there was no plan, no escape. Only the crushing realization that he had just opened the door to hell itself. And then, from behind him, a voice broke the silence. Low, chilling, and dripping with malice, it sounded like a whisper from the depths of the abyss. "Dinner is served."